Jacksepticeye, and I'm out here on the spiritual front lines. So if you didn't see on the live, people thought I was the infamous porch bandit, and I was accused of being a deer jacker. And I'm like, I'm not a deer jacker. But you could jack me, my dear. I'm sorry. W. Dono, thank you. I was able to eat today. So I got a cola and a burrito. So I'm just going to enjoy my burrito. And see who pops in. A little hangout stream tonight. I'm trying to watch the new Candace Owens. If you didn't know, the covert narcissist that helped me get this car. And now Candace Owens, CEO, is going up against Erica Kirk. So I want to watch Candace Owens, man. How we doing tonight, fam? It's like a Thursday evening. It's pretty good. I'm not a deer jacker, guys. What a white thing to say. Calling me a deer jacker. Today I was accused of putting a deer out in the forest and then using it to entice other deers to go look at it and then kill it and take it off the property. People saw Bucky Barnes over here and they thought that I was going to people's properties on an island in New York. And they think I'm going around this Great Lake jacking deer. What up, Linda? Linda's Dutch. How old are you, Linda? Trying to get you a career, to be honest. I don't know if I want a career, man. Things are going to be so much different in 10 years. We're going to have robots. People might finally get upset. Oh, by the way, Heather, I just want you to see this, Heather. Heather knows what I'm talking about. So, Heather, I'm hundreds of miles, I'm like 150 miles away. What do you think about that, Heather? Isn't that crazy? I'm 150 miles away. He sent me lunch money in the number. There's another guy named Travis who is a stalker. He's stalking me right now. So that's why I was like, that's kind of weird. Sorry to leak your number. I will take it down after this. There's like a really obese kid in his 30s that came from a lot of money, and he collects bugs and plays Flight Simulator, and he goes on the internet and looks for people to argue with him for like social. That's his social interaction. So he found my Facebook. So then I found all of his family and his address. I'm like, you think you're targeting schizophrenics and you're going to try to harass and shame them, trying to get them to hurt themselves? No, you're going up against people that have suffered the most out of everybody on planet Earth. So I just have all of his information if he keeps doing it. Yeah. Well, now I'm not taking your number down. Yeah. He finds people that are suffering and he tries to bully them into killing themselves. And he likes to go on their Facebook and try to embarrass them in front of their family because he thinks they're schizophrenic. So he tries to grind their gears or whatever. So I was like, if I was a person that felt like he had lost nothing and had nothing left to live for because they took away his brain, and this guy was like the nail on the coffin, and I finally broke, I was like, what would I do? So I know where the guy shits now. I know where his cousin shits, or his nephew. People very close to him, and his mother. But I honestly don't care. It doesn't affect me, man. I've been doing this for a long time. Okay. Your 11-year-old brother has been diagnosed with schizophrenia? I thought that was impossible. You can't diagnose them until they're 18. They might do schizoaffective. That's tough, I'm sorry. It took a lot of work for me to be able to articulate my experience. And once I was able to articulate my experience, nobody ever thinks I have schizophrenia. They just think that I'm a high-level thinker that doesn't know how to articulate his experience. But yeah. Linda, you're younger than 11? But yeah, this car over here has followed me 150 miles now. Through 6 different towns. Where I just wait here, and eventually that guy has been showing up. And he wears glasses and a ski mask. You got great hair, you're balding, any tips? Run around in the woods naked, screaming at the top of your lungs, and like smack your head against trees and shit. Like, follow a old lady into the restroom and shit on the floor and get out before anybody sees, or like crawl out the window and blame it on her. Or actually crawl through the window, wait for her to come in, and then shit on the floor and get out the window. So when she goes, nobody believes her. Like crush up your own poop and sprinkle it around your lawn, and then gaslight your neighbor into thinking that his dog got out and shit all over your lawn, and make him clean it up. And that might help with your balding. I don't know. You'll poop on your lawn, if you know what I mean. What is your gender? Male? I'm okay, man. Do you think everyone has gang stalkers and they're just not paying attention, or is it a certain few? I don't think everybody's gang stalked. I think that the higher you raise your awareness to divine orchestration, the more you start to become in a chess game with God, like a sport and like a learning journey, depending on who you are. And the more and more you get that, the more organized your experiences become. You won't necessarily be gang stalked, but depending on your astrology, your numerology, and your name, God does send specific, special, chosen characters to do certain things on the planet. So those people, there's been a system people have been trying to figure out for thousands of years, and there are people that just understand that system, and they will target you based on that system. Like if you have a divine connection to outside of this realm and you're constantly channeling in, that's a really rare mineral essence. That, you know, that healing, those frequencies, the stuff that you naturally emanate, that's the stuff in your blood, the way your epigenetics forms around, because all is mind, the way your epigenetics and DNA changes to the information processed from the infinite that way. That's definitely a very valuable resource, which is why they tend to steal, cook, and eat black children. So, spit a freestyle right here, right now. God called and told me that I'm going to be famous, so I don't do fake shit. All you do is just complain, you're complacent. They got stuck under the rain, I learned how to fly a motherfucking plane. All they do is just complain, you're complacent. I loaded up my bases when they locked me in the basement. I freed all of these slaves, now I gotta build in spaceships. I pray I never see the day I gotta use this stainless, but I'll do anything so my family will make it. I don't care about the fame or the critical acclaim. I just did it because I'm everything that everybody ain't, motherfucker. I'm Casey. On my way to greatness. I can smell the hate, but I know that they won't say shit. Y'all can't see me coming. You need LASIK. I don't fuck with none of these bum bitches because all of y'all are basic bumbaclot. You look a little pressed, boy. I think you need a facelift. I go Super Saiyan when they lock me in the Matrix and fight every single day just to free all of these slaves stuck beneath demonic and robotic and symbiotic MK Ultra crazy lazy radio waves. I couldn't wait for you to see the diamond that this pressure made, so from now until they end the days, I am something ancient. I only came to break my people from their chains, tell jokes and get laid, and make my name last as long as my last name. Thanks for being a Casey fan. Thanks, man. I knew I was destined for the limelight. I get high and fight back when the time's right. There's no way they could take away my mind sight. Cause I came up off Legos and a light bright, and I'll knock a bitch out like I'm Mike Tyson. So I'll knock a bitch out like I'm Mike Vick, and I got about 1,300 people bumping my shit. Get the fuck off my dick before I cancel you like Christmas. I'm on like 15 rappers hit list and 1,000 women's wish list. All of them invested in fitness. I run a business investing in the holy mission and building a kingdom off the grid with no emissions. From Maine out to Oahu, I've been told y'all I could go the distance, but I don't give a fuck about the who's who. Yeah. It's just this, that guy's got false pride. He can't handle being alone, so he lives in trying to get people to engage with him in order to continue trying to deceive them. And he survives off making other people, trying to make them believe that he's more than he is. And that's a problem with white people that was instilled in them from a Saturn worshipping black rock cult to make them workers, but they made it the Stanford Prison Experiment where they added minorities to give them the feeling of superiority so that they didn't question real authority. They made them just comfortable enough and then poisoned them and ruined their epigenetics and ruined their ability to have a functioning brain, and then psyoped and programmed them for 7 or 8 generations at least, in order to accumulate resources for that cult. And now we're here. Linda, I think you said you're a Scandinavian white, so you're just the descendants of cave monkeys that their epigenetics was so distorted and dysfunctional that they had to survive by clawing out, beating, raping, and impregnating people with better, superior genetics. So you're the product of the victors of those that came back with the big arms and the big heads but the tiny bodies, you know, the really skinny but big hands and shit. Because you're like a collage. You're like a collage of all the people that the Scandinavians raped. If Scandinavia is kind of where you sit. Amsterdam, isn't that Scandinavia? The Netherlands? Isn't that where the Vikings were when they would go out and rape everybody and then come back with the resources and the women pregnant? And then once your ancestor was born, they would take that ancestor's mother and they would go sell them to Persia And that's why Indian people have fucking this type of hair. And that's why the Indian flag looks Irish, because the Vikings would go steal Irish people. But also India became that way because of the Silk Road. So from Ireland later on, after the Viking slave trade and the British, before the British slave trade and after the Viking slave trade, there was the Silk Road where the Irish would go to all, and they would travel full time to get away from England, and they would just live nomadic. Irish are a nomadic people that would stay on the island in between their journeys. Vikings were, and they would go sell spices and make everything better. Vikings were a nomadic people that would go rape those other people. It's pretty shitty. But you know, it could be like Midsummer where you kept it in the family, and but even Midsummer was Viking. Like the movie Midsummer, it was about sending a guy out to go get people with better genetics and then bring them back to keep the gene pool fresh. That's pretty much what Scandinavian white is all about, is just keeping it just as close to functioning epigenetically as you can, but then eventually when it gets too bad and you start to look like a Whitaker, like if you look up the Whitaker family, then they would go out and have to steal somebody else and rape them and impregnate them, and that's most of your epigenetics. If you have like, you know, more than 20% Scandinavian, it's pretty much what it is. You should check out Wrong Husband by the Canadian guy. I don't know, I'm trying to watch Erica Kirk. Talking about inbred, I'm trying to watch Candace Owens' revelation about Erica Kirk's real family right now. Turns out that her family's fucking billionaires and billionaires. They're completely Jewish except for her mother. And then her father that she said was her father wasn't even her father. It was some other Jewish guy, and that she was like bred into CIA, and she went into a school where the CIA, like Nazis and CIA, were teaching children how to use quantum physics and astral project to open up a portal to communicate with extra-dimensional entities and look into the future. And they called it, that's why Stranger Things has the book A Wrinkle in Time as the main theme for season 5, where the kids go through the metaphysical journey. And now Erica Kirk is talking, or Candace Owens is talking about how Erica Kirk went to a school called Looking Glass, and that's why Holly Wheeler had that looking glass in season 5, and she was always reading A Wrinkle in Time because A Wrinkle in Time was about quantum physics and time traveling and using kids for it. So they had a lot of these looking glass schools back in the day, and Erica Kirk went to one of those looking glass schools, which was like psionic genetic enhancement. Have you guys seen Barron Trump recently? Nobody grows. When you're 18, do you have another growth spurt? Barron Trump just gained a foot. He's a foot taller than he was a few years ago. He's like 6'8", and Trump is 5'8", and then he wears the platform shoes. Oh, I can't call you right now, man. At some point, maybe. What type of job are you offering? Because I was just thinking of going to homesteads. If you have something with horses, like if you could get me on a horse farm, man, or like traveling, or you could cover, like if there's something where you could waive the cost of a CDL school, I'd definitely go get my CDL. Right now, I'm meeting the Reverend tomorrow to talk about farms in the area that might need help. But yeah, I am kind of on my last legs here, so I really did apply to 65 jobs. But I know I could get Walmart Spark delivery if I can just get about $1,000. If I can get about $1,000, I could pay off the car, $840, and then title registration and insurance. So it'll probably be a bit over $1,000. Read Galatians first. Johnny Savage, this Bible study, read Galatians first. My Bible is in here. I move my stuff around. But I have my notes too. Peter Piper picked a pepper. Peter Piper picked a pepper. I know you fuck with these Burlington. I can't do it. There are people here. You have a great rest of your day. I know you're an awesome astrologer. Thanks, man. I just lived out in the woods long enough and thought for a long time and fought for a long time, and just in my constant fighting to create in a world that seems to want to destroy my ability to think. I learned about the themes and the seasons changing, and I've just met in my travels now. I've met thousands of people, and I've been able to see reoccurring themes present in those people. So I was able to see that people are affected by the astrological ecosystem that birthed their fruit, if they were a fruit. And it is a constant, ever-changing system. And you can find the common denominator of the different theosophies about that system. You can find closer to the hints about your creation, that when you look at, with the knowledge that you're an infinite being having a finite experience, you could see that those traits and that behavior and that path and all of this was like not really a blueprint but a reminder. And you realize a lot of the things that I say about people when I do their numerology, astrology, their name, and just go into the spiritual stuff with it, people realize mostly that they've always been that way, and they never really acknowledged that part of themselves, but it was always present. Like, their spirit is always looking, and it's always there. Your spirit's always active, but they don't acknowledge what they've always felt was sitting right here. If you close your eyes and you look, you could feel like there's a bunch of stuff here, but they never really understood what it was. And I found that usually in the common denominator between all these different theosophical systems for the explanation for creation, that's what that is. If I'm in my own apartment again, I will definitely buy mine from you. Oh, sometimes I just do it for $5. If you twerk shirtless, you would get more views. I get a lot of views just reminding white people that they were inbred, programmed lemmings to accumulate resources for their masters. And everything that they've ever believed about themselves was fake and a psyop to continue making them work. And you're like, but we were better than the slaves and Africans. And people are like, no, they gave you those people. One, because in the future, they'll have robots that can control everybody. And they needed to enhance the emotional experience of those people that were genetically superior, so that now when we're entering the age of Aquarius, they're able to process more information than whites are. Whites can't process any information, but black people completely live in emotional intelligence because the trauma, the severe CPTSD for generations and generations and generations enlarged and forced them to be competent, and now they will become the chosen people that overtake and melanate the world. And then the masters that think that they can live forever, these ancient vampires or whatever, will implement their golems or their manifested clay beings with an artificial consciousness or robots. Which is why Theo Von, in one of his most recent podcasts, he was like, what do you think the future is going to be? And Sketch was like, I don't know. And he's like, I think it's going to be black people versus robots. That's what he's talking about. Is that the true Israelites are dormant Irish epigenetics that are now present in most people of color. People think the Jews were the people that suffered the entire world hating them, and they're going to finally overcome that and take over the world by getting on welfare and then making everybody mad, so they try to bomb Israel, and Israel reveals we had the money the whole time, goyim, and then kills them all. No, the Irish were the breakaway Israelites that intermixed in love with the dark-skinned, blue-eyed natives of the Emerald Isle. And then for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, they've had to fight off different people coming to rape them and steal them and torture them and starve them and beat them. And they had to stay on the island, like, trying to literally grow. You talk like Tupac was like, a rose grew from the concrete or whatever. No, like fucking a flower grew in the rocks of Ireland. And then they just went out and shagged their way into every community. So that's why they hear if you talk to natives or South Americans and they talk about the red-headed giants, you can look that Scotland and Ireland were a foot taller than the rest of the world for a long time before Vikings and everything fucking ambushed them with hordes of these little goblin 4'5" lemmings. So back in the day, the Irish would be like, fuck this. You think Noah built an ark, but people weren't seafaring back then? So Irish people would just get on boats and they'd go and travel. So all these different cultures across the world talk about the red-headed giants. That would come, and some would be bad and some would be good. A lot of them, like the Jolly Green Giant, but I don't think that that's an actual folklore thing. But the Jolly Green Giant, like a good giant that showed up, and the Irish had a saying that we make the world better for the Irish that come after us. So it's really cool. It's just a really cool story. From the rocky soil where nothing grows, birthed the fruit that was the most fertile in the world. You know what I'm saying? We're all Irish a little bit. And that's the dormant epigenetics that will be awoken in the age of Aquarius that allows us to, as long as we're meek, as long as we stay poor, we don't get involved with the slave masters or the hedge funds or the mortgage companies. That's how we inherit the earth, or we just gain a connection to nature. My father is a literal psychopath. My mom died of a brain tumor. My sister, 18 years older, is also a narc. You are not the only one. Yeah, my family's crazy, man. They're not very intelligent, but they're very prideful. And that creates a lot of jealousy. They're people that if they see somebody else winning, it creates a negative emotional response. Like if they see attention going to somebody, that creates a negative emotional response in them because it's not going to them. So then they will start to target, like the attention is like a gravitational pull for them, and they get trapped in this sort of obsessive hatred, and they will have to gossip to each other to function. And their prejudice often gets in the way because they live so far from accountability. They live by judging others. The last time I saw my cousin, I was supposed to hang out with her for some reason. I was trying to take a shower, and then we were going to go somewhere or something. And the night before, a bird had slammed into the Starbucks and broke its wing, a little sparrow. And I took the sparrow in, and I cut holes in a bag, and I put the sparrow in the bag, and I just sat with it. And then I was talking to a wildlife conservationist that I was going to go the next day to bring it to the wildlife conservationist to heal its wing and get it back, and then bring it back here. Or to where I was, which is like 40 miles east of here. So, my cousin shows up, and there was a lot of people bothering me, talking shit about me, whatever. So I just sat on top of my car, and I sat there in the middle of the Hannaford's parking lot. So all these stupid kids that were stuck in their dramatic negativity and power games, I was literally connected to God, and I would see them look, and then they would twitch, and they would walk off stomping, and I was just sitting there in peace. And I was like, man, this is like the robot Antichrist. People are fucked. These kids, they live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and they're walking around angry like this. You're 17, bro. And they were just so pissed at me for some reason. So I found when I sat on top of the car, and they couldn't, for some reason, the ego crazy shit in their mind, like the things that were really fucking up those kids from whatever their phone taught them, and probably drugs, and probably some type of devil. It couldn't affect me when I sat on top of the car. So I just sat on top of the car, and I hung out with the birds. Because often when I had a high vibration like that, the birds would always come surround me. And then I had a crushed up bag of bread in my pocket to feed the birds. Even though I know that that's not healthy, but I didn't know that at the time. So then my cousin shows up, and I'm just sitting on top of the car. And then I get out and say, what's up? And then I get in her car, and I reveal that there's a bird in a bag underneath the car. Because I didn't want my car to smell. So the bag had holes in it so the bird could breathe, but it couldn't get out. And I was just going to leave it there for a half hour or so. And then she's like, there's a bird in there? And she's like, she pretended that she had something else to do and left me there. I'm sorry, you're stupid, bro. Ganbera, go mom. You're dumb. And that's okay. You know what I'm saying? To an intelligent person, your sad attempt at using smart sounding words is laughable. I think real intelligent people don't talk like you do, Natrona. I think real intelligent people don't bother with these stupid ego games. So I think that your pride muscle is overacting and your actual critical thinking skills are lacking. So you're convinced that you might be intelligent, but it's basically for you it would be a schizophrenic delusion. And that's why you get triggered by some random man on your phone screen that doesn't know you and doesn't care about you. Are you homeless? It's just anything that they can do because they're addicted to negativity. So they're stuck in their pride, which is avoiding accountability, and I brought that out of them. So they're afraid to introspect, so they're lashing out because if they can hurt me, they don't have to look inside because they get the validation that it is feeling challenged right now. And it is just something you're making up. You're living in a box in your own mind, and people can see through it, even if you can't. And if you have a family, it's just Stockholm Syndrome at that point. Maybe you became a provider if you have a family, and they only really love you for the lifestyle that you've provided for them, but they don't love you. They can't love you because you don't even know yourself. You're somebody that talks like this on the internet, man. They trying to do you want to be homeless. Demon Hunter's gonna take your house, man. Just do you sad people are so rude. Bless you. Thank you. It's just tough, man. But I got my orange cream Stewarts. Hey, if I was homeless, there's nothing wrong with not wanting to pay rent. Do you know that like mortgage companies own most of America right now, and they all get together in meetings and decide to jack the prices all at once, and if they don't like it, they can leave? Isn't that the most colonizer thing you've ever heard? If you don't like it, leave. And now all these people that are on Facebook talking shit about it, if you don't like it, leave. They're about to lose their houses. You either deal with the fact that they're going to control the rent and skyrocket it, and if they don't like it, they can leave, because there's just so many people on Earth. And also, to be honest with you, though they're jacking up the properties and making it impossible for Goyim to live there because they're planning on doing a mass exodus from Jerusalem. So right now, all the people that are going to be in those houses are living in Section 8 with 12 kids, and they're keeping all their wealth with one member of the family so that they can still apply for food stamps and stuff, and they can get the money from that guy. I think it's called a shtickle or something. And they live on Section 8. They're homeless because they have no income at all, but that one of their cousins is a billionaire, basically, and he's taking in all the money, and then when they ask for it, they do it covertly. So the plan is to get those people into your home. So in your lifetime, you will most likely lose your home. It happened to my dad. They burned our property down, and then 6 cops showed up and jumped him. And then when they couldn't work, also the richest man I know, he just killed himself randomly, and I'm not totally sure he actually did it. Because then the ski resort, within a week, bought up all of his land. And they were just waiting on him to die, but they needed it because it was right next to the ski resort. And suddenly he's dead. I'm not totally sure Peter killed himself. I think that a ski resort that their symbol is ball. The Hermitage Club. The wealthiest people in the world is $100,000 for a season's pass. And then right when they're up and running and they're about to open, all of the forest land surrounding it was my dad's friend Peter. And then one day Peter's just dead on his property. And then they stole it. Some Jewish people showed up and took the property from my dad, who was his inheritant, his only friend. And then once they stole all of our money, millions of dollars, they sold it. The Hermitage Club bought it for very, very cheap. And now where I was going to raise my children, there's a bunch of 20-year-old rich cokeheads living in their uncle's ski chalet. And then it's a bunch of condominiums for the wealthiest of people. It's like a new Epstein spawn. So why would I waste my life to buy more land? I'd rather find a place like down in Pulteney, Vermont. There's a one of the Epstein people, probably. He got fired from The Apprentice when Donald Trump was running it. He was on The Apprentice and he got fired or whatever. And then he went on to be multi-millionaire, and he bought this college campus in Vermont. And now that he's older, he's giving it up for free to the church. As long as the church has a mission and he's taking in stuff about what to do with these 120 acres, it's for free. So I'm like, why don't I go there and talk to him about my ideas to end the homeless crisis by getting church vans, building wagons, like rickshaws that all fold up together like a suitcase that you could take with you and then fold back out to live in, that look like red barns. And then start a trash incentive where you get custom trash bags that you get paid for full trash bags. So you fill up a trash bag to a certain level, to a certain brim, and then you bring it into the like the dump behind the homeless community program, and for every bag you get a certain amount of money, which encourages homeless people to either rob other dumpsters of trash, or just clean up their campsite and a bunch of other campsites for money. They'll even give them a free claw to pick up stuff and put in the bag. So a financial incentive to clean up, and then eliminates campsites, and then the wagon has a trash can in it and a needle box, and then potential for a solar panel and a locked safe, and then windows and 3D printed shingles, so it's lightweight but it looks like a little barn. And then they can just take that wherever. If you want to go 100 miles into the woods and never come back, and just keep like a water purifier and a Jackery solar panel with a Jackery power station, and a little Starlink thing, you never have to come back again. So, Willow, I'm from Wilmington. Talk about Willow from Vermont. I'm from Wilmington and Brattleboro. I don't live there now. I left when I was 22. But really, I left when I was 14, when I went into DCF custody, because the residual stuff from what the police did to my dad caused him to bottle up and explode a lot. And I was taken into DCF custody after he had a heart attack trying to kill me. You're from Scary Barry? No, dude, it only incentivizes them from steal from other people. How'd they get rid of their own stuff? Because it's trash bags full of trash. Come on, Cody. It's a trash bag full of trash. You know how much trash homeless people create? Look at those campsites, man. What up, Sendo? Ooh, Sendo's here. I want to run something by you, Sendo. Because Sendo's a very gifted, talented artist. And I really, I like the style. At some point, Sendo, maybe we could talk about... Let me just tell you the scene. So it's kind of like your thing, but a bit lighter. If you want to, like, you have a very serious tone. I would keep the serious tone, but I would add like very it'd be very colorful. Like just a little bit more light-hearted with the character design. So imagine it's a kid, like a little like 7 or 8 year old boy who's got blue eyes and dark brown hair. Maybe green eyes, maybe greenish blue eyes, but he's like a little boy. He's in like a hoodie and short and like pants, and they're outside of like a fast food chain, and he's sitting in a car, and the car is like a shitty beat up tannish gold SUV, and his mom is there and his stepfather is there, and his stepfather is an abusive piece of shit, and he's getting in a fight with the mom over some bullshit, and the boy gets scared, and like maybe the guy gets violent and physical and screaming. The boy, it's like I would say like 8, 9, it's like a couple hours past sundown, maybe like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. He runs into the woods. He runs away from his stepfather. His mom is screaming like, "Come back, Connor!" The kid's name is Connor. "Come back, Connor!" He's like, the guy's mad. He runs into the woods. He hides behind this log. In the woods, it's pitch black. You can kind of see the lights, but it's pretty far in. You can kind of see the stars, but it's almost pitch black. It's completely dead silent. The kid is hiding behind a log, and you hear, and you think it's like the crushing leaves of his stepfather coming to hurt him. But then, and you hear a little fire, and the whole thing lights on fire, like a big ring of fire. In the ring of fire, the kid looks up and sees it's a giant, like 10-foot tall, very skinny, really long-armed deer man. So it's a deer, big antlers, but it's got long human fingers, and it's just standing there, and you can only see its silhouette basically behind the fire. And the kid like looks up for a second and panics, and he freezes in place and doesn't know what to do. Viking drum, bum 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 bum. Really intense thing going on there with the kid tries to get away. Forest is like burning. The kid finally, and he takes off running because he sees like this little light in the distance. He starts running towards the little light in the distance, and it turns out it wasn't in the distance. It was just a really tiny microscopic light that into like some sort of like etheric portal to like this misty grove, and he accidentally falls in it, and then it pulls in all the fire, and then it's just pitch black when it collapses in on itself. Silent shot where it's completely silent, and you just see the silhouette of the deer standing there. Scene switches, bam, kid falls onto this pathway deep in the forest, but now it's like the morning, springtime vibes. Everything's misty. It has like this purplish electromagnetic kind of shimmer. And he wakes up, he like scuffs off, he's got like bruises and shit. He doesn't know what to do, so he's looking around, and it's like a beautiful forest, but it seems more like the hills they're not big hills, but there are hills. It's not like redwood trees or dense trees. It's like just a typical New England forest. Yeah. That's what it, and this is what I'm talking about. He's walking through the trail, trying to get back, because he thinks he's like, whatever, he like passed out or something. He doesn't know. So he's walking through the trail. As he's walking through the trail, you hear these like roaring and screaming, these little noises very far off in the distance. And you see like over top of the trees, there's like sometimes this shimmer over the top. He looks down, and there's like a fork in the road, and he wants to go left, but when he tries to go left down the fork, a bunch of black-capped chickadees go like 10 or 15 of them go and block him, so he has to go through this forest. When he gets through the forest, there's this big clearing in the forest where there's this little hillside, and on the hillside is a square stone castle keep that's really run down and broken. It might look like an old Irish church, but it's blocky, where it's just one big door in the middle and then two doors, but there's no door on the hinges or anything. It's just open. And it's at the top of this little hill with all these trees around it, and this like white, shimmering, energetic, big thing over the sky that shimmers. And then there's like some little purplish electromagnetic hue in the energy when it shimmers. And there's a guy there with at the front of this church when the little boy is looking up after he just left the clearing in the forest. And then there's like a stone path that goes up to the castle, or the keep. And on the steps right before the entranceway, there's a guy laying there, and he's smoking like a rolled up cigarette. He's laying there in like tattered clothes, but pretty nice, like black with like gold inlay and red. He's got long hair and like a little beard going on, and he inhales and then a little fireball hits a leaf, and the leaf falls from one of the trees, and it burns into the shape of a green heart. And then when it lands, camera pans up, and the boy is closer to the stairs, and the guy at the top is like, "What are you doing here?" And the boy like explains that his name is Connor, and he doesn't know how he got here. And the other guy's like, "Oh, well, Um, you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. I just have to, I have to do some errands around the place, and then, how about in a couple of hours, when I'm done with the errands, we figure out, how to get you back home. And probably other stuff, like, there's gonna be a big, like, introduction to it, about what the guy says to the kid, and what the kid says about, like, his abusive situation he left, and how he needs help, and he doesn't know where he is or what to do. And then the other guy, like, has to assume responsibility and just says, like, hey, if you want to hang out, nobody's gonna hurt you here. You're safe and fine. But you're definitely a long ways from home. I don't know how you got here. So he takes him. He goes around the side and picks a bunch of, like, berries, and gets, like, a little thing of food from this, like, stall next to the bottom of the hill, like his storage place. And he takes him through the woods, through these pathways through the woods, and there are other smaller clearings with tiny little, so they go through the woods, down the hill, not very far, just over this little bit of hill. They get through this little garden section where there's hedges and flowers and everything, and then inside the garden flower section, it opens up to this etheric dome covering the circular space. And inside, there is sort of like a teenage, like probably 18-year-old girl and an old woman. And the teenage girl is screaming, like just violently screaming, like freaking out, slamming on the window, or slamming on the dome and shit. And then she gets like angry for a second, and then half of her face, what breaks out of her skin is like a horn, like a ram horn, and like black scales, purplish black, pinkish scales, but like really dark, and they're like fire behind the eyes. And she just gets really angry, and then dragon, like a lizard tail, fucking smacks out for a second, and half of a wing, and she's like, ah! And then she goes, like, runs up the dome, like slamming into the side of it, and then goes back down, and the fire from when she screams burns more of this completely. It's like beautiful garden, but in there it's just completely dirt, barren. And the old woman goes behind and is sweeping up behind her, going, I'm sorry about the mess. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry about the mess. So we stand there for a second, and the kid's like, what is this? And I'm just like, the guy is me. I'm the guy with the beard is me. And I go, step back a little bit. Just step back for a little bit. And open up a little in the dome. And then and she gets right in the face, and she goes, and she starts freaking out, calling me like, nobody loves you, you fucking schizo, you piece of shit, I can't believe it. You fucking loser, all this shit, nobody ever loved you. You were always a weirdo, fuck you. Screaming in my face, trying to get through and claw her way through. And I just go, hey, you were given this beautiful gift. Look at how cool that is. You have a gift. But I say it more serious because the character has been dealing with this for a long time. He's like 29 or 30 at this point. And he goes, you were given a gift. You were given a gift. And you've always saw it as a curse. You saw yourself as different, and so that there was something wrong with you. And until you learn to appreciate and master this, I can't let you out, and I'm really sorry. But I say it more serious. And then while she was talking and staring me right in the eyes, trying to kill me, she didn't even have the ability to pay attention that I was giving. Under the other part of the dome, I had slid the food to her mother, who was in there with her. So while she was so stuck on trying to dominate me, like calling me bud and all this bullshit, she didn't realize that I had given that week's provisions to her mother. And then she goes, ah! And then goes back to screaming and morphing and coming back. And then the mom's like, I'm sorry. We're gonna figure it out, I promise. And then I don't even answer them, I just walk away. And the kid's like, why do you leave? And I was like, Did you, while he's talking to me, I was like, did you notice how her mother never defended me? They're two of the same creature. The same curse in the girl. She has the same thing. She's just doesn't reveal it because she's trying to get out. No matter how nice the old woman seemed, cleaning up after the daughter's mess, as soon as you let her out, she's exactly the same way. And I'm like, I think it'd be cool that it's kind of crazy how I explain that to an 8-year-old. But then we go further down. There's more rock. It starts to get a little bit more rocky, like the type of hillside that you would see people blowing up to put roads in, but there's no blowing up there. So it's like a more rockier thing. It's all very small and closed. And then we get a little bit further in. As we're traveling, you can look at the top of the hillside far away. There's this like giant, disgusting, overgrown tree that's like overgrown out of this little house. And you can hear like this cackling, and then you see like a little bit of fire start to spread through the roots that are start trying to invade the forest, and the birds are singing at it, and the trees are like fighting back that invasive force and keeping it at bay, but there's this constant back and forth with that. And you can see right behind, like very far in, like towards the middle of the dome, but towards the middle, like closer to one side, but not totally in the middle, like pretty much placed away, but there's a bunch of rocks, stone bricks that are barely held up, like they're barely holding this thing together, stacked up. But then you get to the top and it's this A-frame cabin that's on these really ramshackle stuff, and coming from the A-frame cabin is the etheric sort of energy that's making this dome. And then the kid looks at all that, and I'm like, we'll get to that, don't worry about it. This is just like I have to do this every couple days, and then we'll figure your stuff out. We get to the bottom, and the roars that you heard at the start, you can see what's making the roars, because in this pit, like this dugout and then stone brick retaining wall, sand down there, in this pit, there's a polar bear lion that's screaming at nothing. So it's like running around, and it looks like there's like that it's actually fighting something, but there's nothing there. And I get there and I just throw the thing, and it doesn't even look at the food. It doesn't even look at me. It's just running around in circles, screaming, trying to fight off something that isn't there. And the kid's like, what is it fighting? And I'm like, he's fighting himself. He doesn't know that there's nothing there. He thinks he's fighting himself. And then eventually it comes time to leave. So we figure out that the kid came from somewhere else, and the guy in the garden in the keep with the creatures decides that in order to figure this out, we have to leave. So we're going to have to go into town. And some ground rules is just, you don't talk. You don't leave my side. You don't follow anybody. You don't tell anybody your name. You don't tell anybody where you're from. And you stick to my side. And no matter what happens, you just go where I'm going. Worst case scenario, if anything happens, we regroup at this gate at this side of town. So as soon as the king, I call it the king or the character, whatever, the guy in the garden, leaves the dome, when they step out, he hunches over a little bit. The hair gets really tangled and messy. His skin's like doesn't droop like he's getting older, but just like severe depression. And the clothes sort of mold into like rags and shit, like tons of tears and everything. And he just seems like sick and weighed down when he gets out. So then he's walking with the kid, holding the kid's holding his hand, and they get to the local town which is like just red bricks, semi-medieval, I guess, where like there's no technology. People are still using like carts and carriages and horses, but it still has modern looking designs. Like it looks like a New England small town. And they walk together through it, and it's just a scene of seeing all the townspeople that are dressed like how you'd imagine like pilgrims or whatever, like a typical like old village. But then this guy, the has got on like a tattered leather jacket that looks more modern, much different than like pilgrim clothes, but it's like tattered leather with like the stripped off and stuff. And everybody's just avoiding him, looking away, gossiping. Like you see like a girl go up and point at the guy talking to another guy, and the guy goes and you get through, and then when you get through Main Street, him and the kid go across the street, go into this local restaurant thing, and you go in, and there's a guy, really tall guy, big muscles, meaty guy, but really kind of overconfident, like cocky, whatever, and not very smart. You know, like you can see like he's got like some like incongruence there. There's something narcissistic about the guy. So we just go past him, and the guy like tries to say something to me, and then the kid's like, "Do you know him?" And I'm like, "Oh, he still thinks he's me." And we have to get from that town into a carriage, and we can't let anybody know who we are, what we're doing. We can't let people know which carriage we're going to be, so that people don't follow us out of the town. And we had to sneak in so people didn't know where we came from. So we have to negotiate with one of the guys, and then we get on the carriage and we get out. And by the time we get out, there's like a bunch of local kids looking for us. And we have to hide in like the straw. Like I have to cut a hole very quickly through a straw bale and get the kid to crawl into the straw, so that when they look in, they just see what looks to be a homeless man sleeping in the back, and they're like, "Oh, he's just a vagrant. He gave me like a couple copper pieces just to get to the next place. He's nothing. Don't worry about it, man." And they're like, "But we have the guy with the kid." I'm like, "Does that guy look like the guy with the kid?" And then I'm like, you can see that my shirt's off, and there's a bunch of cuts down my back, like whip slashes, and in like rags. So I'm like, oh. And I put my hair into like a hat so they can't see it. So basically it's that Casey was a king, and he was very powerful because he was given a spiritual gift from an ancient god. Because when he was a kid, he ran out in the woods, and nature took him in, and he was raised by the woods because his family had been this epigenetic spiritual thing that he had. The ego, when it mixed with that spiritual gift, destroys the people in the bloodline. So that's his cousin and his aunt, and his dad is the bear, the polar bear lion. Their egos and their pride had consumed them, and they became these mythical creatures, trapped in the same cycle to validate that ego. It's literally, it had possessed them and has overtaken them. But his humility keeps him from being consumed by it. So, but because of that power, that rich spiritual wealth that the world doesn't have, armies gathered against him. Towns tried to get him as a kid. They would try to destroy him, abuse him, take his blood. Wizards from everywhere around the lands would come to try to get him, and eventually there was this big war. And you find that out slowly over time. The only thing is that it's a series of betrayals. Like the show is that now the king who lost, I guess, or the king in hiding, has to go to his old friends, and they had become consumed by the same culture of people. So it's all the same way the kid came to Casey for help to get back home. Casey's now trying to get help from people who just keep hurting both of them, and they have to get out and continue trying to find somebody who can help them, only to, at the very end, thanks for saying, are you just telling me what to do? I'm talking about this stuff, and are you guys in the comment just telling me what to do, man? Do you want me to make a drawing of you and your son walking through the forest for now? Yeah, I wanted to like get in a Discord. Like if you comment, I'll send you my Discord and show you kind of what I'm looking at, because I have tons of reference drawings for it, but I just don't have the skill. I was waiting till I got a tablet so that I could, because I kept trying to do it and then no pencil sharpener, and then with pens and stuff, I kept losing it. And then when I was originally drawing it, I was outside in the woods, so then hurricanes would hit, or I'd be trespassed, or in one case a cop literally stepped on it and stomped on it and ruined it. Yeah, just send a like scroll down a bunch and then ask for the Discord, and I'll send you the invite link and stuff. But basically, I'll tell you the ending. So we've collected a group at the end of it. I mean, there's this thing where you find out that Casey had a cat, and the cat is sort of like, not like Toothless. Like Toothless is a cat-looking dragon. This is more like a cat with wings, like a winged Black Panther, but it's like a cat. So it's like a big cat with like black cat with like the tuxedo print on it. And when they get through the mountains, the cat comes back because he had left the cat in the mountains because at some point a couple years back, he decided it was better for that because the cat was eating all of the birds and everything. It was too big for the dome space, and so he couldn't have it, so he brought it to the mountains and let it go. So the cat comes back, so eventually the kid gets kidnapped, and Casey has to go up this big mountain, and he finds the cat again. And then he gets the kid back at the very end, when the armies unite together to finally when they find out through the kid's memories, like the Oracle, Nate, the Cancer, Nate looks into the kid's mind and finds the exact directions they took and leads the army of the colonizer Viking people back, the wolf Viking people, back to the garden to finally get in and capture these creatures, because they have a ritual to rip out the blood and consume it and enhance all of their genetics forever, to change the state of the world forever, because the Irish god of the wild, Cernunnos, had turned their back on humanity a long time ago. So the Vikings are trying to save their epigenetics by Viking. So the armies get back. Angie, who's this little redheaded girl, is in the basement of that castle keep. It's revealed that broken down castle keep has a little basement, and in the basement there's this little candle. It's nighttime, the armies are there outside the dome, and I'm not going to tell you like what's making the dome and what the other characters in the dome are, or like what's going on yet. Maybe if I'll get into it later. But Connor and Angie and another kid are in the basement, and there's just a car pulling up, flashing its high beams right in my eyes. Of all the places it could have parked, it's a completely empty parking lot. So there's a little fire down there, and Casey goes, no matter what happens, you need to keep this fire alive. This candle will never go out unless you blow it out. So your job is just to keep people from finding the secret door, so that nothing can get in here and stop this fire. And then as I'm getting back up to go fight with the ragtag army of people that are on my side, and she goes like, what happens if the fire goes out? And I go, all hope is lost. We lose. So we get out, and we're outside the dome trying to negotiate. There's these armies of people here. And one gets in and takes the dome out. When they take the dome out, eventually they're catapulting shit. It's like this big scene where they're running down the stairs. Like the people in the keep are running down the stairs while these giant fireballs are smashing into the keep. Bricks are falling. All hope is lost, basically. But the fire's still going. The kids are trying to stop the. You look at, like, Casey looks back and sees that one of the cannonballs had destroyed the dirt under that hillside, and it's exposed, and people are like, the Vikings are ripping open the things, and they're about to get in to kill the kids. So the whole time, throughout the whole journey, Casey never fought. He was just suffering, trying to, like, find someone with a heart to help. And at the very end, when everything's about to fail, he just looks back at, like, the kid he looks back at Connor, through, like, the little crack in the rock, because he can see Connor staring back at him, and he looks back, and he's like, "I'm sorry." And then he just lifts his hands up, and he just holds it here for a second. The Vikings about to kill Connor. They're about to rape Angie, the little girl. They're about to take her. And then it's a scene where the guys got the same way that when I was 14, my dad swung a hammer at my face. The hammer's like this close to her head, and then his skin just falls off his face, falls apart. The meat falls onto the ground, and then just it like all converts into a black shadowy mass that just flies out almost instantly. Whoosh, and then he's holding it in his hand. And he did that to like 7 other people, like 7 different people, just whoosh, and now he's got this big darkness that he's holding like this, and then the darkness just wraps around his arm, around his side, completely overtakes him. And then Casey rises up into this giant black shadow of, like, this dense, dull black, like Vanta black darkness that's just leeching the life force out of the plants and leeching the life force out of everything, and just growing bigger and bigger. Everything, like, the wood is, like, all the water is leaving the wood, and the trees are falling over. The people's bodies are just being eviscerated and turned into this black smoke that just he consumes and gets bigger, and then he just rips them all to shreds, tears everything up, is killing everything. And then once they were defeated, the giant black monster that, like, the black dragon that Casey becomes, turns towards the kids, and Connor can see that Angie is, like, her hair is starting to turn and she's about to die. So Connor just snuffs the fire out, and then Casey dies. And then afterwards, where it's just pitch black, and Connor runs and he's crying because everyone's dead. Pretty much everyone's dead, and the whole thing is just destroyed. All the creatures are let loose in that battle, so you can see once the dome breaks, the creatures are let loose, and they're just cool scenes of them, like, chasing people through the garden and just ripping them to shreds. Like, finally the bear lion has actual enemies, so he starts to fight and kill all the Viking people and everything, and the Roman soldiers and all, and the colonizer, whatever. You can see, like, the old lady morphs into a bigger lizard ram creature with a little bit of wings that's just, like, jumping from tree to tree. So both of them are now jumping from tree to tree, just ramming into these like, makeshift catapults and stuff, and just ripping them to shreds. The invasive tree gets out and starts to grow into everybody and lights them on fire, and then starts possessing them and controlling them and making them walk against each other, like an invasive species takes over. The creatures are let loose, but then when all hope is lost, then Casey just fucking, in one snap, just destroys everything. Just eviscerates everyone and kills them all. Takes all the life from everything, makes it like not just completely dead. And then takes on their big evil creatures. Like, the Oracle Nate shows up on a giant crab tank, and there's, like, they have, like, a big dragon thing, and these creatures. So Casey just, like, rips them to shreds, becomes this disgusting monster. But it's just, it's not disgusting, it's like fear itself. It's like the uncanny valley. It's like what the Mind Flayer should have been. Like, the Mind Flayer is just a smoke monster. This is something that's not anything that... It's like this black, grayish energy. And then Connor kills it and he runs away because everyone he had just loved on that journey, he left an abusive family where he lived alone, and he found family in these people at the end of the season, and now they're all dead. Because Casey decided, well, if they're going to kill him, I might as well just kill everybody. And he's just like, I'm sorry. And then he turns into that thing and just kills everything. So then Connor kills him, and he runs out into the woods, and then he just sees the little portal open again, and he just walks back through it. And then he's back, and it's during the daytime in his realm, which is like the real world. And he sees the deer, Cernunnos again, the deer man that had given Casey in his powers. And Cernunnos just is looking, and then Cernunnos just walks behind a tree and disappears. The crows all go, ah! The kid jumps for a little bit, and then the mom comes running out and hugs him. It's like, oh my god. So then they get back in the car, and the stepdad is driving them home, and Connor's just sitting in the back, and they play, he turns on, he's like arguing with the kid about, you should have put him on. The kid's like, okay. The same way Casey in the story just goes, okay, to like the people that would attack him and shit, and he just, Connor does the same thing. So then he's like, oh, fuck it, and he turns on the radio, and it's my voice. And it's it's like Casey O'Brien in New England Public Radio. This was his song Park and Ride, and we had the privilege of sitting down with Casey for a few minutes to talk about what led up to this song. And he was like, and then he hears my voice through the radio, and I was like, oh, you wouldn't believe the what it took to get here. I'm just so happy and grateful, and I had gone through this huge journey, and I thought, with the whole world against me, and it took so much just to get to this position, so I'm just really grateful. They're like, oh, thank you, Casey. To anybody listening out there, if you had one word of advice for people who dream big like you did, and they want to get it, if you had one piece of advice for the world, what would you say? And then Casey says, I know to be creative is to be different, and no matter what you go through in life, you'll never find anyone who understands you. People will look at you all types of ways because they'll just never understand what you have to offer. So I just want to tell you that no matter what happens, no matter how hard it gets, no matter who you have to leave behind, you are never alone. Never. Even when I was down in it, like, it ends with he's saying, no matter what happens, you're never alone. Which is like at the start of their journey when they leave and leave the dome with the creatures. The kid talks about like how lonely it must be, and then I'm like, there's a scene where Casey is they're like at a campfire at night in the mountains, and he's like, and the kid's like, how did you deal with being alone for so long? And then Casey's like, I wasn't alone. Look, and then he's like, and then a black-capped chickadee flies out and lands on his hand. It's impossible to be alone, even if you're in the desert. You just dig up the ground and you find a scorpion, or you look at the clouds running by. You're never alone. You've never been alone. So at the end of it, it goes, "You're never alone." And then it's the big way, and then the Viking the bum, and then the name flies out, like the letters are like flies out in like fiery vines that morph into like stone blocks that still have that like lava in it, and then it morphs to just like a bright sort of neon looking rich color of the font, and it says Wildfire, but Wildfyre, because the show's called Wildfire. And I want it animated because of the colors, because you really need the colors to see the energy. And it's like Harry Potter, where it's a magic school. Like, it's the way I want to incorporate the stuff that I learned about. Like, in order to see the Oracle Nate, you have to go through Cancer. So you get trapped in the dark waters, and you have to sink lower until you can get into the dark waters and open it up. And once you're in that, the vivid, bright energy attacks from the Oracle when you're in there trying to reason with him. And you're like trapped in his crystal ball that he's manipulating, and you have to get through Cancer. using the moon and the emotional state to get to, and you have to maneuver, like every single trial and tribulation in that is teaching about the zodiac seasons and schools of thought and different realms of energy. And then because Casey's the Sagittarius, Aquarius, Taurus, Saturn in Taurus first house, that like that stern, stagnant trudging forward through the 8th house of darkness, and the Ophiuchus etheric doesn't have that. He's able to sort of block it out, but you never know what his power is or what he can do, because he doesn't show it ever until the very end, where he was like evil itself the whole time, where anytime he wanted he could just kill everything. But he didn't, and he chose, because the world wouldn't accept him, he chose to escape once they tried to kill him and his family. So he just rounded up his family that had been overtaken by that ego narcissism and trapped them in little domes, and he was just caretaking his garden with the birds out there and the deer that would run around, and the little black bears and raccoons and everything in his forest that couldn't go in and out because he had accidentally trapped them. So he was just caretaking the ecosystem for a couple years, probably like 5 or 10 years, before Connor gets there and makes him go back out. Which is why the townfolk weren't sure if it was him, because you'll see like a painting of him in like an old place, and he had like short hair, and he was in like a red and black suit of armor, but with flannel sides with gold inlays, and he had a crown because he used to be a king of the land before they turned against him trying to steal his power. There's like scenes where, I mean, one of the scenes is after he loses Connor and he thinks Connor's dead and he's alone again. He'll never be able to reason with his family because they're not there anymore. They're just the ego trying to get out to destroy him. So he feels alone again, and he's crying. He's just sitting there trying to cry, but he can't because he's been through too much. He's just sitting there like he almost does it. It's like, why? And then the cat hears it. So then he's reunited with the cat that you can see in the painting. The cat that he let go of, that was rampaging through the wild, hunting. It's got wings, so it fly like bat wings, and it lands and flies up and finds him and stays next to him, and they just sleep for a little bit. And while Casey's resting on that mountaintop, which I'm gonna make look like Mount Mansfield, Vermont, then it switches to Connor, and he goes through with the Vikings and the basically like the Vikings, the Romans, the Catholics, and the British, all in one culture together. They're all congregated. That's the enemy. So he goes through them, and they see the way that they talk, and I'm going to make that the soldiers are going to talk like the kids that sit in their trucks at the Walmart parking lots, and they're going to be shooting bows and hunting and doing all this stuff. It's going to show him white culture and take him through, and the kid is going to ask questions like, why, how come they don't, and the people will be like, oh, we just don't do that here. So you learn about white culture because Connor was taken, and the king, the usurper king that took Casey's land and built the ski resort communities across the mountains, explain to them their ways and stuff while they're amassing their army. And then the crab Nate that Casey tried to go to for help, that betrayed him, it's revealed that he shows up and says that when they went through that 8th house or that Cancer, that I think it's 4th house, when they went through the 4th house Cancer season, in the rainy waters, that Stormland, where they go up against the guy who looks like a normal person, but behind him there's a giant crab spider. Like, it's revealed that he's actually a giant crab spider spiritually attached to the vessel. So Nate shows up and shows that, like, he makes like the little crystal ball out of water, and then he shows that in the crystal ball of water, it zooms out and you can see the entire journey that we went on, that we thought we were alone, and he was the entire thing the whole time. He was the actual watery place. So he can see, he just picks out and shows, look, this is the entire pathway all the way back, and then you can see the dome in the waters, the oracle crystal ball of Cancer You can see through the waters the emanation of the dome and the pathway. So then they amass the armies and take off. And it just ends with Casey trying to protect a bunch of runaway kids. And the refugees of the people that left him behind and made fun of him. When their town gets overtaken, that small town that at the start of the show was like bullying him and trying to hurt him, he tries to get as many refugees as he can. We're not marketing it. You're not involved. You're not involved, man. But I really like this other girl's art, Sendo. So if Sendo would like to help me, I'll send her a bunch of references and stuff. And it's not going to be marketed or anything. I'm just going to release it if I make it. I also have two other shows that I made, and then I have a book about my life. I have 3 books about my life. But a hurricane hit. My car was stolen, and I lost everything that I had written. So I'm trying to like cycle back through my memories, and I'm afraid to write it down because I'm afraid to write it down again because I know every time I write it down, something happens to the car. Every single time I've written it down, the car gets stolen. Literally, it's happened to me twice where I finally have like most of it written, and then the car literally just gets stolen and I can't get it back. Yeah, I'd love, I mean, I could like just write the scene, show you the scene with like the stone brick and stuff. The point is that if you look back to like 2024, the way that Connor goes through the forest after the horrible stuff and he finds this hillside with the castle keep with no door and 2 other doors that have no doors and then a couple windows in the stone keep, it's the same dimensions, the same size, and the environment looked identical to when I had all this shit happen to me at the park and ride when my car broke down and I ran through the woods to find a better place because they just kept trying to hurt me, and fucking police were getting in on it, joining in on just making my life worse. So I went into the woods, and the way that I walked through the woods and found Vivek's cabin in the woods is the same way Connor finds the keep. Identical, except it's made out of timber frame and corrugated metal instead of stone. They look identical. I think the 3 scenes that would be the most impactful, like the reference experience, would be the way that I want to use darkness. Like most people when they draw, it's a white page that they draw on. But for the nighttime scenes, it's going to be pitch black, like nighttime, and then drawing with a little bit of outline, so you can see the outline of the stuff. Like the darkness is one of the biggest themes of it, like using black as more than just like lines and color, like the atmosphere, the whole thing. I want, like, I mean, the scene where the dome is down and the trebuchet is firing the fiery pitch to destroy the cabin and burn down the forest. You can seeing the animals running out, like the deer and the animals that you get to know in the intro, fleeing, scared, and then that dark, evil version of Casey where you can see like that dark, etheric, grayish black, uncanny valley feeling energy wrapping around him. Casey sitting on Mount Mansfield, looking out over everything, laying, like, just sitting back, really sad and depressed, with the cat bat, the black cat bat, which is like the size of a Black Panther, resting his arm, and they're just looking out, and he's smoking like a long hand-rolled cigarette. But like that picture of the black silhouette of Cernunnos standing with like the long fingers in the back of the tree line with this big fire whoosh in front of him while the kid's like staring out. It's a very bright, because it was made in the year of the cat, like the year of the water cat. It's really bright. But then I've got another one, which is just as cool, but it's more sci-fi. It's about like robots and nature, and it's like a high school thing, like kind of like Stranger Things, but not. And that's really cool. You're doing a lot from bed. Do you think a human can be frozen then brought back to life? I think if that were true, we would have people that have gotten out of cryo by now. Like when they came out with those cryo chambers like 2 decades ago, there's definitely people that only wanted to be there for a couple decades. But maybe they're just not telling us. Do I think people can be frozen and brought back to life? Yes, but I don't think we have the technology capable of doing it. Like I think that you at some point will be able to stop, like all you would really have to do is just keep the body constantly alive and keep it in a state of regeneration where the telomeres don't age and the consciousness is put to sleep, so the body is just perpetually keeping itself alive, but it's not aging. So you would have to be at a point where aging would be like you could stop aging forever. So it'd be more like you put you in a perpetual coma where your body is like 1,000 years old, but biologically it's the same because they stopped the body's natural obsolescence process where the body ages, which is only just a fault in a single telomere. The reason that we age and die is only because we have some genetic thing. Like our brain completely works fine, but there's one little fault in our epigenetic code that makes this telomere specifically weakened, which makes us age. We have like the same way the iPhones go bad after a couple years when the new one comes out. That's programmed in the phone to make it go bad and make it become obsolete and not work over time. Human beings do have some like genetic genetic manipulation from probably aliens or something, or God, that made it so we age. Otherwise, we would live forever like the ancient kings in Sumeria that lived to be like 15,000, 30,000 years old before they died. See, I don't think you could freeze them, but I think you could perpetually keep them from aging and then put the consciousness to sleep. So for them, it's like they're taking a nap and then they wake up and it's like 1,000 years in the future and their body's the same. I'm thinking that if you freeze the body, the consciousness would leave the body. Like you would die. And I don't know if when they thawed you out, even if the body can come back, I'm not totally sure that your consciousness would be able to come back. The problem when I write in Google Docs, it feels like a ritual or a spell that steals my energy. Like I think that Google Docs is connected to an AI, and that the AI is consuming everything you write in Google Docs. That's how it's always felt for a long time. Like if I write in like an individual note app that I download, like Wordsmith, and I write it, it feels like it stays in my spirit, and it feels like it doesn't go anywhere, and it's just like writing in a notebook, and it's nice, and I can build on it easier, and when I look at it, it's easier. But when I move it to Google Docs, I just have this weird feeling that there's something else there that's paying attention to it. That's like recording and transmitting data. Which could be not real, but when I write in Google Docs, it feels like I'm offering it up to something and it takes it. Whereas if I do it on a like Wordsmith, I don't feel that way. Right? You use paper and a local software that writers use. It's young Eddie Vedder. I don't know what that means. I'm just confused why the same car has followed me to 6 different towns over 150 miles. It only shows up for a little bit and then it leaves. And then when the guy left, he turned around and parked right perpendicular to me, flashing the high beams at me, and then left. No, it's the same guy. He wears sunglasses and a ski mask, and he's got a thing that attaches to his hood that keeps his phone there, and the car is like immaculately clean. It's only the thing on the phone, on the dash, and then the guy wears a ski mask with sunglasses, and it's been happening for like 6 days now. And it was like I'd be driving through the back roads in the mountains, and I look back through the mirror, and the guy is right behind me staring at me through the mirror. And then I pull up at like a different place 40 miles away, and then he's in the same parking lot. And then I see him pull out of a parking lot where I usually park in the center of the state. And then I go on this long drive at night, and then I come back and he parked in my spot, but he wasn't there. And then for some reason he was here. So I'm like, let's hope he's like a traveling gig worker that's just like, it's God ordained and he's not after me. It's just like a coincidence. But I've definitely had stuff like people follow me through grocery stores, and then they block me from going to the self-checkout while my stuff has already been scanned. So I have to get by the person to put my card in. And then I'm like, hey man. And then he turns around and says something that I had said to God in my mind. Like that morning I woke up, I was like, do you think, God, if you're listening, like, could you show me a sign, like, whether I should, like, get a job in a house and live here, or if I should adventure to Ireland and go, like, squat in an old stone house on the cliffside and play guitar and make art and just travel? And then when that guy blocked me, and I said, hey, man, he turns around and goes, what's your favorite story? Mine's the one about the old stone house. And then he takes off and doesn't pay for his stuff and just leaves. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? So I'm like, I don't want to say it's gang stalking, but I get weird shit like that. Where I wake up in the morning one day and I see like a demonic presence, and I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm not schizo, I'm not dealing with it, but I still feel it, and I feel it eating me, like destroying my peace and my harmony and my energy. I'm feeling emptier and lifeless, and I feel like something's taking it. So I look up and there's somebody smoking crack outside the car. So I'm like, what the fuck? So I go to record it, and then the person twitches their head and they take off running. And they rob 2 cars before they go. And I was like, that's weird. So then I drive like 45 minutes southeast to go apply to more jobs. And I'm out of this park and ride, and I feel the same thing again. And then I look up, and a truck had backed in an empty parking lot. The truck is right next to me. And they hung up a picture of a demon, like a t-shirt of a demon. They hung it over their window, and they're sitting in the window twitching like the person that was smoking crack was. And the demon says, I'm back. That's what the shirt was, just a demon that says, I'm back. So I was like, fuck. So I left, and then I went to a church because I'm like, the homeless people don't go to the church parking lots, and I go ask permission to be in church parking lots. And so they know me, and I try to make it better for them. So they just to let me sleep in the car. And then I met a bunch of really cool people, and that wouldn't have happened if those 2 events didn't happen. So I think it might seem bad, but at a higher level, it is God nudging you in the right direction. I'd like to hope that it's not a secret society that knew my astrology, numerology, and name. I do remember that I would ace all my classes. I had like a 4.0 GPA. I didn't do any of the work until the last quarter of the year, and I told them, throw me an ISS and stack up all these assignments. Give me 200 like the whole year's worth of assignments. And I would sit in ISS on the last quarter and just bang it out, test out, get a 4.0, and then go on to the next grade. But when I would go to the kneecap testing and the standardized testing, the SATs, I would pass out. Like I would be working and I could understand everything, I could do everything, I could write the essay, but then all of a sudden I would wake up and I had just passed out on the desk and it was now over and I had failed. So I got like a 1100 on the SATs and I failed all the kneecaps. So standardized testing that went back to the government shows me as a literal retard or don't care, even though my schoolwork showed that I was like way above my classmates in everything. So I'm like, maybe that's a spirit guide trying not to make me tick the radar for the people that monitor those testings. If there was like a GATE program like Candace Owens says, where the government picks out people with psionic abilities and kidnaps them, tortures them, and trains them and makes them like Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, where they become like workers for the government. Maybe that was like my spirit guides that would make me pass out so that that didn't happen to me. My dream vacation spot? For a vacation spot, I'd like a little cabin on a hillside in like some tropical place where I can just walk down to the beach and have a little place right on the beach right there, and then I just travel around and dance with beautiful girls and then take them back to the after party at my place. That's all I'd really like vacationing for, is to like experience people from other cultures. Well, you were also invited to my property in Brazil. Every year somebody tells me to go to Brazil, man. I've been thinking about Brazil for a long time. I was gonna do Duolingo first. You just talk about little girls. No, I think that you brought it to little girls because of something wrong with you, man. My dream vacation spot is not Epstein Island, man. It's probably Costa Rica. Government mostly just hands businesses money. I've been thinking about that. They gave 400 million in my state to end homelessness. There's only 4,000 people there. In 5 years, they couldn't give 4,000 people a home for $400 million. So I just need 4 million. If somebody's trying to blow my phone up, it just says notification. I don't read the thing that people say. It just says my name and a notification. It doesn't say who the person is or what they say. I don't read them. You can bet your bottom dollar the ladies would fly off the hinges on you. I want to get buff again. I used to be a bodybuilder. I definitely want to get buff and learn MMA before I go. I was thinking if I'm going to live my life traveling, I should probably get a big Cane Corso and train it like a protection dog. So that when I walk through the streets, I have like a bodyguard with me. Steal from Brazil. Why are your fingernails black? That's a great question. Because I haven't been like gardening or anything. It could be gloves. Or is it just dead? You think it's dead skin cells or something? Because I'm not like digging around and shit. I'm not like going in the dirt. I've just been driving around. So I don't know why they're black actually. Unless it just naturally builds up from dead skin cells. Mr. Smelly. Because you would look very exotic down there, and the nice hair is the bomb over there. People love nice silky straight hair. They pay so much for hair straightening. You bite your nails, you don't have any. Damn. I want to learn Spanish though. I did pretty good in Spanish when I was in 8th grade, but I didn't. Tu comer mi pene. Yo quiero. What's a deer in Espanol? Vous êtes tous mes bons amis. There's a nail in the deer's ear, and I thought it was dried up earwax in the deer ear. But yeah, season two of Wildfire is desolate. Like the forest is growing back after the battlefield. It's been a few years. And then the girl, Casey's cousin, that the ego had overtaken, and she became this basically the embodiment of an Aries in a dragon year. Which is cool because I found out that she's an Aries in a dragon year after I wrote her as that character. I found out she's an Aries dragon. She's born in the year of the dragon. She's an Aries. I found that out after I wrote her as an Aries dragon. But she's essentially like an Aries dragon. She's like a dragon with the ram horns that's like slamming into shit and screaming. Ah! 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 Which, if my family's watching, you know that's her. Ah! Making those noises. So it's like that, but toxic. Because her ego had overtaken her. Pride. So she's there, and she's like hunting. She's chasing down, she's trying to get the cat, the panther cat, Mark, the Black Panther with the Black Panther bat. And she's like trying to get that, and the panther runs through what used to be the keep, but now it's just a bunch of stone rubble. And she's like, bam, it spits fire, and it accidentally lights the candle again. So then Casey wakes up and like congregates back into himself. The darkness like leeches off like the rotted plants and comes back, and then revives Sagittarius in the 8th house. It revives back into Casey again, so he's back. So then he has to, the next season, probably is on the offense now because he's lost everything. He wasn't able to find the cure for his family, and the creatures are now spread out across the mountainside, or dead. And he doesn't know what happened to Connor. He doesn't know what happened to Angie. He doesn't know what happened to the rest of the people. So now he has no real purpose, and he doesn't know what to do. So he's sort of like back into the feral anger where he starts to use the power more. And I don't know if Connor comes back or what. I don't know what. I think we might just leave Connor over there, because it would be Wildfire season 1 Connor, and then Wildfire season 2 would be Casey. And then Wildfire season 3 would be somebody else. Where season 1 is about fire in a water element and persevering through really emotional stuff. Season 2 would be fire, and that it would be it's water cat energy. Season 2 might be, it wouldn't be wood dragon, it wouldn't be wood snake. Season 2 might be fire horse. Like I might write it this year actually with what happens this year. But season 1 is definitely water cat. Water cat and the Sagittarius, Aquarius, Taurus rising, Saturn, Taurus, first house, wandering through while the world is against you, trying to save an abandoned orphan child. Where Casey learns how to Casey learns how to give himself the love that he needed, because he has somebody that he never had as a kid. And trying to save that kid, because really he's saving the kid, but he's saving himself. And then season 2, Casey's broke. He breaks. He's like, doesn't have anything to live for anymore. And then season 3 is like manic psychosis completely. where Casey's hatred for what happened and the resentment for everything and all the abuse that he went through for his whole life and the death of everyone he ever loved, and how he never had any chances, no matter how many positions he got to where he tried to save the world and save the people, they all turned against him over and over again, and he finally is just sick of it. So Casey's the main villain of season 3. But he's only the villain because he's destroying people that had gone too far in the wrong direction. So to them, he seems like the villain, but that's because they're unaware that they were the villain the whole time. It's about righteous justice with the most demonic evil essence that he harnesses, which was bestowed to him from ancient Celtic gods, because the world had forgotten they existed, and he found them in the forest. Bipolar is so crazy. That must be tough managing both things. Aries is not a wannabe Taurus. I mean, Aries they do want to be Taurus. Taurus is what Aries become when they no longer need to compete for resources. You thought your mom was bipolar your whole life, but really she was autistic with PTSD. Yeah. Most people with a structured daily routine and an understanding of spirituality can heal their bipolar by understanding that heightened energy that makes them go crazy is something that can be alchemized into something creative. And they just hold a stern grounding of the common denominator between the changing of the seasons, so that they ride the highs and not, they have to have a lot of clarity about how not to go too far. I don't think I'm bipolar because it's not like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. It's like, once I got the car, I was manic, probably manic psychosis for 2 months, just every day going to different jobs. But I wasn't crazy, and I wasn't thinking the world was out to get me, whatever. But I just didn't stop, and I probably should have stopped, and I could have taken it slower, but I was like, no, I have to get up, and I have to go do this, I have to go do this. I go on rampages like that, but it's not like I'm living in a delusion. It's more like I just have more energy, so I get up and do more things. But in the past, my need for righteous justice would overtake, so when I would get that energy, if something was wrong that I didn't like, I would go crazy. So a lot of people I know that are bipolar, and they're all, it's not really bipolar either, it's Irish people. Like, a good example is Janet McNamara, who's a stand-up comedian, and says that she had to take lithium for a long time, and now she doesn't. But she used to have to take lithium for a long time. And one example she gave was that one day she lived in like a street that people were going way too fast down, and it needed a speed bump. So she wrote every single day to her senator. Every single day she would write a really, really like long paragraphs about why there needs to be a speed bump. She would start going to the thing, trying to get into to talk to the senator every day for months. And then finally they wrote back and said, please stop. And I think she got sent involuntarily to a mental hospital. But afterwards, the senator put a speed bump on her road, and her senator every year on her birthday comes to her birthday party. What the hell is going on? Don't delete the message. Aries is a beta Taurus. Come on, man. You know Teacher Grant? No, I don't. No, keep Justin. I think let me check the channel activity. I'm pretty sure he's been around for months. What about the French Fry Fiends cover? Yeah, he's not a hater. Well, do you believe in reptilians? I don't smoke. Yeah. He also doesn't like crows. He's a Taurus. Our dreams are always in darkness. Just keep your head down and don't look them in their eyes. Vital information gives I don't feel like jump scare about to happen. He's been around for a while. I'm pretty sure Justin donates too. I think at one point he did. But it felt good to hide him. You're jealous he's not Aries, he's lazy. Shout out Matthias. Matthias sent me 80 bucks. Matthias is pretty cool. We talked on the phone for an hour the other day. But yeah, I have another TV show called Tower Prep, and then I have Sundance Storm and Savior, Soul, Sword, and then this year's Shillelagh, I think, which are all different books for the Casey story. Do you also get the payment via PayPal? I didn't get what you sent yet, but I'll check. Oh wait, I did. I think he sent maybe 20. Or was that Angie? I did get it. It went to gas. And then I think I bought a Domino's pizza. Because I'm not eligible for food stamps anymore. Because I can't get 20 hours worth of work. So I'm gonna have to probably go through this church and like sweep or something for a couple days and then have them write back to economic services that I volunteer here. And then when I come back, I just do work around the property or something. Because you need 20 hours worth of work, either a week, I think a week, to be eligible for food stamps now. So a lot of places have a huge influx. Like there's, I think they said like 60% of the state is on food stamps here. Like 60, like a lot of, it's in the property, it's impossible to live here, but there's also, they need a strong working class, but it's mainly just to keep rich people happy here. Like I showed you these properties, everything here is more than $1 million. All these properties are worth more than $1 million here. And there's a lot of places like that with like the rich of the rich. So in order for like people that don't have that money to live here, they have to be on food stamps and benefits and stuff. So when the Trump administration and the Republican governor made it so that to be eligible for food stamps, you need 20 hours of work, a lot of local businesses now are really, really heavily auditing and vetoing people. So the reason, I've been told the reason that they're not hiring me is because there's a Facebook group that I didn't know about where the entirety of the state has collectively agreed as one giant small town that they're not going to give these homeless people opportunities, and they're not going to give most people opportunities except for their family members and stuff. So they're going to have their now hiring stuff, but they also made it so the police are actively tracking down and forcing manufacturing crimes on certain people, because now the state has like this really heavy sort of expectation to not have a criminal record. So they made it so if you have a trespassing or a loitering, and then they do stuff like if you, let's say you have a trespassing charge where you just like are on a property, they say, oh, you've been here too long, and then they call corporate, even though the manager's given you permission to be there, they call corporate, and corporate, with their help, trespasses you. So then they try to make that happen as many places as possible, so that when you're eventually you get loitering, prowling, or trespassing. Now, in my case, I wasn't eligible for a job anywhere in the state. It's not really a mafia, it's just prejudice. It's just small town bully shit where they're just like trying to get everybody out of the state. Like some people assume that I'm a transplant from New York that came here for benefits. Some people think I'm addicted to heroin. Some guy said that people thought that I was the porch bandit because there's a homeless guy that comes through and was stealing from everybody's porches. And then he got arrested for it, and then they let him out, and then 10 days later he came back and stole from everybody's porches again. So they think that I'm a porch bandit. And some people think that he said that some people see me and thought that I was a deer jacker, which is because I was walking around with the hunting coat, and they look in my car, and I've got a buck head in the passenger seat. So he said that a lot of people thought that I go onto people's properties and I hang the deer up on their land out here, and the people are in Florida or something. They don't own these places, so they think that I go onto land and hang up this deer head to bring deer closer to where I can kill them, and then I poach the deer. I guess they have a lot of trouble with people like that. Like, there are people that drive around with deer heads and wear hunting clothes because they're going to poach deer from forest properties. But I'm not taking Bucky away. Fuck him. I'm trying to hang Bucky up here. I'm trying to have him be permanently glued to my passenger seat. Or I want to get like a couple pieces of plywood and build him a platform so that he can stand upright in the car. I want to mount him like on the passenger seat. It's cool. Who do you know that drives around with a dream catcher and a deer taxidermy in the car? And then I'm going to get a piece of plywood, and I'm going to cut it here and with hinges so that the whole thing folds down. And I'm going to have one in the back and then on the sides, like what I'm trying to do for the wagon, but different. So that when I'm in the back, I can just raise the plywood up. And I'm going to have black felt, or like a Walmart black throw blankets covering it so I don't get splinters. And I'm gonna like tighten it and staple it in, so that when people look in the car, they don't see me. They don't see my head like this, and they can see me through the window like that. They see just a black felt wall. That ain't a deer. That's an aardvark. True. I got a gazelle in here named James Buchanan Barnes. And then back at my mom's house, if she hasn't sold it or my dad hasn't taken it. The only reason I haven't let my dad I told my mom not to let my dad have, I have a real zebra rug that I inherited from my dad's friend. Whether, it could be his, it could be mine, I don't know, but I ended up with it. I had it in my room when I was 13 for a couple years, and or I think when I was 11 to 13 I had it. I think Peter died when I was 11 or 12. Might have been 13. But I have a real zebra skin rug, and the only reason I don't, like, one time my dad was drinking a lot, and he lived in the same apartment complex as my mom, and he like tried to storm the castle and steal the zebra rug from me. Like he was like outside her apartment yelling, trying to get into the apartment because he's like, it's mine, it's my rug, I need it in my wall. And I was like, you got a loan for $2,000. You spent it on a car that broke down the first week of having it. I think eventually you crashed that car. You got a DUI. You've consistently like your drinking has really messed up your it makes you make some bad life choices. So this is the most expensive thing our family's ever owned. That zebra skin rug is only going up. It's probably worth like $20,000 maybe. It's probably worth 10 grand, maybe 7 grand. But we've never held, I've only ever held like $12,000 in my hand because I saved up pandemic unemployment assistance for 8 months. And then I put it into crypto, and then I used it to travel around the country for a few years. I should have kept it in Bitcoin and pocketed like a bunch of money, but I didn't. Fuck. They warned me this would happen. They said that the reason that they sold me this $40 to $5 vape for $5 was because it has problems. If you turn it upside down, it all leaks out. So I just leaked like $20 worth of vape juice on the ground. But now I can get nicotine poisoning just by rubbing my fucking... Yeah, I should have put it in gold, but I didn't. It is what it is, man. I was suffering and struggling. My mind wasn't right. THC, no, it's just nicotine. I go to vape stores and I tell them like, hey, if I buy like a whole vape, would you throw me your throwaways in the back? Because usually vape stores, like local guys, have Thanks, Demon Hunter. They usually sometimes they'll throw me 5 or 6 full vapes that they didn't sell, and they were just sitting in the back. I haven't experienced it yet, but they say if you smoke for longer than 5 or 6 years, you can start to permanently damage your the blood going through your blood vessels. So your whole body gets shorter, your dick gets smaller, fucking your eyes bulge out a little bit, your brain gets smaller because the nicotine from this shit shrinks your blood vessels, makes it harder for blood to travel through, so you go retarded. So yeah, they said that in your 20s you won't, they said unless you're smoking 2 to 3 packs a day, you won't experience it. But once you hit 30, you should really cut like 1 cigarette a day, and you need to live an active lifestyle, or else your body's naturally, you won't be able to process the nicotine anymore, and it'll start really you'll get nicotine poisoning just from a long hit from a vape when you get older. Shit happens. You burned through 9k euros and became homeless because you wasn't well either. I mean, how many? I have 1,300 subscribers. If everybody sent me $100, is that $130,000? Let me see. To add 2 zeros to 1,300. Yeah, $130,000. If 1,300 people sent me $100, I would have 130,000. Don't give up, man. Happy to see you. Yeah. I wanted to make clothes for a long time, and then I wanted to do carpentry for a long time, and then I started working as an apprentice for a carpenter last year who had a dream of making clothes. But then working with the guy, one time he just like walked up to me and said, no, this is my dream. I don't want to hear about your dream of making clothes. It's all about my dream. This is my building. This is my dream. This is my clothes. Everything I'm doing is going towards making my underwear for men. I don't want to hear about your shit. And I was like, I just had mentioned a couple times, it's really cool how our goals line up. Like you were praying for someone to help you. He said he was praying to nature to have somebody help him because he had a bad hip with building this clothing factory. And then I just wandered in because I was walking to a different place, and then God told me, turn and look. I don't know if it was God, something. And then I saw him standing there. So I was like, I wonder if I was live too. It was the day that Chris Perry uh, showed up at the property, and he wouldn't look me in the eyes, and he was just lying to my face, trying to like scare me off the property. So then I went looking for another place, and then I found that guy, and he said he had literally just cried out to nature because he needed help because he was in like tremendous pain. And I was like, all I wanted to do was make clothes. So like one time while we were working, putting in drywall, he said like, what do you think makes men feel sexy? Like what would you wear to feel sexy? And I went, a flannel. And he was like, be serious. And I was like, I don't know what, because I was being serious. I think wearing a flannel would make me feel sexy. My own custom flannel too, black and red. And he was like, no, underwear makes men feel sexy. So he wants to design like completely organic men's underwear to make men feel sexy again. And I mean, the design looks cool. I would wear it because it's really minimalist. It's not like a Speedo, but it's minimal. Um, and the only reason I would wear it is because I don't like to wear underwear, but I have learned from this summer, because I had a pair of jeans where the fly would go down, and I didn't notice that the fly would go down, and then I had to walk through town, and then I'd go to the bathroom and realize, oh fuck, how many kids did I accidentally flash, man? How many kids saw a full shaft of me walking down the street? I really fucked up. Oh my god. So now I'm like, I have to wear underwear. Yeah, I was like, I have to wear underwear. I can't go. If you go commando and you're like, I love going commando, it feels so good to wear underwear. And like the next time your fly goes down in public, you're flashing everybody on accident. You joined this live at the wrong time. Yeah, don't go commando, because what if your fly goes down? Then you're accidentally Louis C.K. on accident. So I have to wear underwear now because I'm terrified of that happening. So that's why it's like basically that's how I would market it. The way he has it's completely natural, biodegradable, and it's basically going commando, but you don't flash people on accident if your fly goes down. Yeah, bro, I lived it because I would be walking around playing the guitar. I would walk around town playing my guitar, and then I would go to the gas station and I'd see my fly was down. And I was like, fuck, I drew the attention to me because I was playing the guitar, not knowing that my pants were fucking wide open. But I didn't feel a breeze or anything. I was thinking like if it was down, I probably would have felt a breeze or something, but you're not gonna say anything because you're a perv. Fly down the middle of the town, Jeffrey's around. Yeah. So that was crazy, but that's a big problem that people would have, is that they want to go commando but they can't. And at the end of the day, I think it would make men feel sexier. I think that guy's a nut job. He called me babe for like 6 hours straight once. Like he was like, "Oh yeah, babe, I love when you put that drywall in. Come on, babe." And then he was like, "You're like my wife, just sweeping up the place." And then I went like, "You're not gonna." I was talking to him because he said he was gonna pay me 15 an hour. I worked about 30 hours. Um, Probably, I didn't do a lot of work for that 30 hours. I was mostly just helping lift things for him. Wasn't terribly hard work. Um, but 15 an hour, and then the entire like most of the day he's talking to me about how much money he makes and how much high ticket clients he has and how much he pays, like 2,500 a month for that wood shop, and he also has his own property and shit. So I don't think it was that big of a deal for him. His truck was like $100,000. I just asked for 350 bucks because that's what I was owed. Because he had said he was paying me for 15 an hour. He introduced me to people as his employee. But he got really mad after that. It really fucked with him. He got really pissed. He started, I was sleeping under the stairs, and there's sawdust on the stairs, and he would stomp on the stairs to kick sawdust into my eyes and nose. He would walk around naked to go take a shit in the middle of the night, and then he started throwing, like, he chucked my lighter at me and said, "Is this your lighter on my fucking chair in my fucking house?" And he would just walk around screaming, trying to dominate the space. But it was really cool because he was also born December 11th. And his last name means crow. And he lives next to Casey and Ray. And Casey and Ray kicked him out because he kept going and screaming in their face, trying to bark at them and order them around. And people might have been blocking his garage, but I think if he handled it nicer, they wouldn't have done it. I think they started doing it because he yelled at him. Yeah. He did pay me. Like, I woke up the next day and there was a huge wad of cash right in front of my head. And he was just standing there working. And I felt really bad because I was like, "Hey man, I don't know if I earned it." And he was like, "I don't know if you did either." And I was like, "I really appreciate it. This is going to save my situation." He's like, "I know." And then the next morning I woke up and he was standing there. And the first thing I said, because it had been a lot of drama that night with power games, because he was a lonely guy in the woods and I was a lonely guy in the woods. So we were both born on 12/11. And when we go there in Scorpio season, so we're in the 8th house of shared resources and sexual energy. Not like together, but like that Scorpio season is like that more elemental vibe. So the dominance hierarchies got really bad where he kept trying to like dominate the space, but I naturally embody this huge territory on accident. And he didn't, something about it makes people angry. Like I can't be around people in 8th house. I can't be around people in Scorpio, and I can't be around people in Sagittarius and Capricorn. Those old soul level stuff just gives me so much energy that it makes everybody convert and become really narcissistic and crazy. I just naturally get into this fruitful energy that makes people really, really psychotic and crazy. Narcissism and like demonic attachments coming at me and trying to get in and create power reputation games and gossip about me and all this garbage. Like from Scorpio to the end of Aquarius. Like Scorpio to mid Aquarius, I have to be alone. And rising signs are different. Then what the fuck are you talking about? Austrian? I don't believe in pseudologic bullshit like horoscopes either. When you take it at a simple face value, yeah, it's all bullshit. When you look at it at the higher level of people that for thousands and thousands and thousands of years have been trying to understand more about creation and trying to figure out what this place is and what our role is in it and how we are created and all this, there's truth in all of those different things, whether it's religion, different theosophies, Chinese Bazi or Western sidereal astrology, or the Celtic Druidism, or the Inca and the Mayan calendar and the Egypt and their New Year and everything. It's just people that have been around for a long time that developed truths about what they're experiencing. So what I do is just find the common denominator between all of them to get a closer understanding of what's really happening, because I know there are stuff that is happening, and I know that all these different schools of thought were trying to uncover what's happening. But they might not have the whole thing because we were separated in the age of Pisces, which is that everybody, their system software changed, the world changed to being in the dark waters, and it was all about belief systems. And the more schools of thought, the more people in your school of fish, the more powerful the manifestation. So people like Saturn worshiping, BlackRock and Vanguard own the world. Inside the Star of David is that cube, that hexagon. Mecca is this big black box that the Muslims worship and pray to, and the Christian cross folded up into a box. That box is this storm that's bigger than Earth, that is sitting at, it's shaped like a hexagon, completely hexagonal, which is like a very scientific impossibility for it to be like that. Sitting at top of Saturn, facing towards Earth, with a little box, like black box in the middle. and they don't really know what's in that black box in the middle of that giant hexagonal storm. But that's the eye of the pyramid of Capricorn, which is what the Satanists and Saturnists worship. That's what time is. They say Saturn rules governments and time. Saturn, they say, is a conscious entity that, through quantum mechanics, that all of these different things, the same way that animals evolve in their environment to respond to their environment, and if you take them from one environment and you change the environment, you will see that they evolve differently. Basically, it's just a higher level of that, where you're like, okay, there's more to this experience. We are all in a spiritual ecosystem that deals with the influence of the system that we're inside with the planets. So I'm not saying that Jupiter is a literal god like Zeus that is influencing and making your energy different because it's the will of that god. It's a conscious entity. But I'm saying that, yes, in this system that we're inside, it does shift like the Hunger Games, and the spiritual environment, the energetic electromagnetic influence of the planets change the resulting sort of like a call and response, but at the same time sort of this changing of the symphony, and where you are in those yearly songs change how you are, like the instrumentation, like and the way that I talk about how you can prove that it's real is that when you see something with the collective consciousness right now, because we're at the end of age of Pisces into Aquarius, so we have people at the top. That's why we have these idol worshiping celebrities, or as we're transitioning out of the false, people manipulating belief systems to do idolatry, like creating celebrities and industry plants and having them pump propaganda. To combat that, now we have God ordained or spiritually ordained people that are chosen for a role to create art that influences the collective consciousness. So if you look at the end of 2021, the year of the metal ox, and then through 2022, which was the year of the water tiger, and then to the end of the year of the water cat, you have what would be really disciplined energy, metal, destruction of fire, having to persevere, darkness churning, boom, 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 because you're all condensed. You'd see a lot of anger, a lot of masculinity, a lot of like really trying to hold on to your stern beliefs to trudge through. And in the year of the metal ox, we saw that the theme of the world went to sort of medieval times, knights, traditional masculinity, and sort of stoicism and philosophy, holding this high level of sternness. And then that transitioned into the water tiger. So in that sternness of like the choir and stuff, then we had Pop Smoke. So we had, when the water element of the water tiger came in with that denseness of the metal ox, we had drill music, the dark waters, the of the drill, the elemental of water mixed with that, and the aggression of the water tiger. You saw that in that system, the what you're aligned with and who you are when you were born, when it changes to that same energetic system, when the seasons change, the fortnight themes change, whatever, people that have that as their resonant or the residing energy of who they are, that's when they get their fruition of their goals. So the most Googled man in the year of the water tiger was Andrew Tate, who was a tiger, and drill music was at the top of all the charts. Then water cat makes lighthearted and fun. That's when everything became tropical. Still the water element, still tropical, but Doja Cat, Ice Spice, Central C, it made everything. Pink Pantheress popped off. It was drill music, but they changed it to a lighter-hearted tone. Then at the end, when we started approaching the wood dragon and wood snake, which are wood elements, you saw that all of that went away. Nobody liked drill music anymore. Nobody listened to that stuff. And what popped off was Zach Bryan with his sort of watery, vibey album, but with the acoustics. And then we got into 2024 where Zach Bryan stayed at the top, and all of these independent artists recorded themselves in the woods with their guitars and acoustic instruments. We moved elements to the wood. So everybody with their guitars, all the music shifted to acoustics to just one guy in the woods, usually. And then that was an 8-year of Scorpio, so people were talking about reviving from pain, people were talking about suffering and all this stuff. Then we transitioned to a 9-year of Sagittarius in numerology, but it was the wood snake, which deals with philosophy, leaving everything behind, shedding off the bad, and the Sagittarian influence to it made it more focused, philosophical. So in a Scorpio Sagittarius wood season, who was the biggest artist? Jesse Wells, globally. Yeah, you had Morgan Wallen in the acoustic country, but country music popped off. The traditional American stuff, Zach Bryan, Jesse Wells, a little bit of Morgan Wallen, but when you top the chart like that, it's different. But you saw that his album reflected the Sagittarian, Wood Snake, yellow and red. Jesse Wells' album was yellow and red. The albums in 2024 were gray and red with the Dragon 8. That denser, deeper energy, and you can see that I've been talking about that for a long time. And then I said that it was going to move to yellow, red, or whatever, and then Jesse Wells' album, Morgan Wallen's album, Noah Kahan's album, Zach Bryan's album, all of them changed to reflect the same colors because that energetic influence changed the frequency of the collective that of this realm we're living inside from the influence of this ever-changing cycle of systems. I'm not saying that astrology is real. I'm saying it's an explanation for something that is happening naturally, which is that there's a theme to the creation of this experience, and those are just tons of different ways to figure it out. But through them, you can find truths that are predictable. Like this year is a Capricorn Aries year. It's a 10-year and a 1-year. So we're going to feel like everything is stagnant and angry until we express ourselves to fight off there's not going to be a lot of water. When we hit the watery season, it will make a change, but there's always going to be this stagnant dullness around all of us this year that will allow us to coalesce into a strong, stern boom, 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 boom. It's going to be like really one after the other, but like the drums you're going to see a lot of drum fills, and a lot of like artists are going to shift to playing a lot of different notes instead of just one chord. You're going to see a lot of different notes, like bluegrass might take off. Country music, I think, but I also say that different cultures are represented in different years. Like 2022 was definitely Irish influence, definitely Indian, definitely green and orange colors. But it was more of a playful way, more of an adventuring, I would say more like the Celtic, what are they called, the Gallic people that would travel? It was more like that, more community-based. It was a 6-year. Now we're getting into power dynamics and structure. It's going to be more organized in government. It's going to be like after they've made the roads in Ireland and the people are now at the bars and playing the violin and stuff. But you're going to see DADGAD tuning. You're going to see people starting to play a lot of different notes instead of this. You think it's Capricorn tries to control Aries and it doesn't work? No. Capricorn tries to control Aquarius and it doesn't work. Capricorn and Aries aren't opposites or anything like that. It's Aries doesn't defeat Capricorn. Sorry. They are cardinals. You could say like it's more like there's no real opposition between them energetically. They're just different. Like Capricorn and Aquarius are opposites. Capricorn is condensing everything into stern darkness, and Aquarius is expanding everything into airy light. I think the opposite of Aries is Cancer, I think. Because Aries is like the crown chakra. And Cancer is the bringing everything down like this. Water and fire. Like, I think you'd have more opposition with Frank than you would with Brian. Like, Frank would be trying to house you and control you and oppress and destroy. He might think you're too psychotic and crazy. Because Aries are psychotic and crazy. Never met an Aries who isn't psychotic and crazy. Haven't been around enough Aries to understand the best way for them to live. But I definitely know that my Aries cousin, who was an overachiever, she had a room full of trophies. She did a bunch of dance. She overdid her classes in school, but she was also smoking weed and doing coke and shit. Involved with the wrong people. And then I don't remember what her boyfriend that got fucked up on psychedelics and shit. His name was also Ethan. Ethan's a big like enemy to the Casey story, I guess. A lot of Ethans fuck up all this shit. But Ethan was I forgot what his sign was. But basically the thing that would be detrimental to her were people that were pulling her down into laziness. Because she was striving to overachieve. But what God was trying to show her was patience. And I think she did master it because she became a nurse. She became I think she works as a nurse at the hospital up here. I think as she was the head server, I think, at a restaurant, at a couple different restaurants. She always had a couple jobs. Overachieving. But she would call me Bud. She would kind of look down on me, and I'm like 6 months older than her. I think I'm 4 months older than her, 5 months. Ethan was a Taurus? No, Ethan in my story was a Capricorn. I think the Ethan that fucked up, that guy that came up to me and said his name was Dick, there was another guy named Rick at that other place that I went live with him a couple weeks ago when I was at the shelter, and I bought everybody pizza. His name was Rick, and then the mayor of that town's name is Rick, and where I met Rick at the shelter that the other Rick owned was called Richard's Pub before they bought it. My sun and moon are both shy, Virgo and Cancer. Tiger, though. I'll do a reading for you next time. I'm just not into it now, man. Okay, I'm sorry. It's all good. Unless we want to, I can do some life path readings, and I might do Linda's for free, but I usually just put the $5 with the cash tag. If you guys, let's do a poll. We'll do a poll right now. Do you want me to start doing some life path readings? How the fuck do I make a poll again? I think, Heather, are you able to make a poll? We used to be able to just make a poll on it. YouTube fucking sucks, man. And I know that if I'm gonna put you in timeout in a minute, man. Come on. I'm trying to do life path readings, man. I'm trying to do a business here. We used to be able. Demon Hunter, can you put $5? KCO 999 9989 $5 life path numerology readings. Yeah, we should be able to make a poll, man. I don't know what happened. But if I see a couple people say yes, I'll do Linda's for free. That's right, loving the vibe and knowledge, man. You said. Linda, if you'd like me to do a numerology reading for you, I can do it. Just post your birthday, your full birthday. Not your social security number. Not interested, but... And then maybe... Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's do it. Angel, I don't have PayPal. If you want X-Link, type 1. Oh, yeah. Type 1 if you want a numerology reading. Angel, I don't have PayPal. Where's Angel? I have all messages on, right? Yeah. Angel's back here? Or are you Angel, Linda? I don't think I did. Somebody named... No, that was a different Angie. I remember. Okay, 1986. 3108. So you're August 31st, 1986. Who's Angel? That was somebody else that I did a reading for. Demon Hunter, could you look up what what element in Chinese zodiac 1986 was? I mean, I am an angel. So, what you find is that Leos and Virgos always, like, nines, the number 9, the number 4, tend to be, in the number 1, really, or the number 10, really, really stick with Leos and Virgos. For some reason, for pretty much almost every Leo and Virgo reading, they're either a 9 or a 4. I rarely find like somebody born on the 16th of August. Never, but I always find a 4. Fire Tiger. Okay, cool. We always find 4s and 9s. So to be an 8/31, that's 1986. That's 8 and 4 is 12, 13, 22, 30, 36. So you're a 4/9. You're 9/4. Let's double check. 4 plus 8 is 12, 13, 22, 30, 36. So you're a 9 life path born on the 4th of a 4-day, and you're Virgo. Thing I say about Virgos are so nitpicky in life. There's a Sagittarius without the fire element, which is cool that you're a fire tiger. Virgos are Sagittarius without the freedom and the constant reviving and changing to make their experience so momentous and psychotic. That's how they implement their competence. But Virgos have the competence, but they're stern, which makes them really meticulous. Virgos often completely control their entire body. Their OCD has completely overtaken their self, and they usually live as a really meticulously, sternly formed vessel that they are able to nitpick and use their will and create. Virgos also tend to, because of that, because they don't take the risk and go out there and do all this stuff, their introspection and their intrinsic nature makes their spaces very organized, makes their life very organized, makes them very good at having a good sense of self, so that they are actually and accurately capable of accurately seeing outside of themselves and implementing their intellectual knowledge and wisdom correctly. It's not emotional and all this stuff. They're very good managers. The only reason that Harry Potter defeated Voldemort, because J.K. Rowling, the books are an actual magic school. The only reason that Harry, the Leo, born on July 31st, and Ron, the Pisces, that wore all the orange of Jupiter's influence, like Ron was able to go get the sword in the water because he saw the glowing sword in the water, because he's a Pisces that deals with out there, and then he went through the water to grab it. And that's why Ron was emotionally at Ron, the waters, and then Harry was like the Leo fire view. But Hermione was the Virgo. The only reason that they could do anything in any of those books was because Hermione was there with the knowledge and wisdom to implement it correctly. The 4, being born on a 4-day, it just adds this sense of order and control to your daily life. People say that you're very stern, stoic, reliable, but they also say that you're sensitive and that you understand people in a way that most people don't recognize. And that if you make art, they say that your art is like this beautiful greenish, like lighter green might be your favorite color. Like not like more of an earthy lime green, I guess. Not lime as in like fresh fruit, but more like a yellowish pastel sort of, like, you know, when you rub the crayon, I like that. The thing I give advice for Virgos is taking risks. Take more risks to free yourself from this OCD control. You're very good at managing systems and organizing spaces. I say that they would be very good at being an exterior landscape, like you have interior designers. They'd be very good at like an exterior designer, or like managing and making a homestead better, or something that has to do with nature outside and making it more efficient in what they do. They're very good, they're very good managers. They're very good leaders. The only thing is that with the 9 life path, it's your first time on Earth usually. So you have this essence of purity, and you see the world is really fucked up, and it doesn't resonate well with you. You don't like it. You can accurately see that there's just something wrong, and it's because the world seems to be always trying to destroy your innocence, which drives you. That's why they say 9 life paths of the humanitarian, just because they feel there's something so wrong that they tend to exert themselves to try to make it better, because they know that the inner world inside is better than the exterior, because there's just something faulty in the system. How you go about that is with structured, meticulous implementation of your will in a way that doesn't really take a lot of risks. Probably very good with money. The only other thing is that I always say in my readings there's an obvious stark contradiction. So all of this stuff that points to being very reserved and very meticulous, but you're a fire tiger. That's really bold, aggressive. That's really forward, like lurching forward, aggressive, fighting energy. That's really break everything apart, set the world on fire energy. Mixed with really reserved, meticulously crafted, shy, because you're afraid to take risks because you have so much control over everything. Taking a risk would shed all that control. So what I say to Virgos and stuff like that is to pick up running or pick up some form of exercise where you have to go crazy and free yourself, because that sheds everything and raises the frequency. Because when you think everything has to be this way, you're cutting off that anything could be anything. So getting into the anything could be anything and it doesn't have to be a certain way frees yourself to higher bandwidths that channel back into your meticulously crafted stuff, which enhances and energizes everything you do and brings everything you do to a higher level. The other thing, trying not to micromanage and use your competence to infiltrate other people's lives in a stern way that makes it so they can't fight back becomes really oppressive and really fucks up people. So being able to work on your own shit and just be there for people because you recognize that you're hitting them in a way that they're not really used to. You might feel like there's like this golden light energy, not golden, but like that same yellowish tint, like when the leaves start turning, not before they're dying, like when the leaves just start to hit that lighter hue of green at the beginning of September. You might feel like that when you talk to people. It's like just above your heart space, so it feels like a Leo heart, but it's just at that top level. It's sentimental energy, very sentimental stuff, where the way you care about people is it's not overly dramatized, but you have a greater understanding of what matters in life because you're not worried about your sense of self. You're worried more about the control over your sense of self. You know who you are, and that doesn't really get taken from you. But everything you do with what you know you are, all the stuff that you've created around that, tends to keep you stuck and stagnant. Virgos are very stagnant energies. Taurus is the growth from the ground. Virgo is what you do with what's been grown. And then Capricorn is the management of everything. So like Taurus is the crops, Virgo is the labor force, and then Capricorn is like the government. So Virgos are very good workers, carpenters, people that use tools, people that develop skills, managers of people that are just learning on their journey, like foremen, carpenters, and all this stuff. But they often become advisors more than kings. Because they don't want to do, all that power stuff doesn't really matter. You don't have this quest for power because you have a good sense of self. So you end up just kind of like going around making everything better. Sort of like a bee, but I wouldn't say a bee because there's not the flying. Like I would say Sagittarians are bees because of the fire energy and the change and all that. Virgos are more like, I don't know, you just travel and make things better, like carpenters. Like traveling carpenters. And you've got patience down, but that patience with the fire tiger might be challenged a lot. So you might be constantly thrown into chaotic situations, and in that chaos you sort of reharmonize into that meticulous control. When everything blows up, or you feel like everything needs to blow up, It's cool. It's like boom, and then boom, and then so your life might cycle might do that, depending on what house your sun, moon, and rising sign are. Depending on what's in your first house, those the houses are like the arenas where that energy takes place. Like if you were in the second house, I would say you'd be in a garden. If you were in the first house, I'd say you'd be in a war zone. If you were in the eighth house, I'd say you'd be in hell or the underworld. If you were in the 10th house, I'd say that you would be in like King's Landing, implementing the power stuff. Like in Game of Thrones, you'd be like in the kingdom capital, dealing with like all that power dynamic shifting and all this garbage. Um, and 11th house is like the Tibetan, the or not the yeah the 11th house is like the Tibetan monk on the mountain, like floating above the mountain. And the 12th house is transcending humanity, like the last legs of like Jupiter's influence. If you have 12th house, so it's isolated. Um, 8th and 12th houses have no veil. 4th house kind of doesn't have it. 8th and 12th house, if you have 8th and 12th house placements, you have no veil between spirit and reality. Like the way that they try to teach you in Druidism to completely understand the Higgs field, to gain an awareness of all the changes at once. 8th and 12th houses have that naturally. Um, so depending on your houses. But for your everyday life, Heather, if you would mind, Demon Hunter, would you mind just looking up what Linda means, if Linda's your full name? Seeing the meaning of Linda, because I mean, the overarching entire thing would be an aggressive, forward moving, but struggling to micromanage. Did she say what her moon was? Cancer, okay. Okay. Cancer moon. My mom's a Cancer moon. Cancer moons bring things to a very sad place. It means when you're alone, you're experiencing everything at a more emotional with more emotional depth, which can be overwhelming. Cancer moons have big boobs. I don't know why. The Virgos don't. Virgos look like planks, to be honest. Virgo suns look like planks, but Cancer moons usually add like some prominent chest. Like you can see if you look at a picture of Tristan Tate and Andrew Tate, the big difference is Tristan is bigger because of the Cancer shell, and Tristan has these huge pecs. The Cancer, for some reason, gives people huge pecs. Like my old friend Nate, who was a Cancer, for some reason, even though he'd never really worked out, he just had this predominant chest. For some reason, Cancer have a big chest, and I think it's just because it's instead of having the Leo, like a lot of Leos have concave chests, which drives the inner world to have this creative space. Instead, they have this huge house because it feels like all this information, emotional energy go through the core a lot easier. That's tough because now you have the forward moving aggression of the tiger mixed with the meticulous OCD, one after the other, control over everything. But now you have this added layer of emotional depth. This dark blue and green really go together. Pretty cool. You might live by a riverside, or you might live by a lake, and that's not a reach. It just means that you might feel naturally drawn to be just like a little bit of a walk from a large body of water, and going and finding that large body of water tends to be sort of your aim. Like if you go through the woods and you find a lake, you tend to stay there longer than most people. I've found is that something that has to do with like something where you can like either see the water. Unhealed water signs never shower. I've found, like unhealed Leos still shower. They still, unhealed earth signs still shower. For some reason, I found with water signs in Aquarius, they tend to avoid water at all costs. Like they don't drink water. They like are afraid because they're afraid of the overwhelming emotion that comes through. So in their physical life, that tends to reflect. So unhealed, I would say that you probably had a lot of extreme chaos that was really emotional, and you had to learn over time how to be meticulously in control. You might have had to parent your parents, or you might have had to be, you might be an older sibling. You might be the oldest. So for that, I would say just learning how to allow yourself to not worry so much. And I know that sounds basic, but I'll try to get autistically technical with it. Basically, you have this deep, expansive inner world where it feels like you're this giant whirlpool, waterfall, not really waterfall, but this deep, watery space, pressurized, and usually trauma has destroyed your boundaries, so you're always being flooded with information, constantly cycling. And what I'm saying is that all that stuff, when you're sitting by yourself and you feel this distorted chaos light of all this different stuff going on, just allowing it without attachment, which allows the water to naturally start to express outward, which creates the Cancerian protective bubble that allows that stuff to be out, unless you want to filter it and learn how to filter it through the water instead of just having it all overwhelm you. Allowing yourself to just, you let it be and let it go. Just let it be. Learning how to just let it be and not have to constantly channel your focus into doing something, into making something or changing something or nitpicking something, or that, like, that little with the sentimental nice little vibe. um Once you allow it to be, you'll notice that you gain you have more control over that constant emotional information. It also means, which is going to be really tough, it means that that sentimental Virgo nature and how it wants to heal and make things a little bit better, you now really, really see vividly the emotional state of everyone around you. You often have a hard time with differentiating between your emotions and other people's emotions. Like, other people's emotions, you literally see it and you see it and you feel it, and it's like it's yours. So you're always trying to care about other people, and that could get really, like, especially with the Virgo in it, you really could be trying to manage a lot of different people because you think that it's helping, because you're feeling what they're feeling. Let's just see. Amsterdam Canal, yeah, I need water. True. I know it hurts. Yeah. Allowing them to just experience that stuff. Cancer moons either become like a big Cancer moon. No, she's a Scorpio moon. Cancer sun. I've met a few Cancer moons, and they tend to stay in complete isolation. But they can't help themselves from trying. They almost become addicted to observing others, depending on your sun sign. So with Virgo, might be different because you'll have more of an active life outside. Unhealed Virgos tend to never leave the house, but they always have plants in their house, and they have a pet, like a dog. They usually have a dog. I've never really met a Virgo that was a cat person, but I meet a lot of Virgos that have dogs that go out, and they always keep plants. Virgos really become, they're like the typical witches with the herbs and spices. Like, when you think about witches and stuff that like live in the shack in the woods that have like herbs and spices, and they're doing like the witchcraft out there with like the wooden runes and hanging them on the trees and shit. Virgos tend to really, really gravitate towards that type of witchcraft, because Virgo women specifically, but I know like gay Virgo men that do the same thing. Where they gain a spiritual level of reality, and they don't know how to do anything with it, so they turn to witchcraft because they think that they need to meticulously implement their will over their environment and others. Pink fur. Do a short reading for you. Well, will do pink fur. The point is to enjoy your life and implement your creative edge to make simple changes in different parts of functioning of systems that could function a bit better. You'll find that you get a lot of money by implementing something in growing businesses that teach the business owner how to do what they're doing better. You'll get a lot of money from making businesses function better and then riding off the residuals of your impact. Yeah, you could make clothes. Yeah, you could do a landscaping company. Yeah, you could sell something on the internet. You could do drop shipping. But usually I've found that you develop a skill, like you become very skilled at a bunch of things, and the way you implement those things in other businesses is like basically Virgos are like crafting the tool that and using the tool that shows people how to do their thing better. I hide from most people, but I run to wounded people. Yeah, cancers obsess and latch on to targets because they feel that they often lose their sense of emotion and they live just in the emotional experience of others. So they latch on and sort of oppress them. And then that person's life and all the emotions that they feel, the codependent stuff, they spend their whole life trying to make changes in unhealed people. And then they live as sort of the residual experience of that person's happiness. And the advice for anybody is really just focus on yourself and lead by example. Like you really can't help those people. But I know that it's such a sentimental, caring energy. It's somebody that can see people and understands exactly how to fix it, which I can resonate with. It really is it's a tough life, but I think that it's something you do in the physical. It's less of an emotional caretaker and more of a physical caretaker. Like a retirement community. Like you might have gravitated towards nursing homes or homeless shelters. Something where people come to you distorted and destroyed and unhealed, and you really care about the implementation of solutions that change their life for the better. Because when they feel better, because you feel that makes your entire world feel better, because you experience everything as an extension of yourself as a Cancer moon, emotionally. Whereas as an Aquarius moon, I perceive I'm like really, really, like the Uranus is unity. I'm just Sagittarius Aquarius. Like my moon is Aquarius, so I don't really feel the emotions of these people that are sad and all this, but I see them as an extension of myself at a higher level narratively. So like their dreams in life, their visions in life, everything that they're trying to do in life, that's an extension of me. So I'm often like raising gardens all the time, trying to get people to grow. But I don't really care about their emotions at all. It doesn't really affect me. I'm kind of like a sociopath, like disassociated in the highest realm, constantly fighting off lower energy narrative attacks. I'm not experiencing the other person's emotions pretty much ever. Because you really got spot on with me. Yeah. The best thing for you is to take more risks to learn the fire tiger year, because we're in a fire horse year. So be more aggressive this year and let go of the outcome and let go of that the moment has to be anything. And then in that, when you'll learn this fiery freedom of anything. I can do anything, I can do anything, I can do anything, I can do anything. And in that now churning of that fire element, then the focus will start to reorient and reharmonize in that essence, which will allow you to change your style of how you implement your meticulous OCD management. And that freedom will free up a lot of your emotional bandwidth, and which will allow you to let things be. And then in that, you'll become more of an alchemizer of emotion rather than an experiencer of emotion. And then it's just, I would say, to just spend a lot more time alone out in nature, going on hikes and going on walks. And then And then as we get closer to more of the summertime seasons, once cancer season hits, then with what you've learned from this few month journey that you can go on is how to correctly intrinsic focus, how to correctly what's it called when you turn in introspect. You learn how to correctly introspect and have a more stern sense of self with the Virgo, but it'll be more blending it with the underworld, and then you can I don't know, I see that you seem to be made to be it's a caretaker, but it's an aggressive caretaker. I don't know how that aggression would be good. Tiger elements need to fight. Tiger signs need to have some type of fighting. But all that fighting inside this obvious teacher caretaker archetypes. Well, I know the world needs political debaters. I know people need like Charlie Kirk, but isn't a fucking nutjob psychopath. I don't know. You might be. What's your job? If you're a teacher? Stormcloak soldier. Hey, Stormcloak. Fuck the Imperials, man. Your beautiful life has loved you for 12 years. Yeah, but who did you marry in Skyrim? That's what matters. That's what really matters, man. Who is your Skyrim wife? If it's Camilla Valerius, I'm gonna block you, man. You better not be marrying Camilla Valerius. That inbred colonizer cunt. Lydia? Yeah. He never married in Skyrim, but Lydia's dope. I'm sworn to carry your burdens. I don't like being here. You can marry in Skyrim? What the fuck? Yeah, bro. My stepfather told me to always when I was like 11 and watching him play Skyrim, he would say, always marry Isolde. You always marry Isolde. Don't AL the Huntress? Fuck no. Serana? No thanks. Marry Isolde every time. Because Isolde was like the girl that ran the farmer's market. That you go help her because she's having this beef with like trying to get this tusk back from somebody. So you have to go get the tusk back for her, and then after you help her with her business, she wants to marry you. Stormcloak, leave Demon alone. Casey would steal Lydia from you, Storm. That's why you hate. Yeah, Lydia loves me, man. Okay, Linda, do you have if you have a pressing question about your life, something that like you're struggling with, if you could put it into words while we do the next reading, I can definitely go back and hammer that out for you. But basically, it's all about pushing your boundaries this year. Linda, it's a video game. Arguably one of the best video games of all time, but it's okay. Yeah, my stepfather used to. She was never married to the guy. She was with him for a couple years. She gave me up to go be with him. Anxiety? Oh, anxiety is a switch. It's like a light switch. If you're anxious, it's like a light switch. So, like it's either on or off. And on one side, when it's down is anxiety, and when it's up is gratitude. Your body literally your consciousness cannot experience anxiety if you're in gratitude. So if you're experiencing anxious, think about all the things that you're grateful for. Start to get towards gratitude and seeing how grateful you are. Like looking back, when I'm anxious, I think about the times that I was struggling and suffering and praying to have a view like this, and I couldn't move. I couldn't move my body, or I was trapped like hiding behind a vending machine in a laundromat and sleeping in the dumpster or in the dryer at night, digging through dumpsters. So if I get anxious, I just like drink the Coke. And I remember back when I couldn't afford Coke and I was drinking from the river manure water, and I just taste the Coke. And I just remember back to when I was yearning for that Coke, and now I'm so grateful that I have it. Your body literally, it changed. It's a light switch. You cannot be anxious if you're grateful, if you have gratitude. So the anxiety literally goes away because I've changed it. Instead of focusing on what you can control, shift your energy into what you can create. So I just create gratitude instead of trying to control anxiety. Saying yes to what I do like and no to what I don't like. When you just spend some time thinking about how grateful you are to just be there, your brain just dissipates the anxiety. Your brain can't create anxiety if you're in gratitude. So when I get anxious, I just shift it to how grateful I am to be in the present moment, and the anxiety, I forget it even exists, because it can't exist if you're grateful. Your brain works like a light switch with that. You can't be anxious or grateful. You can't be anxious and grateful. It's one or the other. Do you have any thoughts on the future of artificial pollination, like mechanical bees? I think that nature is in a war with technology, and anything that we try to do technologically, nature will come up with a solution for. Nature's already developing fungus that is eating plastic. Nature's already developing a fungus that is eating the Chernobyl nuclear radiation. So the bees dying, anything that we're doing in humanity as a collective, Gaia, this natural intelligence, this giant mycelial network that covers the entire earth, where the trees feel thirsty, and if you're in the woods long enough, you can feel the stale energy the trees are producing, and that draws the cloud with the rain in and will rain on those trees. That's how you're like, how come out in the woods like that, you're like, the clouds can't cover everything. How the hell do all these forests have all these trees? And it's because, one, the trees have evolved with the clouds to signal what trees need the rain. So it literally signals to the sky, and through the electromagnetic spectrum creates signals that draw clouds towards it, creates wind, creates the cold and hot air that creates wind that moves the clouds. And it's this larger than life thing that you could possibly understand that is managing these ecosystems. So things like bees dying and flowers not being able to be pollinated, nature is already inventing solutions. One of the crazy things that nature is doing right now is hawks have started, like, if you smoke a cigarette up in Canada, they've seen it a couple times where hawks are taking sticks from fire and chucking it in the woods and burning the whole shit down. Yeah, also, if there were dinosaurs that were huge, everything was so much bigger. We found fossils the size of small mountains. There were these gigantic creatures, but you don't believe that Devil's Tower is a fossilized tree that was cut down? Even though you can see the rocks are hexagonal shaped like plant cells, there were gigantic trees that were producing oxygen, able to make things grow to that level. That's why, and they talk about the giants from Nephilim that went up to space. Probably they cut down the earth, and then they moved up there, and then now we're tiny. So they look like giants to us. The Native Americans don't have a word for separation between man and nature. The word separation doesn't exist in nature. When you learn that separation is a social construct, because of tribal identity and monkey shit, territory and boundaries, and differentiating self from the other self, because of individual growth, nature has no separation. Separation doesn't exist in nature. Everything is connected in nature, and you're a part of nature. When you realize that, then you can start to feel the trees and perceive the changes in the electromagnetic spectrum. I used to have a phrase for it, but it's just basically if you realize that nature doesn't have a word for separation. The word separation doesn't exist in nature. So that's what I feel about artificial pollination. I think that very quickly you would see that it would find a different way to pollinate, like dandelions. And I don't think bees are going anywhere anytime soon. Because we've nipped that in the bud. People understand that the bees are dying. So nature inspired humanity to move towards homesteading. Naturally, God made hedge funds buy up all the properties and make living there impossible, so people do a mass exodus back to nature. Then we will have technocratic society cities like the Wall in Saudi Arabia and stuff, where people are completely enmeshed by robotics, and most people will escape that and run out into the forest. We're actually devolving as a society back into nature. So the bees will they're going to be flourishing in like a decade. Bees will be back. The only reason bees wouldn't be back is if that same Capricorn Saturnian society continues their trying to control us. And the only way they can do that is if they stop the growth in their telomeres by genetic alterations. The only way that we continue moving towards a dystopia is if these old farts that were spawned in the age of Pisces, that are now trying to use their belief systems and their manipulation and their propaganda to manipulate our belief systems, if they get to a point where they can implement their 2,000-year-old doctrine of masonry and organizing the control of people by their beliefs, red versus blue, divisive racial stuff, turning people against each other, if those people that are in power that are still doing that are able to stop their aging and stay alive long enough to become immortal, that's the only way we would ever go to a dystopia. Or else we will just leave all that bullshit behind and we will reharmonize in nature. And like Awa, the tree of life in Avatar, it will be the manager of all this. That's when Christ comes back. The unity of Aquarian energy in harmony with each other. It will make it so that stuff is redundant. We won't need mechanical bees because we'll naturally know what's killing the bees, because we'll feel the bees dying. We'll literally feel the bees dying, and we're like, we can't have these bees dying. So we will leave those spaces alone, naturally, because like Gen Z's not going to build a technocratic dystopia. Gen Z smokes weed and gets scared and listens to Noah Khan. You know, we're not gonna build a technocratic dystopia. We're here to call out all the bullshit. We're the new Gen Z is the new founding fathers. We're just here to expose all the bullshit, and we have people that are older than us, like Asmongold and Hassan, that we sort of, like a lot of the kids sort of look up to, but then we're gonna, as we grow into adults, we're gonna realize, oh, Hassan and Asmund, very socially inept people that squandered their infinite potential for money, basically. So these content creators, these channels, are just where Pisces meets Aquarius. So we have a belief in them because of something, and then we're slowly losing our belief in all of them, and they're just continuously going to be exposed as like just losers. And the way that they're orchestrating that slowly is like Kai Cenat. Like Queso blew up and everybody loves Queso. He's like everybody's dad. But now he's like, I'm getting kind of old for this, guys. Kai Cenat was the biggest streamer in the world, and then it found out Kai Cenat is illiterate. He can't read. And he doesn't want to do it anymore because he says it's satanic, and he doesn't want to be a part of it anymore. So he's moving into just making short films. He doesn't want to be a streamer yelling for resources all day. Come on, sub chat. Now he's like, I want to make short films and beautiful little creations. So we're seeing that, like, the way that dystopia wants us to get towards Freemasonic propaganda, stupid power games, political opposition, and we're shedding that away slowly by having these idols destroy themselves, and then realizing that it was all about, we were the stars the whole time. Not the stars on the stage. We were the stars the whole time. And then Aquarius just becomes where we become way more unified. And I think there's still going to be colonialist bullshit. Like a lot of these white kids are still walking around holding on to as much darkness as they can and just bumping into each other, talking crap, gossip, power games, and they live in that sort of like hate troll commenting. But for the most part, most people are getting to the point where they see that and they're like, oh, that sucks. That was never cool. Most people they're growing out of that. It's just unfortunate. Like we went through the water tiger year. After a water tiger year, the kids become way too power dynamic, aggressive shit talkers. That's why we have drill music and lean and all this shit. And that's getting over with. If they can get the kids, that's why they're trying to, I don't know about the alphabet agenda. But they're trying, they are definitely, there is a plan to hinder that connection to everything by destroying them. So there is like microplastics and cybernetic augmentation and the destroying their knowledge of self through beliefs, like all this shit with belief systems. It's like the last thing of Pisces before you just know yourself. And it could also be that maybe past life, like let's say there's somebody who wants to change as a child, they want to change their class, and that could just be the age of Aquarius allowing you more access to the Akashic records, and you spent a lot, and you're trying to understand, like, I'd have to look at the statistics. If a lot of the alphabet community falls under a specific zodiac sign that deals more with the river of truth and access to Akashic records like air signs, and also like Taurus and deep earth, if you find that those people tend to be more, that could be just that they don't have the knowledge and awakening to understand the energies that they're playing with, and they're conflating it with gender identity, when really it's just trying to understand more. They've gained access to a higher level of energetic and electromagnetic information, emotional information, and the way that it's channeled through because of their specific presets, but the world doesn't have a way to express or reflect that, so they're trapped in the belief system stuff, which is causing all that stuff right now. In the future, I don't think that will be the case. It's just a byproduct of the exiting from Pisces. Now, I'm sorry to the person that asked me about if Pink Fur is still here. Yeah, the alphabet community. If Pink Fur is still here, I can definitely do your reading. I charge $5 or just donations on my whatever, but I'll do it for you. 12-hour days, and landlord, are you guys still arguing about fucking baloney, man? You guys are good. You're going into your employment and shit. If you want I'm doing numerology life path readings. Basically all these different theosophies and systems of thought. We're trying to uncover the same stuff about creation, and in that you can get to know really who you are and your purpose and everything. It's the only reason that people say horoscopes are bullshit and it's stupid and all this, it's demonic, is when you stop identifying as an infinite being created from source in a finite experience, and these are just hints about who you are and why you came here and what you're here for. When you identify too heavily with one and don't look at it as the common denominator between all, then it's bad. So if you want one of those, it's just all my stuff's in my channel bio. Just let me know if you donate, I'll check. I was born in 1999, yes. Did I get electrocuted? Oh, this was a different life that you said that. Did I get electrocuted? I've been maced. I didn't get tased. I've been maced a few times. So just your full birthday, and if you want your first name. Have you read The Secret Teachings of All Ages? No, I just live outside, and I've been doing this for a long time. Justin makes good money. I do apologize. Well, if Justin makes good money, man, throw some my way, brother. Help me pay my car off, man. I'll do a life path reading. I'll read your life path, man. But yeah, I just noticed that how my life, when I found patterns and themes and motifs, and then I found out that those patterns, themes, and motifs were How? I just Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, GoFundMe. My GoFundMe's down because my people were using it to talk shit about me online. People in my hometown were laughing that I wrote that I was homeless and need help. So I took the GoFundMe down. Because people weren't donating really either. Oh, you don't have a PayPal? That's just I have PayPal, Chime, Cash App. No big deal. I know you're here a lot. Maybe at some point, but it's no big deal. Pink Fur, if you want to do your full name or just what your name means or something, and your full birthday, and I got you. And I have is this lime? No, it's my root beer. I don't want the root beer, man. This is not a root beer time. It's an orange cream time. No trolls tonight, I notice. That is weird. You're from Canada, you don't... I have a Wise. I have a Wise. I'm not trying to like whatever. It is just whatever, I don't care, but I do have a Wise account that's like international. It takes 5 minutes. But yeah. What up, a link later? Coinfish is Fire Ox. Did Coinfish post their birthday? I'm waiting on Pink Fur, just your full birthday. And I'll do your reading. I mean, the best thing anybody can do is go out in nature. You need to set up an easier way to pay, bro. Yeah, I could do super chats, but YouTube takes 50% of that. You have a Square account? I'll download Square, fuck it. I'll try to download Square and then next time. Or just like scroll down and comment your name, just comment so I can respond to it. Don't worry, brother, I'll get back to you when I can donate big. I feel you, man. We're waiting on, is Pink Fur still here? Sorry to rant like that. Coinfish is only 2 years older than me. And you're a Leo 1. The transfer is big in Canada. God damn. Yeah, people like look down on Cash App. Like you're poor if you use Cash App. Like when I would ask people on Marketplace if they had Cash App, they're like, we use Venmo in this house. I was like, okay. I didn't ask her a year a while back. She didn't answer. She's 11 too. Oh, her life path. Fuck him. Where's Pink Fur at, man? Did Pink Fur get mad I talked about the alphabet community? I can't say those specific letters. I'm not allowed to say those letters on a live stream. I can't put those letters in that order. I have to say the alphabet community. That's why they say it, is because the algorithm doesn't like it. Ticks the AI off to mention those 4 letters. No, I owe the Federal Reserve $150. And then I need your year, man. Pink Fur, I need your full... Oh, 11/2, what year? $10 is big, what you mean? $10 is big. Demon Hunter was already doing Pink Fur. So let's see if you posted your year. Or did Demon Hunter... 11/2, Cash App, so easy. It's insulting. Did you say the alphabet community? I don't know. I don't think it's insulting. Girl, let down that ego. I don't think it's insulting. I'm not trying to be insulting. It's 11:30 on my clock. It's KC. Do I think that it's a mental illness? No, I don't think it's a mental illness. I thought what I said was pretty funny, that I said furries ruined the phrase, if not friend, why friend shaped. But I don't think I think it's just tough because there's obviously some type of like attack against those people. Like there's something that, like, for some reason it seems like the government really doesn't like that people that are in that group. And it's not really a group either because everybody's different. Is you really important? Can you work with day and month? No, I need the whole thing. But I don't know your name, so it's not like it's not your social or anything. Cause and the only thing I really the thing I use the year for is to get your Bazi, so to know your Chinese zodiac element or your Vietnamese zodiac element. So like I'm a earth cat or an earth rabbit, and my dad's a fire monkey. That's what the year is for. And then to get the life path number, you have to add up all of them together. And people usually do there are two ways they do it. They do it either by adding the month together, the day together, and the year together, and then simplifying, or they just add it up left to right, which I do. Because really it's both. Like I'm a 33/6. 33 life path, 6 life path. But if you don't want to, I can just do the month and the... two Scorpio. So I'll just do the 2 Scorpio and we can start there. Scorpios deal with the most bullshit out of all the zodiac because it's just way too emotionally heavy. It breaks them down to nothing. They're tortured. They go through the most bullshit with like people restraining them, hurting them, destroying their self. They go through the most of all of them. They deal with like really bad self-image. They develop eating disorders. They develop a bunch of trauma, CPTSD. They go through the most. Scorpio energy, or 8th house energy, goes through the most shit. And people call them whiny, pessimistic, perpetual victims. They talk so much shit about Scorpios and say they're all this bullshit because they have the most, they're dealing with the most stuff. The point of the Scorpio is not that you're a scorpion. Scorpio is the transition from Scorpio into the Phoenix. They're the most powerful of the zodiac because they have this deep emotional well of the worst human condition, the lowest frequencies, the darkness. And it's because that's a gift, because with what you have, you create from. So you're creating from that deep well of knowledge, of emotional experience and understanding of life. Because you're supposed to channel it, they call it the fire water, the passionate. The Scorpios are the most passionate, forward-moving, because Scorpios are supposed to be alchemizers. They're supposed to create from their experience and make something until they master it. Sagittarius is just the mastery of that. So they don't have this deep emotional well of experience. They're in the righteous, constant revival. Scorpios stay in the darkness and do the constant revival. So there's all this. You deal with all this stuff, creating from it. What's tough for you, being born on the 2nd, is that 2 energy is the most emotional. Everything is bright. You experience emotions vividly. You see everything so bright and vivid when you close your eyes. Emotions are very strong and powerful for you. Because like music hits you so much differently. You might be synesthetic. Where the stimulation of emotions for you triggers a grander, bigger, expressive experience. You experience like things can be often very overwhelming. Probably you had so much trauma that like probably a lot of crying, a lot of having to deal with such crazy, horrible shit that you experience so much. But you have this gift of being able to change that and create from that these beautiful, amazing things. The reason I would want to learn the year you were born is because there's something in that with what you do with that emotional wealth, what you do with that experience. Your point is to transform. I'm not saying transition, but I'm saying that it's to become something from your experience and gain mastery over what happened to you. That's 8th house Scorpio stuff, is transcending that, and then it's very powerful. They call Scorpions the shamans because they're the most powerful. They say Pisces is the most powerful, but Pisces doesn't have that undercurrent. Pisces doesn't have that dark, and you know what I'm talking about. There's this dark, this low note in there that isn't evil. It's not bad, but there is this like deeper. And I have it being an 8th house stellium. I know what it is. Most people don't have that. Scorpios tend to be 11s, 22s, or 33 life paths. But if you're an 8 or a 3 or whatever, you just hate them damn fish, man. Fuck that sign. I think I don't like Pisces because their romanticization often turns into bullshitting. The fantasy land that they live inside tends to become a bunch of bullshit. And everyone can always see through that Pisces, but the Pisces can't see through it because they've daydreamed their entire everything. Everything they live in is a fantasy. And it seems like because of Jupiter's influence, they are targeted and poisoned, and that makes that daydream really, really fucked up. Pisces that I know fucking choke their kid out because the demon that they were talking to possessed the sun. Shit like that. The romanticization of their life in Fantasyland often takes them a bit too far. And they also Pisces really love to be temptation. They really love temptation. They love for their life to be forcefully romanticized by something dark, and they like to live in the dark. I'm evil today. I think that makes sense, Casey. Yeah. Without your year and your Bazi, it's just some part, and depending on what house your sun sign is how you're going to be turning from the Scorpion into the Phoenix, the Firebird. But it is about passionate expression and vivid emotional experience. Just changing it to create something from that. Do you drink urine? Not on purpose. I think like twice in my life I've accidentally pissed in a thing of juice living in the car, and then I accidentally, like a month later, I'm like, I wonder if this is still good. Because it was cold, so it was frozen. And then I accidentally drink like a little bit of piss, and I'm like, that doesn't sound... Scorpio is not it's a water sign, but it alchemizes into passionate fire. Scorpio is all about rebirth from extreme circumstance, becoming something from horrible circumstances, and it's emotional change. So you have a deeper well of emotions in your scorpionic transference, alchemization. So just getting in touch with your passions, having a creative hobby, and learning how to not let your external circumstances dictate your internal condition. Instead of focusing on what you can control, shift into what you can create, and just learn how to live in that passionate expression, because it's very deep, watery energy, but it has the fiery in it. And that's where you will get your power from. That's where your power comes from, is the alchemization of your and then all the shit that you went through was just to give you that deep perspective that you can build from, so you have a greater range of what you create. Taurus has caused me so much shit in my life. I think Justin, didn't we do, or was that Jason the mechanic? Justin's the property owner. The Taurus is the property owner. Shocker. Taurus makes gardens. They're the gardeners. You have a property you take care of. You have a little garden you manage slowly and manage the resources. The only thing it's done for me is give you an iron will. Yeah, but people are fucking exhausted dealing with everything having to be your way. And people often are like, you move way too slow. But you're like, that's how you incarnate. You need it. Nature grows slow. You have to do things slowly, or else the fruit doesn't ripen unless you go slow. Stop trying to fucking rush me. Unhealed Taurus are psychos that just run and run and run and run because they haven't mastered the patience they were supposed to. I didn't know that. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. You got no patience for real. No. I think you would get a lot more results in life if you tried patience. But you might have a Sagittarius moon. You might be a fire Bazi. Or you might have strong fire signs in the rest of your astrology. Your sun sign is just your job on the world, your job on the earth. Your sun sign is your job, basically. Your moon sign is your emotions. Your rising sign and your north node is really who you are. Your moon is what you feel. Your sun is what you do. Your rising sign is who you are. And your north node is who you are. Your Sag rising. Okay, there we go. There we go. How do I know the moon? You just put it into like CoStar or Astro Cafe, AstroSeek, and it gives you your chart. Mercury is how you think. Venus is how you love. Neptune is how you dream. Jupiter and Saturn are how is social stuff. How you grow and how you constrict. Pluto is like your overarching like your faraway connection to the collective consciousness. And it just deals with it's like different parts of your engine, basically, and how it functions, different parts of the mechanism of your consciousness with your infinite vessel inside of it. Casey, can you turn on your super chat? I have to do a bunch of stuff for that. I have to download, I have to get an authenticator app, and I think I have to maybe get a second phone or something, or get on a computer. The problem is with the super chat stuff, it's like YouTube takes like 40-50% of it. So if like somebody gave me $100 super chat, YouTube would take 50 of those dollars, and I'm like, that's a waste. So I just have the Cash App, Venmo, GoFundMe. I don't have a GoFundMe, but I have Cash App, Venmo. I could start up the GoFundMe again. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Chime, Wise, which is international transfers. I have all there. I could try super chats. I might just do the GoFundMe again because I think it's easier for people with cards to. I'd rather they put it into a GoFundMe because I can pull. All the money goes to me in the GoFundMe. But if I were to try to stream on Twitch or Kick or YouTube, they take about 50% of it. And I don't like that at all, man. So I'm afraid to get super chats because I'm like, fuck, they're going to be throwing a lot of their money at a $1 billion company. I'd end up getting more money. Like if you have, if I had like 20,000 people in the chat, then I'd throw super chats up. But even like I've seen a lot of tarot readers that get $500 donos sometimes as like a thank you. And they only made 250 of those dollars. But that person that reads the tarot video is probably struggling. Like people watch tarot because they need help. Tarot readers are healers. So there's people that rely on the tarot readers. And the tarot readers are actually processing information. You met Jesus? I think so. I lived in creating all day where I was isolated for years, and I would just travel around making music in my own like hyperbaric time chamber. So I would always have a song in front of me that I was always working on and channeling emotions through and trying to make changes in the song. And one time I was making my ideal perfection of a song, like my perfect, and this amazing energy like healed everything. It was so much better than anything I could have created. The way that I was going, it was like the perfect version of my song floated out through the ether and floated to me, and then I had the song. It was just given to me. And I think that was Jesus. What's with the stag head? It was either going to be with me if I bought it, or it was going into a 17-year-old's room where he was going to smoke weed and put a hat on it, and the deer was going to watch him jerk off all the time. So I was like, let's just bring the deer to my place. And then I was mad because I put it in a cabin in the woods with no doors or windows, and a rat fucking jumped off it and knocked it down, and it chipped off the top right here. But now it's actually perfect because when I move the deer around, if it had both antlers, I'd have to turn it like all the way upside down. But now that it's got this little chip right here, it's very easy to move around in the car. So I'm glad it happened. But I named him Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. James Buchanan Barnes. And I can't have a dog right now, so I have a fake dog. How come the bulls are the only thing with like bulky, spiky horns? Have you seen an antelope or a rhino or an ox or some lizards have them? Some goats look more like bulls than rams. It's just a natural evolution because creatures that walk on all fours, the ones that didn't develop the jumping through trees, so they needed claws, the ones that stayed on the ground, had to develop something, so they just slam their head into each other enough. Do I consider myself to be a healer? No. But you never know who you're healing. I'll never know exactly how the universe is using, exactly what's coming from this content. I had a dream once where I was, like a famous person said he saw me in a YouTube short once. So you didn't go to hell in a near-death experience? Well, did you watch the video? Watch the video, man. And in that you'll see what I talk about. LOL. You got it from where? I got it from a thrift store. But I've chased black bears through the forest in the middle of the night on camera a couple times. If you go back to like October, you can see me running through the woods trying to chase bears down in the middle of the night and seeing like these glowing orbs and like glowing silhouettes of light that just like peer out from a tree and wave. I've got that on one of the live streams. But yeah, one time, a week before, I won't tell that story. I'll leave it for the video. But one time I was in a sugaring shack, like 2.5 football fields up a mountain in the woods, and I was in a sugaring shack with no doors or windows. It was like just a timber frame, corrugated metal, and I was laying on I had hairline fracture. I was still healing from like a bunch of injuries from a bike accident, and I was laying in the back on a couch, like a futon that I carried up there. It broke apart in half, so I carried both halves. Bit too small for my body, but it was fine. And I was laying there, so if it's like a rectangle like this, I was in the back corner here. So there was a door that you could close. Like it didn't have like a real door. It had like a sliding old like iron and wood door for like the garage bay part of this small, like maybe 20 by 10 or something, maybe 40 by 20 maybe, and probably 40 by 20. And then it was just 2 empty door frames and 2 windows on either side. So an empty door frame and 2 empty windows on either side. So I was laying here in a dream, and I was about to go to sleep. I wasn't in a dream, but then all of a sudden I felt like there was a bear. And then I felt like I got sneak attacked and the bear had chomped on my neck, and I felt myself get dragged to the floor and killed. Or I was like paralyzed, and it ripped the tent and dragged me out of the tent. and it was dragging me up, and then all of a sudden I started floating horizontally, just like completely floating. And then I floated out of the cabin horizontally, not able to move, looking up. And then right when I saw the sky, I felt like I got beamed up, and then I just snapped back awake, and only like 3 minutes had passed since I checked my phone. Like I had only fallen asleep for like 3 minutes if I fell asleep. But that's what it felt like. And then like I was like, every time I went back to lay there, it felt like I really felt like I shouldn't be there. Like I had this crazy fear. You know? Clownfish is a dude. So I moved to the other side, so instead of here, I was here, which was right next to one of the empty doors. And I had a bunch of trash bags full of, like carpenter's bags full of trash. And one night I woke up and I heard something digging through the trash. So I thought it was a raccoon. So I got out of the tent. It was pitch black, like clouds covering the sky, so completely pitch black. And I got out and I turned on my flashlight. And it was just right in the doorway, the biggest black bear I've ever seen. Like usually black bears like are like 4 foot tall. This one was probably about 5 feet tall. I'm 5'9", and the bear was like here. So maybe that's 4 feet. I don't think my head is a foot tall. It was huge, fat as hell. Huge, and it was looking at the ground, but it was side-eyeing me, and I panicked, and there was a table that I used to block the doorway just in case. I always put a desk right there, like just a small computer desk. But I went, leave, and I pushed it and slammed it when it slammed on the concrete, because the bear wasn't gonna leave. It was just like waiting, and when it finally moved a little bit, like it turned towards me, I went, leave, get the fuck out of here, leave. And went, yeah. And scared it off. But then I was like, fuck, I should have recorded it. So then every night for the next 2 weeks, I waited for it to show up, and then I would hit the record button. But every time I had gotten out, it had started running. So you can hear it, you can see its silhouette, and it's huge, and I've got its cubs on camera. So I got a couple of its cubs, but I did go out and I tracked it back to where it lives. And then hunters and fucking poachers came and took it. Which I'm pissed about. So like, if you're gonna kill it, I might as well kill it. I don't want to kill it, but if you're gonna kill it, I'll take the fucking corpse. I'll sell the meat and take the fur and turn it into a coat. If you're gonna kill it, I don't want you to be rewarded for that shit. Why are you camping alone in the dark? I've been homeless since I was 13 years old, man. I don't want to waste a third of my income living in a box in a town I don't like. So I spent a couple years traveling around looking for a community that I'd like. But I had a lot of trauma, and it really got to me. And what turns out, people don't like homeless people. Even if you don't do drugs and don't commit crimes, if you just don't pay rent, you're the enemy. So a lot of people saw me as an opportunity to do things they could get away with, and I have a lot of trauma from that shit. So I escaped into the woods to get away from that stuff, because people were trying to rape me, they were trying to kill me, they were putting a gun to my head while I'm asleep, false police reports, and the police knew it was false, and they would still do shit to me, and they were throwing all their trash around my car, keying the shit out of my car, slashing the tires and shit, crack on the windshield, and fucking, it was getting worse. So I just ran into the woods and found an abandoned sugaring shack that was it was made in 1948. And people said that they'd been going there for 100 years at least to that property, and it's never had anything on it. So it was cool if I was there. So I cleaned it up. There was like needles and trash and beer cans and metal half in the ground from flooding, like these metal spikes and shit sticking up. So I got a hoe and a shovel and I cleared out a lot of it. But then the bear had gotten into my trash. There was some trash, but a lot of the trash was already there. And you can see in the videos, I have a trash bag where I would keep my trash. I had carpenter's bags, but I left for like 2 months after the bike accident, and there was no dumpsters around to throw my stuff out. They locked their dumpsters, so I'd have to I had asked the bus, like, do you mind if I show up with like 3 carpenter's bags full of trash? And they were like, no, like, can I do one? And they're like, I wouldn't do it, man. It might smell, and if like something happens and it breaks apart, I just feel more comfortable if you didn't. So I was like, fuck it. How do you keep your locks so glossy? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's my dad's genetics. My dad's got a mane too, but my mom is native, so I don't have the full beard like my dad does. But yeah, I mean, if you want people that like they want to dispute the native stuff, go look at a picture of his name is Coyotl, Coyotl, and just like put a picture of him next to my face, and you'll see, oh, they're the same thing. It's just his skin is whiter from the Irish. But you get to shower somewhere clearly. The closest shower to me is an hour and a half. So if I get enough in donations, I go down there and check in and apply to jobs. And I haven't heard anything back from anybody. But I drive like an hour, probably 2.5 hours from here. It's like 150 miles to the closest public shower. The gyms, when I was 23, I would go in and apply to be at the gym, and then they found out I was living in my car down the street, and they would trespass. I'd be like, why, man? And they would say, go get a fucking job at McDonald's. Please share more inputs about Scorpio November 2nd. I gotta know your year, fam. Alchemical transmutation, you can become very pessimistic. You can become very kind of like, not whiny and pissy, but just the negativity can get to you because you're living in that deep emotional well of pain. And the point is to just learn how to create from it and use that vivid experience from the two to experience emotion at a high level, to create something with it. And then you learn how to alchemize, and you become, instead of like this waterfall that's constantly bringing everything down and destroying everything, you become like a volcano almost. Like it turns to lava and shit, passionate fire water. And then you become like a shaman and a healer that can do, like Drake is a Scorpio. But Drake fell because when he was killed, he didn't revive. Drake fell off because as the Scorpion, he released the album Scorpion. He never transitioned to the Phoenix. He never rose above Kendrick and the pedophilia and the allegations and all the drama. He never came clean about the abuse that he suffered as a child in the industry. He never grew from his experience and transcended that in the age of Aquarius now, where we're in like Revelations and Epstein shit. He didn't come clean and be the hero, so he stayed as the Scorpion, and that's why he fell off. I don't know if it's Pink's ego, but that's all it is, man. The rest depends on your life path and your birthday, man. Your zodiac and your birthday, man. The rest I have to offer, because it's about how all that coalesces into a singular consciousness. I'm gonna look up all my shit for your numbers. If you want to post your birthday, I'll do a reading, man. You said you're gonna donate at some point. I believe you. Kendrick just a racist, simple ass? No. Kendrick's a Gemini, and his name means the fiery Irish king. When he says, I'm with the culture feeling, he was able to take in the narrative of all the different artists and then convert it into his intellectual, social, vibey thing. They made him small because he's a Gemini, so Kendrick is shorter because it's that housing of the air and mixing the air pressure into, that's why in Kendrick's album, the one with Not Like Us and everything, it was white because it was the transcendence of that. And then in Revelations it says the fiery king will defeat the dragon, and Drake means dragon. Cash App Justin. I don't think Justin said he hasn't made a Cash App, but I know he'll do it at some point. If he just wants to set up a GoFundMe, man. Yeah, I'll post. But Kendrick's not racist. What the fuck? Drake is a blessed man. What the hell is wrong with you? Drake is a pedophile, bro. He's in sex trafficking. I know numbers are significant. What does 103,070 mean? It's just it simplifies to 11. 137. Turn on your super chat. I don't have Cash App or nothing. Well, download it, man. I can't turn on super chat, but because YouTube will take my money, bro. But I'll put a GoFundMe, which is pretty much the same thing. You just put the card information in. But I guess maybe you can't do Google Pay. I'll do the super chats, man. But it's just I know I'm losing half of my potential income if I do it, which is tough. Because I'm like, I don't get any income. You know, 103.70. Yeah, it simplifies to 11. But 3 is creative, childlike. 1 is aggressive, forward-moving, wisdom. And 7 is a higher intellectual plane of thought. Don't do it. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm like losing out on a lot of money if I do it. And plus, sometimes I post sometimes Cash App does an affiliate thing where you can make if you make a Cash App, you get sometimes around Christmas time they'll give you $25 just to make a Cash App account. So there's a potential sometimes around Christmas a couple years ago I made $50 because one person just made an account with my referral link and sent me the money they got. So I got the 25 from the referral and they got the 25. All they had to do was just send me $5. Once you make a Cash App, and then they send $5, we both make 25. So for Christmas they sent me like $65. With Wise, it's different. I thought Wise was they said that you'd make $115 if you had 3 people that you refer, but you're only eligible for that $115 after the people who made the account send over $300. So I have 2 people that made a Wise account with my referral link. If another person makes a Wise account with my referral link, and then someone like Elliot who has one sends out $600 or 900 to 3 people, and those 3 people send me that 900. They each send me 300, and then back. You see how complicated it is? They made it so you can't steal their 100. They made it complicated with more money to make it a bigger deal. I wouldn't put people through that. But with a Wise account, if they wanted to start sending, eventually when they hit $300 at the down the road, in transferring it internationally or just spending it, putting money on their account and spending it, then I have the potential to make $600 from it. Super chats aren't pay YouTube. Okay, damn super chats, man. I'm telling you. Now it's 50% of my income, man. If you sent me $100, you'd be throwing $50 in the trash, man. That's why I don't like it. Damn, bro, I hope shit is getting better. Yeah, it's different. Who on premium YouTube, their information is already there. Yeah. Let me look at how much YouTube actually takes. If it's still 50 and they haven't rioted and brought it down to 15, because it was 50 last year. If it goes back to 15%, I wish that 15% going to YouTube would qualify me for having automatic premium, though. I wish that if I was making YouTube money, they would at least give me YouTube Premium for free. Living in your car. Stay safe out there. Stay away from drugs, man. All there was hardened boot around me, and when I got out behind Walmart and Shoppers, nothing but bad vibes and people. Keep that shit solo dolo. You got it. Grind up that bread, brother. Yeah. I mean, I've been going for 13 years now. I've been going for a while, man. I'm trying to find my vape again. I keep putting it down and then losing it, and then where the fuck is my vape? In your car. 13 years. No, I was 13 when I started, man. So I started out in a shelter, and then I couch surfed, bounced between foster homes. Well, after the shelter, I was in a residential until we found someone to adopt me. Like it was like a dog kennel. I was like in a room the size, like smaller than a closet, for about a year, and after that, I would just cold call. With my 15-minute phone calls a day, I'd dial a random number with my state area code and be like, hey, my name is Casey. I'm in this program. We can't find anybody. My DCF workers won't get back to me. They haven't called me in months. We don't know what to do. I don't want to waste my childhood. I have so much potential. If you could just call this program and say Casey left you a message, that might get the ball rolling and force them to try to keep looking and just keep it in their head, because they deal with a lot of stuff. Or if you know anybody that's like a teacher or somebody that doesn't have a kid that has a spare room, just get involved and they can get money for taking me in. I'm just trying to get out of this. I don't have a disorder or anything. It's just nobody wants to take in teenagers, and I'm 14 years old. And eventually that got to a coach of a tennis team at a school to take me in. So I was there for like 6 or 7. I keep saying 6 or 7. I was there for like 6 or 7 months. And then he decided he didn't want to be a foster parent anymore. So my roommate who came out, he got out with me. I got out for like 3 months, and then I got him out with me by talking to the foster parent. And then another kid came in, and then he got rid of all of us, and I went back into a different shelter. But then I was old enough that I could have a job, so I was able to leave to go, and I could only go directly to work and come back, but sometimes I would go hang out with girls and walk with them on the way back if I met them at the Dunkin'. They come from Connecticut to the ski resort there. They were like rich girls. I'd hang out with sometimes, or sometimes I like dated a girl that was worked at the state park, that sometimes they would take us to visit in that shelter. But we weren't allowed to swim or anything because of insurance, so we could go there, but we could only sit at the picnic bench. We couldn't do anything because of insurance. But then I got into a different foster home, and they kicked me out maybe a week before graduation. They didn't want to have. They said we wanted a kid, not a hotel guest, and I was like, well, I'm fucking 18 years old. What are you looking for, man? I eat dinner with you. You want me to say I love you? So they got kind of mad at that. So they kicked me out. And then I couch surfed for a year and a half. I lived in Old Orchard Beach for a while. And then I went to college for a few months and I'm a certified audio engineer, but it was only because I wanted to learn how to make my own stuff. I didn't want to work in studios. I didn't like all the drugs they were doing and how it was clicky, and obviously there was some shit that people weren't happy with that they had to do, like humiliation rituals and do certain drugs and go to a party. And then those guys got the opportunities in the industry, and the rest of us had spiritual psychosis. And had angels telling us, get out of this right now, get out. And a lot of kids fucking told us about that and then took off and never came back. So are you anti-LGBT? I hate anybody who puts power games into their social dynamics. I hate people that think about power, that focus on power and social reputation and ego games, ego stuff, like being a detriment or trying to degrade other people, playing those reputation power games. Other than that, I don't hate anybody. I only hate people that do that stuff. So that's all it is. I don't like predators of any kind. I was homophobic for a while because I had a lot of people that would see me in a vulnerable place and they would try to take advantage of me. But then I got over it because I watched a lot of Smosh, of all things. I watched Try Not to Laugh videos, and that made me like, oh, they're cool. It's not Sodom and Gomorrah, mental illness. And I also went to, I lived in a place that's very isolated and rural. So the people that were like that, really like, New England and especially Vermont has a lot of strong lesbian people. A lot of lesbians here, and they're great. They're really cool. I like them way more than I like the toxic fucking drunk fat in the truck going with their hand out the window smoking and like pissed off all the day. I was like, these lesbians are way more masculine role models for me than these guys. Like, I learned more about how to be a man from fucking lesbian butch lesbian women than I did from any fucking the typical MAGA stereotype, I guess. Like, I'm from Vermont, man. You're like, are you anti-LGBT? I'm from Vermont. Of all places, you know? Kind of impossible. This used to be one giant hippie commune. So no, I'm not. But I think that lack of social conditioning made a lot of people very toxic, and you know, there's a lot of groomers out here, which made me really hesitant towards a specific one of the community, I guess, if you consider yourself a community. I think that at some point that's going to become, they're so focused on supercharging that movement that eventually it's going to pop and blow up, and then everybody will be normal again, whatever their affiliation or whatever they're attracted to. Once the movement, you know, and everyone's like, you're allowed to be a person, you're allowed to be whatever you want, and it's not a big deal. I think they're just like rampaging that as high, and then once that pops and the ego, pew, it'll be like Vermont everywhere, where we don't care what you like. We don't, you know, if you're, you know, we just care about if you're cool. I didn't care that my friend was into girls, but I cared if I got high and felt like she was a spider just consuming all the energy and going, ah! You know, we didn't like that. And I mean, there was also like kids growing up that identified as attracted to the same sex, and then when they got older, they realized that they just had a lot of trauma, and that they were actually the complete opposite of what they thought they were. They were just like, they had limiting beliefs. Like, I know a kid whose name is fucking, his name means manly, son of a manly man. And he liked men. And later in life, he realized that his dad had just abused him so much that, and he didn't have like a strong mother figure in his life, that he realized that he was afraid of women. And then once he started dating, he like found a girlfriend. He was like, oh, I actually didn't like that stuff at all. You know? I just hate people that put power into it. So if I'm sitting in a car hanging out with people and I feel like one person is trying to be more powerful than everybody else, I hate that shit. People that go out and try to like exert their power and dominance over other people, I don't care what the theme or style of your weapon, you're still doing the same action. I don't like that. But as far as like people that are attracted to different things, I don't care. You know, it's not a big deal for me. I like women. You wish you were furry. Poor guy. Sorry. Yeah, thanks. Jesus has to give 10% tithes to people like Casey, but you all refuse because you're hypocrites. One day you will learn your reason. Seriously, not all of the people are the same. Yeah, I'm from Vermont, man. Let's scroll down a little bit. Nothing has changed. People still think about LGBT as they did in the 80s. They just hide it now, like baby boomers do with racism. We're leaving Pisces and going into Aquarius. We're leaving the dark waters where we're separated by belief systems, and we're going more towards a unity connection between everything together. People really stern in all this that have their beliefs and they hate the other because they're separated by waters. Eventually that waters will dissipate to air, and no matter who that person is and who you are, there will be like a conscious mediator between everybody, and it won't really matter if you're like that or whatever. The way you can see God doing that in real time is if you look at like there are these hordes of people of color that throw massive parties in the middle of cities. And I see videos all the time of like one really angry old white person in the middle, and he's old and yelling at everybody, and they're just like, hey, 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 and the girls are like throwing ass on him and like dancing around, and everybody's singing and rapping, like, and the guy eventually like smiles. He's like, oh, come on, man. They're love bombing the fuck out of these racist people. And then they're like, oh, fuck. This is more fun than anything I've ever done in my life. Demon Hunter says, I don't like that either. Power trips are so annoying. Of course, you're right. Or no way you're left. Doesn't mean I'm left or... You can't be left or right when you're in the woods. I think that's all bullshit to separate people by their belief systems and turn them against each other to be working goyim. Yeah, left and right doesn't matter. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit for people to extend themselves into their beliefs and to differentiate, and it's all power and pride based. It's just humans trying to figure themselves out. I'd probably lean toward Republican values about hard work, but with Democratic values about empathy. Like, I don't think you should put a homeless person into an institution and then put them on Section 8 and then let them live there off benefits for the rest of their life. I think that you should, from the homeless situation, get them to a point of abundance so that it sheds away their stuff, and then they become living life as a benefit because they want to contribute to a community that loves them. If you try to punish people suffering into conforming, you're going to get radical violence. If you try to hurt somebody, they're going to respond with hurt. So Republicans have it very wrong there. You cannot beat a homeless person into working a job. You can't punish them for being a drug addict. And that's like one of the main Republican points. And that doesn't work. Ever. It makes them further from society. It makes them see society as the enemy. It makes them not want to contribute. They create more trash. They shit on the ground. They create more shit because now they're getting a win against the people that live to dominate them. So in all the dominance that they've been dominated over and over again, just attacked and violated in so many ways, that shitting on the ground is healing for them. I shit on the ground for a while. Every time the Capitol Police were mean to me, I'd poop in their parking lot. You know? And then they put a porta potty. And that's called progress. Want to see a draft of your face? I couldn't sleep, so I made you one. Definitely. I will send you the Discord. Just like scroll down to a random thing, and then I'll go on my YouTube studio and be able to find it, and I'll send you the invite to the Discord. And there I'll be able to I'll go look up all the reference pictures. It'd be really cool. That's my face. Rick Mr. Waters with Epic, why you hating? Do you think AI will make socialism possible? The only way society's ever going to work if there's a no bullshit honor system that isn't this sort of dominance power game detrimental stuff. I was thinking about it yesterday. I have dreams where I'm giving public speeches and I turn into a giant winged creature and destroy the bad people. Like I had a dream yesterday that I was standing at a podium and I had all the pain, everything I'd ever gone through, and I was like my true self here with the perspective. And I said, I'm going to tell you, because this would be a cool scene. I said, raise your hand if you know me personally. And this is like my coronation ceremony when I become the king. I was like, raise your hand if you've ever met me personally. And then everybody came and I said, come to the stand here if you've ever met me personally. And I separated people based off their belief about how homeless people should be treated. And then I distributed earplugs, headphones, for them. And then all the other people, the angry, fat, white, colonizer pieces of trash that were there, like proud the MAGA people, whatever, that were standing there like looking at me like there was like, you know the commenters that like state that they're in, they were looking at me like that. And I had security block off everything, so they were stuck. And then I had these speakers play this frequency, and everybody was and then the speaker started saying, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you piece of trash, fuck, and just like going off, you fat, obese, inbred pieces of shit, fuck you, and the people were like screaming on the ground, writhing. And then there was a big sign that said, inject yourself to get the headphones. So they had to put heroin in their body to make the pain stop. And then right after they got hit with the heroin, police brutality. The police came in and beat the shit out of them. People are crying on the ground, bloody, raped, screaming, on heroin. And then we handcuffed them and left them there for 6 days. And everyone got to throw shit at them and do shit, whatever they wanted to them. And then occasionally we would have the radio go, get a fucking job, get a fucking job, get up, get up, get up. You lazy piece of shit, get the fuck up. And they can't, because they're writhing there, microdosed on heroin, with the sound making them feel pain. And like my giant wings spread, and I was like, I can do it. And I said, if anything happens, tell me about it. If there's a pothole, let me know the pothole. We're going to get a foreman. You can go right to the Vermont Trans. If you want to fill that pothole in, you fill it in yourself. You have the foreman come judge that pothole. If it's good enough and it's up to code and standard, you get paid for it. So now if you want to fix this pothole, you go out and you fix the pothole. And I'll pay you for it. Instead of complaining about other people not doing their job, you don't like this pothole, you do it, you get paid. The only way that works, like socialism works, is when you have a strong leader that is a good person. The only way socialism works, it all depends on the guy who's managing the socialist state. That's why socialism doesn't work, when bad people become the manager of that socialist commune. Why Justin and Heather arguing? Sadism is lack of empathy and ruins everything. How can I become a communist? Become homeless. And then you realize the natives were right the whole time. Shouldn't the government provide a home for you? With how short our lives are, if you want to go down the home route, they should give you the option to have biodegradable homes that you can set up, and the ability to clean your space, and then you could go out in the woods. Should the government provide you a nice suburban home? We don't have enough room, man. We definitely have enough room if we do it a certain way. Like the entire world's population can fit in the Midwest. But but I don't know how comfortable they would be able to do that. When I see visions of the future with my whatever, I see structures changing to look more like beehives. Like architecture starts to look drastically different because of our access to tools, and that allows for like these really cool looking like they look like growths from the ground that people live in. And I don't know, like more resources means a better view. I don't like that. But I also think that it's not a big deal. It shouldn't just be one way, basically. Collaboration over competition. I think education should definitely be socialist. We should all have access to education. Because I'm thinking about, like, if you want to do socialism and then you're awarded a free piece of land in an inhospitable place and you make it better, like how China is able to develop deserts into grassland pretty quickly now, you could just go out and get maybe you're awarded 5 acres of land for your lifetime. And then the only thing is that after you die, it goes back to the government. So then with that free piece of land, you devote your life into legacy projects. You award it, you get a free piece of land, but all those resources you could either stack up to give to your kids and go down the line, but the kids, but that land would go back, that 5 acres specifically would go back to the government. But with that free 5 acres, you could either live there the rest of your life, or you could accumulate resources capitalistically and then go buy your own piece of land, but they should still award you with a free piece of land if you'd like. Like, it shouldn't be a crime for me to walk into the woods and set up. You can see the future, everyone can see the future. But people that are in power they took away our spiritual education. And they manipulated our belief systems to lock us in our own boxes so that we're not able to access more infinite states of creation. But they had schools for a long time, specific institutions to develop those psionic abilities, and Erica Kirk was a part of one of those, which is what Candace Owens is revealing to the world, that Erica Kirk was from a very, very wealthy Jewish family, and they put her in a looking glass program. And a looking glass comes from the book A Wrinkle in Time, which is about using children's psionic abilities to see the future, using Aquarian energy. And that's why Stranger Things put A Wrinkle in Time as the main theme for that season. And that's why Holly Wheeler had that looking glass. Bro, can I see your neck? Dude, I'm a widow. Erica Kirk doesn't give a fuck. She's a trained asset for sure. Yeah. Yeah, she is for real. Erica Kirk, I think Charlie Kirk's alive. And I think he's in Israel, probably. And I think it's all a stage. It's all fake. Like, Erica Kirk hired her ex-boyfriend to become a high-level member of Turning Point after Charlie Kirk died. I think she was always with that guy, but they were cast together to be Erica and Charlie Kirk. But Charlie was probably an incel, and Erica Kirk was probably in a relationship with somebody else. Erica Kirk was Miss Arizona at Trump's beauty pageant. Trump has known Erica for a long time. And if you haven't realized, one of the biggest things politicians do is hold satanic orgies. She's fucking stunning. To me, she looks inbred. I don't think Erica Kirk is attractive at all. I think Candace Owens is kind of hot. She's like a cute little monkey. And that's not because of her race. She looks like a monkey. If she was white, I'd still call her a monkey. I wonder if she was born in the year of the monkey. I wonder if she's she might be a Virgo or a Pisces. I met Candace Owens once in Montpelier. Can we share a laugh in these difficult times? Can we share a laugh in these unprecedented times? Yeah, I think Erica Kirk looks inbred. And then Candace Owens, is in her last video, she was kind of revealing that her family tree is messed up. Because she calls her father's father her mother's father. Which is kind of weird. Like if you had a granddaughter and you're a guy and she's calling you your grandmother, you'd be like, and you're a very proud political figure with a lot of money, you'd be like, don't publicly call me your grandmother, I'm your grandfather. But she was calling him her mother's father when he's really her father's father. It's kind of weird. So she might be inbred. Charlie Kirk was just reading off scripts. Asmongold just reads off scripts. Most of his opinions are fed to him on an email or a text, and he has to say it live. And he's done that long enough that he's now trusted to go on Joe Rogan with Alex Jones, who both are, all of them are compromised. Terrence McKenna was saying about things getting weird. The stuff Terrence McKenna experiences on drugs, I experience naturally out in the forest. So he's telling the truth. Extra-dimensional beings that try to teach you that you're living in an ayahuasca dream and that you're really somewhere else projecting this reality and you're living inside your own daydream. We're in the ayahuasca trip right now. None of this is real. And your ancestors are literally the codes in the simulation that you're living inside. This creation is the projection of many, many different entities together. It's created under God. That's the angels and shit. The source creator. The elves and the jesters and all this stuff. I think that there's no reason for them to be deceptive if they're higher level beings. So I do think what they're looking at is more of what they actually are, but I also know that those things have to meet you what you're able to perceive. So I don't think they like to embody themselves as jesters because they look like jesters. I think whatever they are is represented as jesters for you to make it easier to understand them. But they don't actually look like elves or jesters. That's just the only way that you can understand this complex entity. That's the way that it represents, to be easily understandable as like something that lives to make life fun for others. Spirit guide. But really that it could just be pure light on the other end. But we just can't get to that level of experiencing them that way. So we can only see them in Piscean archetypal stuff. Yes, Endo says the same thing. Sendo in Brazil, do they? When people go to Brazil and go to the old indigenous tribes there, or native, or the people, they say that there are gray aliens that come up from the ground and steal children. Did you ever experience anything like that, like actual extra-dimensional entities? Because the people there were more spiritually aware and more connected to nature, so they were able to naturally experience higher level spiritual stuff where they could see, like, yeah, dude, yes. Okay. So there are grays in the rainforest. And they're like Vikings. They fucked up their genetics, and they need our genetics. So they take our genetics. Justin Thibault says, bro, the first time I got hard was from Gwen Stefani on Much Music, and I didn't know what it meant. My first childhood crush was from this, like, Nickelodeon anime. It wasn't even Katara when it should have been. It was like fucking, I don't even know, it was like a one-off season that got canceled. But I had like a trading card from her that I would keep on my chest, and I'd fall asleep like she was my girlfriend. The first time I ever jerked off was to a picture of Kim Kardashian. I'm gonna say it. One time I looked up Playboy magazine Kim Kardashian on the laptop, and I wasn't even masturbating. But my dad came downstairs, and I didn't know what to do, so I pretended I was asleep, and I closed the computer. And I just sat there with my eyes closed. And he took the computer, and then the next day he was like, you know, you can't be watching that stuff. You know, it's not healthy for you to watch that stuff. And I was like, okay. One time, I'll tell you, if my dad's watching, one time my dad and I used to sleep in the same bed for a while. I don't remember why. For some reason, I slept on one side of the bed, he slept on the other for a little bit. I don't remember if we didn't have a bed or what, or somebody else was in the other bed, I don't remember. But I was scratching my leg. I swear to God, I was scratching my leg. I was not jerking off in the bed at 11 years old next to my dad. But I didn't think that he would believe me saying I'm scratching my leg, because I was going for a while, and I swear to God, I was not jerking off. I was literally just like scratching at my leg for some reason. Like I had this bad itch. I swear to God. But my dad's like, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm fluffing my pillow. But my pillow was up here. But I didn't think he would believe me that I wasn't. So I fucking panicked and I said the wrong thing. And now for like the past 13 years, I'm like, my dad thinks I jerked off in bed next to him. And I really wasn't, I swear to God. They're maybe the size of your shin bones. We think they eat roots. They just have always existed there, and they don't come out of the earth, but they might harm kids if they are doing something wrong. But they look humanoid with no skin and like tiny eyes and like gray. And they morph, they go from fourth to third dimension. Or are those like Pukwudgies, where they're like porcupine looking people that are 3 foot tall? Yeah, I was laying in bed, and then the top of my knees really itched, and it just wouldn't stop. Maybe I don't think it was like pepper or anything. Like we like sometimes we would cook habanero peppers and we got it on our lips and stuff. My dad and I were fucking dumb. I don't know why we cooked peppers, and I don't know if my dad told me not to or what, but he had it too. We both accidentally touched our faces, and then we had to go in the fucking bathroom and wash all the shit off. And it took a long time. No, they have skin. Not just yellow and small, no hair, smooth skin. Yeah. And I don't know if they transcended humanity and they became shorter because of like shorter and bigger heads, that's just how they developed, or if they're humanoid. What about I know there's blue aliens that have like crystals for eyebrows and shit, and they talk about like Emperor's New Clothes by Brendan Urie, Doja Cat Demons, Jake the Dog on Adventure Time was a blue alien, Avatar's the biggest box office movie ever. There are blue aliens, but I don't know a lot about them. I know there are giant praying mantises and insect-looking things. Some of the things look like the things from Ender's Game. Some of them look like dragonfly people, and those are like mantids and insectoids. Some of them look more like giant praying mantis. I know there are things that are a little bit taller than us with elongated heads that have no hair and tiny eyes, but I'm hearing they choose to be bald for some reason. And tiny little slants for eyes and tiny little mouths and like big jaw lines that go to a point like this. But they might not even be jaw lines, it's just they have a pointy chin. Maybe they don't even have a jawline. But it just ends in a point. I mean, I'm seeing more that they don't even have, it's nothing like humans. Like they might look, it's more like where we have these giant skulls, instead they have like little like small, thin, and then the rest is just like not strong, not like bone. It's just kind of holding it in place. They have huge black eyes, and they have like your skin color, but more yellow. They live inside the earth, and my dad took a picture when a huge tree fell over from a floor. Drop your full B-Day for a $5 Life Path numerology read. That's dope. I've only ever seen one weird thing in my life. A person's eye shifted to slits in front of me. It happens, man. When you have a Grand Theft Auto server, and it's private server, but it's got like hundreds of people in there doing roleplay, GTA roleplay, as like a moderator or developer, you can fly around, and you can change your skin at will. You can become a monkey, you can become a giant snake, you can do whatever you want. And then you can just surprise the players and fuck with them and kill them and shit. So I'm thinking maybe a higher dimensional entity could just incarnate in the third dimension however it wants. Because at a higher level of whatever, it could totally download epigenetics and whatever. People say that grays are like robots that are transmitting consciousness from an entity that lives outside the third dimension, or they live as like plasma, where they don't really have a physical vessel, but they created physical vessels over time. So they inhabit those physical vessels like robots, like biological robots. I wasn't able to see more because it was so small. I see those things too, but I see them more as like accidentally. If I'm hanging around a lot of spiritual people, you'll accidentally see one like run from one side of the, like one part of the doorway to the other to try to get a better view to continue doing their conscious work on us. And so in that split second, they'll accidentally become visible, and I'll see like a grayish, blackish, humanoid small thing running across. What up, Boone? Did you ever finish the Daredevil TV show? Yeah. That was a year ago, bro. I'm on I just watched Marty Supreme. That shit was stressful. On Cinego.tv, Cinego.tv, you can find Marty Supreme in HD for free. Marty Supreme is stressful as fuck, but it's a good movie. Karen Filippellini Page. Elektra, I don't think Elektra was that hot. I thought Jessica Jones was hot, but I was like, why is she so like... Jessica Jones' characters always look sickly and like maniacal. I don't like that Kristen Ritter decided to make her characters look a little sickly, and I'm like, why? Why don't you try a healthy character for once? But I'm like, oh, she probably got sex trafficked and she got that role from being molested and shit. So she doesn't want to do all that anymore. She's in the comics though. Oh, you know who's hot, man? Iron Fist girl. Lady Iron Fist. Colleen Wing. She was bad as hell. You know who else was bad as hell? Trisha Paytas, or Trisha whatever, from Jessica Jones. But if I had a celebrity crush, it would be Peggy Carter. Haley Atwell. Are you kidding? Haley Atwell, man. Hey, so I have a friend who's someone that ghosted. Now he's in a long-term relationship and had ghost babies. Should I diversify my finances? I think if you have a ghost that's in a relationship with your friend, your finances are being diversified through them. I think they're already taking your finances. Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish, but if she had Megan Thee Stallion lower body. I see Billie Eilish, I'm like, I wonder why, how come she doesn't fall over? I'm like, how does Billie Eilish stand up? Back muscles of an ox, man. That's an Irish queen right there. Sydney Sweeney is like an Irish peasant's dream. Billie Eilish is like Irish perfection, man. If only the Irish had more mountains and they spent 1,000 years climbing mountains instead of walking around. Feel like I'm thick? Of course. Sydney Sweeney too. I mean, she's like a peasant's dream. Sydney Sweeney's like peasant perfection. Upper mid. But like, who am I to judge? I'm homeless, man. Sydney Sweeney's not dating me. Even if uptown women love dirty bums, I think Sydney Sweeney would like me. Didn't she date that other guy? That's just a limiting belief. I think that blonde women. I don't think I'm good enough for blonde girls. That's like some fucked up thing in my psychology. I've never dated or kissed a blonde person because I always thought that they were like too good for me. I thought I wasn't good enough for blonde people. Sydney Sweeney looks like she's on drugs. She probably is. When you get vast amounts of wealth like that and you can travel anywhere and do anything, it gets boring. Justin Thibault is gooning over Billie Eilish. It's either Haley Atwell for me or the girl from Black Panther, Nadia. I don't know, I'm not even going to try to pronounce her name. It's not Lupe Fiasco. I don't know who she is. The girl from the first Black Panther movie. She's bad as hell. Which shows me that Christopher Nolan has good taste. Because he made her Helen of Troy. And I'm like, there we go. A year after Casey decides that that's the Queen of the North, she took the crown from Billie Eilish. And then she became Helen of Troy. He's tapped in. Who else is bad, man? Pretty much it for like perfection in my eyes. Peggy Carter from the first Captain America. And then the girl from the first Black Panther. And then Billie Eilish if she had even proportions. You like eyes in men, and I like men that look kind of feminine looking faces. I don't know what that means about you. I don't know what that means psychologically. I don't like girls with masculine faces. I know that Haley Atwell and Billie Eilish both have big jawlines, but it's not really about that for me. Maybe I like girls that seem more solid, like solid features, I guess. You like uneven proportions, just makes them better, duh. I don't know, man. So fuck a stork. Fuck a stork, man. Fucking Dee Dee from Dexter as an adult. FedEx job that the guy basically handed you. I have a violations of conditions of release on my record. So corporations don't take it now, even if it's a misdemeanor. And because the court case was settled and I was only found guilty of violations of conditions of release, but I was also found guilty of my mom told them I had a grenade and I was coming to kill her, and I was charging my car battery, and then she filed a relief from abuse, And I said, if you really are convinced that I'm trying to hurt you and you do things like lie to the police to give me permanent disabilities and trauma for the rest of my life, and you basically ruined my life, you ruined my reputation. The news lied about it because they did police brutality and they tortured me in the jail cell. And I've been waiting 4 years for the footage. That stuff makes me want to hurt you. So she filed an RFA. And then she messaged me pretty much like once a week for years. And sometimes I would message her back, or she'd send me money and we'd talk about her paying for a storage unit as like an apology, and I was like, cool. Or like insurance sometimes. And but then whenever she felt like it, she would call and she'd say, I want him violated. You don't think he's trying to kill me? And I'm like, I don't even want to talk to her. I don't want to kill her. I wanted her to leave me alone, please. Let her sit and stew in Section 8 for the rest of her life, like the past 20 years. Leave me alone. I'm not trying to kill her. I don't care. Leave me alone. But then I get arrested. So I was found guilty of that because you can't dispute it. You know? I went up to the courtroom. I said, no, I did not try to kill her. I didn't threaten her. I didn't do all this stuff that she said. She has severe problems that she's called prosecution. Hopefully prosecution could tell you, and prosecution just sat there silently. She's called them for years now saying that she wasn't honest about the situation and that she didn't want them to pursue any charges. But they still did. So like the worst thing I ever did was answer my mommy when she would message me. And if she invited me over, I'd go over. When I was invited to spend time with my family, I'd spend time with my family. It never got bad except for the one time my dad tried to kill me. And if prosecution would like to talk about my dad trying to kill me, and prosecution just stood there like, and I was like, because prosecution knows a week later my dad ran out and just attacked somebody. But he tried to make it seem like I was like beating him to death, and he narrowly escaped me when he charged me, grabbed me by the hair, threw himself on the ground and tried to choke me to death. And I just bent his finger back to get him to stop choking me. But I had to plead guilty to that. Yes, I did talk to my mother after she reached out to me. I made her to stay within 50 feet one time, or outside of 50 feet, and I called up into her apartment because my aunt was there and I was supposed to go to her house, and the door was locked. So I had to see my aunt. There was nowhere for me to go. We were supposed to hang out with my cousin, and she was at my mom's. So I said, Melissa, you guys want to see my car? And she said I asked her for cigarettes, and I had cigarettes in the car. But she told him he tried to get cigarettes from me. And I'm like, no, you're trying to gaslight and ruin my reputation with a false narrative. You're a malicious, vindictive narcissist. It weaponized the police against me. But yeah, I did call into my mom's apartment from beyond 50 feet. And when my mom ran to the window, I did say, I can't talk to you. And that violated the RFA because I shouldn't have said anything at all. So now I can't work at FedEx. But I did try. I did the whole thing. And I just went back to this gas station and said, hey, and she said, nope, something with the background check. So, but I did my first ever coaching call, and he gave me $80 for that. I had an hour and a half conversation with somebody, and he paid me $80 for it. What was that girl's name that replaced Billy? I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. I think her name is Nadia on Black Panther. And I don't remember how it's spelled. I'm not going to... It's like an African name. Your mom should have never, ever had the police order against you in the first place. Yeah, I think it was really over-dramatized. And if she had shed her ego and just tried to have a conversation with her son without the pride and the narcissism, it would have gone away. But that stuff still is there. But I can tell that my mom grew up in New York around Jewish people. If you watch Marty Supreme and look at how the people in Marty Supreme, the Jewish people, talk, that's my mom. So I thought it was like a narcissistic, dramatic character, but then I see a lot of like representations of Jewish people from New York. And that's why my mom says she's Jewish, but she's not Jewish biologically. But she would always tell me as a kid, she's like, no, I'm Jewish. But she doesn't, she grew up Christian. When she says she's Jewish, it's because she grew up in New York City around Jews. So I didn't understand that until I saw Marty Supreme. And I went to New York and I saw people in Hudson Valley where my mom is from. Like just outside New York in like White Plains, and my dad's from Pleasantville. Great-grandfather immigrated to New York City. grandfather had a restaurant in I forget the number, but it was like, was it 258 West? It was like one of the main streets in Bronx. He had a restaurant. When I see when the representation of the Jewish people in Marty Supreme, I can see that my mom probably got a lot of like social conditioning from them, but that doesn't excuse the shit that she's done, and how easy it would have been to avoid all of that, and how it was malicious the way she did it. No matter what the excuse is, it was malicious. And it sucks, but that is keeping me from 65 jobs now. But worst case scenario, when the snow melts, I'm sure there will be a lot of farms looking for help, so. I don't think they'll care about background checks and all that stuff. If they need somebody to milk a cow and throw hay out to a bunch of cows on the back of a pickup, you know? I don't think that will be an issue. So haha, Casey doesn't have to work a normal job. All the shaming, get a job, whatever, Casey doesn't have to. Maybe become a carpenter. I've been thinking about that too. I do have a number to reach out to a carpenter that might need help. And the company's called Bear. Or president, LO, they don't care about records. Yeah, maybe become a carpenter or president. Does anybody want their life path read? There was somebody else, I think, at some point. Move to Florida. I can't leave the state until the car's paid off, or else they'll literally just take it from me and leave me on the side of the street. They've tried to do it a bunch of times before in New York. You can't be homeless in a car that's not registered and insured, or they will just take it, and it's a good opportunity for them to make a lot of money from it. And I don't have a place where they'll let me leave the car, or else I might have taken a Greyhound bus and tried it, but I would have needed enough money to get back if it was dangerous, and I didn't want to be there. When I was 20, I was sending it across the country and living on the street, but now that I'm 26, I'm like, I don't want to do that. That can't happen in a 2016 Chevy Tahoe. Do you have one for me? Don't you know I'm the handout hero? But hey, I do life path readings for $5. I understand all these different systems of trying to figure out what this realm really is, and the mechanism of God's creation through tens of thousands of year-old practices of people trying to figure it out. And in the common denominator between all of those, you can find the truth. If they take your car, I have a Crosstrek for you. So it has a wheel. It also has a wheel bearing problem. You gotta fix that wheel hub, man. I would like go to the automotive center, or like if Hayden gets into automotive or something, have him ask if they could fix your wheel hub for you. It's easier to replace the wheel hub than the wheel bearing, because the wheel bearing is in the wheel hub. If you don't fix it, it's just gonna fly off the car eventually. But I don't think you should be paying $600 for it, man. Most like Tire Warehouse charges $600 for a wheel hub replacement, and a lot of people are willing to do it for $280 here. But the high schools might do it for free. You were from New York? I will see if I can't talk to him sometime. Cool. A farm on a Native American reservation has offered to pay me when the spring comes. And that's in New York. So I might do that. Or I might not. I don't know. If I could get work, I probably would have had a bunch of money and I would have left to Hawaii already. Like if I had gotten the FedEx job, I might have just gone to Hawaii by now. I saw you have a wild time with the police the other night. Should have told them to do those dudes to eat a bag. Yeah, they're at the end of the month, right before, like at the end of like February. It must be like that's the time where they need numbers to leverage for raises. So they go out and try to manufacture a lot of crimes to boost their numbers to get raises every year. So it sucked, but all the cops in the state right now are going around and getting everybody for everything. Because they're trying to boost their numbers in order to keep their salaries and get raises and all that shit. So it was just unfortunate for like a week straight. Cops were really trying to get me with anything that they could. Trying to generate income for their government by forcing people to pay fines and have to go to court. The Crosstrek is orange. Your sister gave it to me because she got a new car. Well, if you need a car, don't give it to me, man. But if it's a nice car... Hey, I try to find Mom Donnie and pamphlet his car, but I need a job. Pamphlet his car. I'm trying to do that here. I have a business idea. I have a potential buyer. I have a place to manufacture it. I don't have the startup resources. We have an Outback. Damn. What year is the Crosstrek? $2013? Mileage? And it just needs a wheel bearing? This car, they said it's worth like $5,000. It's 136,000 miles. It only has the only thing wrong with it is a wheel bearing, which I'm getting fixed, and then it will be immaculate. 187 plus, yes, a wheel bearing. If the mileage is better, and you're not trying to use it for Walmart Spark or like things where you need to travel with it, I might trade it. I might trade it with you if you give me the car because of sentimental value. Well, then I don't want to take it from you then. But I would maybe trade you if I was going on like a cross-country trip or something, because if it has better mileage, I'd drive the Outback for Spark. You just have a car sitting there, man. I don't know. If you're offering me a car, maybe I would just give this back and take the money, like the $1,000 that I paid for this car, and just give the car back. But no, people kicked the car and cut it. People put a couple dents in the car and keyed the back there. So I wouldn't give it back to them. And they were trying to get rid of the car anyway because they want to upgrade. That's why they need that $840. Because they're using it to upgrade their car, so they need that $840. I'm sure they've upgraded by now, but I owe them $840. They haven't reached out to me. I know they, because of the guy, showed them all my YouTube channel, like a humiliation ritual. They all watch this. They might be watching right now. Hopefully they can see that every day I'm trying to get a job. I feel like shit. Crew. I don't have enough to send them $20, or I would. I have just enough to get back to replace the wheel bearing, and I'm waiting for them to answer my text about when to do that. And they did say, to be fair, they did say, like, the mechanic said there was no way that I could have broken that wheel bearing. It was already on its way out. They said unless you, like, got stuck in a ditch, which I didn't, the back tires were, like, backed off the snow a little bit, and I just needed to be brought a foot, and the wheel bearing was already messed up at that point. It was nothing I did, it was just on its way out. Jax is coming, I'm gonna make sure it's not a head gasket. My engine's light on is for with the oil light. Did you do an oil change? Yeah, I mean, if you got a car, there's probably a reason you got a car. Like, definitely spend that 50 to... Like, if you're ever planning on sending me 50, instead put the car in the shop, if you haven't already, to do it. Otherwise... I won't turn it down, man. It's a nice car. I'm pretty sure they get like 30 miles per gallon, so maybe I'd trade you, or maybe I won't. I don't know. Or maybe like down the line, if you just keep it for a while, when this car goes, the next I'll just buy it off you. Yeah. I don't have any sentimental value for the car. It was a long journey to get it, for real. But I don't feel like my energy's infused in the car or anything, like I did with my last car. Not my last car, the Dodge Magnum. You can have it, it was given to me. I can't do anything with it yet. Unless I sold this car and pocketed the money, paid them off. Yeah, I'll think about it. Take it to like a dealership and see how much it's worth. Sell it for like 600 less, just to get it out quick. And then get that other car. And then I'll have like $5,000 in my pocket. Take 1,000 of that $5,000 and find a way to invest it. There's a guy who says that he does like drop shipping and stock trading and stuff. So he's already has a profitable business and he knows what to do. So if he can just prove to me that he's making it, because he showed me he gets income from it. Then I would pay him to get more of that product, I guess. But with drop shipping, you just need to pay for the advertisement, and then the money you get, you spend on the product after they've already paid you, and then you send it to them. Drop shipping and stuff is just creating an AI generated ad of a product, or just copying somebody else's ad, like literally just stealing it from them with the same product. Once you find a product that sells, you just take their product and you take the whole ad and you just change the AI voice on it. Do a little bit of editing to change the product, like the word and the text bubbles to yours, and then you just pay for a little bit of advertisement. It's like fishing, where you throw it out, and then when people bite, then they've already paid you, so then you just buy the product and send it to them. That's kind of going away because more people are realizing, like, you'd be capitalizing off white people. So at that point, I would just make signs. Like, I would sell Trump flags and like turn memes into signs you could put on your lawn to piss off your neighbors. 9 want to train it. The dealership said the Crosstrek was worth 1,500 trade. That's why my sister didn't. Yeah, for a 2013 Crosstrek with Subarus can go, or Outback, Subarus can go to like 200, 250K easy. I mean, it is kind of at the end of its life, I guess. Like, it is at a point where you would start wanting to put money into the car to keep it going to 250. They usually only last to 200. Just fucking stupid. And it's that way on purpose. So you buy another one. Gold panning in Alaska? Maybe. I know he knows me. You don't need to say that. What? Oh, yeah, yeah. Gold panning in Alaska? I think I'm just depressed. Like, that doesn't... No, when I was 20, that seemed like a great adventure to go do. But after this woodland, after the past 4 years of doing this stuff, like, it just seems like a lot of work. I would rather, like, go work at a polar bear reservation. And then, if I want to, like, spend a couple months taking a trip down gold panning. But I don't know. I don't want to. I don't like the idea of just showing up with nothing anymore and trying to build back up. It takes a lot. It's a lot of work that it like takes 2 years to get from nothing to something, usually in rural places. And it's all like word of mouth and handout help and community stuff. And then eventually you work to like a shitty car, and then you get a better car, and then you get a better car. Like, you show up with nothing, and then you find a shovel, and then you find a backpack, and then you have to lug all your shit in a wagon, and then... But maybe if I can get these wagons built, these like lightweight fold-up wagon rickshaws, that could house my stuff. It'd be the same as carrying... I just carry the backpack and then have nothing but the bedding in the back with just a solar panel and a power station. Then gold panning in Alaska seems like a pretty good idea. Because the bears would have trouble getting in. Because I'd put a speaker on it. I'd put a speaker on that bitch. I'd have to find out if bears and dog whistles, but I would put a big speaker. So if I felt a bear... But I don't know, maybe you would scare it and it would just hit you. Maybe I'd have to put like automatic, like when you're sitting in the wagon, there's a button that you press down, and the button presses a lever down that pushes down on the pepper spray. So you wait until it's right at the window, and then psh. I hope you can see my comments, bro, and I hope all is well. Things are getting better at a time. Okay, cool, I can see it. Yeah, sometimes, if you see that little gear, and then you click it, and it says top messages, if you switch it to all messages, then you can see your comment. Sometimes, if you don't have all messages, and you just have top messages, you can't see some of the comments. It's 5 a.m. here. It's probably like midnight here. Yeah, it's 11:30. I don't know, did I make anything from this? No. Well, Travis sent me 15 earlier. And I'm going to have to take down his thing, because I thought it was a different Travis. And he lives in Alaska. Speaking of Alaska. So I made $15 from the past 5 hours. Which isn't bad. Because for a long time I got nothing. Isn't that crazy? Look how far I came, man. Dude, where are you? I'm far away. Have you heard of those game tests? Yeah, that doesn't work. I did the survey apps. I did the game testing apps. It's a scam. They're mainly for people on computers, and I think that when you do those and download them, they gain access to your computer, and they make money by marketing off your information to people that do things in secret at the corporate level with your stuff. You make like 5 or 10 cents for a 20-minute survey sometimes. You got $10 from one? When I add you on Discord, let me know what app, and I'll do it. Because I'm looking for ways. Basically, I want this big binder that when a homeless person goes to the community action program, they get a book with all these different ways to generate revenue from your situation that is legal. Like I'm thinking about the best the best job I found for homeless people is turning big rocks into little rocks and shoveling. And it's not because they're like slaves and slave traders. Like it's actually healing for them, as long as they're compensated fairly. It's like the best job for them. I am somewhere far, far away. I'm on an island outside of a great lake. And I am like an hour and a half away from the center of my state in New England, where I've been for the past couple of years. But there's no cops here. But if I were to go to the more populated areas, there are cops everywhere. And I don't trust it because I have a Vermont plate and I'm out of state. So. Yeah. I didn't tighten the lid all the way, and I grabbed it by the lid. Yeah, it's not working. All right. I think I'm gonna go to bed. Sendo, just scroll down like a couple videos and just comment Discord, and I'll send you the link to the Discord. And I'll send you a bunch of this like reference stuff for how I want it to look. Homeless people just want handouts, but it seems like they like being destitute. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to pay rent, and the government has made it pretty much impossible to not pay rent. It's like slavery with extra steps. Nothing wrong with not paying rent. And a lot of problems homeless people have is trauma. There's three things: trauma, they're a massive lazy piece of shit, and drug addiction to a drug the CIA invented to be almost impossible to fix. What it does to you, it's almost impossible to heal from that. So the three things. And usually with one, accidentally comes the other, and then accidentally comes the other, because those are really your only options. So the way I found is that punishing them never works. They're already escaping into a drug, because the world usually has done so much to them. There are some, when I tell people it's usually 10 to 20% of homeless people, which is actually a lot better than I thought. 10 to 20% of people are the genuine lazy pieces of shit, handout consumers that don't want to change and they love it. But for the most part, they're people that have just gone through so much shit that they can't function. And the problem is that the way the government is right now is they punish these people. And when you punish them and try to dominate them and destroy them and force them into converting, that makes all three of these things worse. So they profit off of that with the criminal justice system. Police will target these people to add numbers to leverage their salaries, because it seems like there's a bigger homeless crisis. $400 million was awarded to my state to solve the homeless crisis, where there's only 4,000 homeless people, and none of us got any of that money. It went to some politician's pocket. You think you couldn't get 4,000 people a home and a job and help with $400 million? I could do it for $4 million. Over the course of like 6 years. But you buy gas, you gave shelter, and you want a job. So you can't figure out how to live without money. Oh, I've been doing this since I was 13, man. So I spent a lot of time with nothing. Hiding behind vending machines, living in dryers. I didn't even have a coat. Should I do it? I don't give a fuck about you dummies. I heard your raps. I know you made it up. Ain't nothing you could say to us. Ain't nobody gonna save you, bruh. But if you're humble and you pray, maybe I could be the one to save you, but you can't be gang unless you've been through homelessness. What's a mouse to a Doberman? Dragging her polar bear. I'm from somewhere your mama wouldn't let you go over there. Don't pretend that you know shit about shit. Sit down and let me overshare. I was on the ground, cold and homeless. I had to learn to get up and go and get it on my own. I ain't had no one on my phone. Shit, I ain't even had a coat. I just got the fuck up and did the most. That's how you grow. Bitch, you was asking mom for money. I was hopping over fences in the trenches trying to hunt a buck. I won't lie, that shit was dumb as fuck. But I got up and I got it done, and now you see me rolling holy with the chosen ones. Bitch, I don't give a fuck about the who's who. All you pussies mad just because she won't choose you. I'm a Mount Olympus shooting lightning like I'm Zeus. I'm the problem and the proof. I tell your pastor what to do. I just designed a stage for crickets, chickens, kale and spinach, solar in a coop. I got soldiers waiting for the signal. Here to Honolulu, I'm a big body button heads with moose. And don't get it misconstrued. I know exactly what the truth is. I'm just tiptoeing through these truces till I'm tall enough to lift up all the youth. And if I fail, I might just build a zoo. Bloodworth. You don't know shit about what you're talking about, man. It's uploaded. I might wager you might be an inbred Goyim, Bloodworth. Are you an inbred Goyim that was selectively programmed by Capricorn-worshipping, child-raping Satanists for generations and generations and generations, and now you've lost your ability for intellectualism because they've cut you off from empathy, and now you survive on being a good Goyim, working to accumulate resources for your masters? And you've just been, you're the rotten fruit of generations of institutionalized Freemasonry picking apart your consciousness and forcing you to believe things that aren't true about real life. China has almost no homeless people anymore. I don't know enough about China's system. YouTube is your support network, right? So hopefully the people that are here can see that once you've downed them, they only go to the prideful questions to try to detriment and degrade the perceived reputation, which is a literal high for them because they're addicted to the negativity. So they go hunting just to try to hurt people's reputation, and that makes them feel a little bit better about themselves. It's a way they avoid the mirror. The USA has a cannibalistic, sadistic system, that's for sure. Brazil has a 1 to 11 with the GDP as free healthcare. Yeah, Brazil has free healthcare. Brazil's economy is growing. It's not growing as steadily as countries that don't have free healthcare, which the only developed first world country that doesn't have free healthcare is the United States. And Brazil, what's cool, Brazil has a democratically elected female president, and the economy is growing, and they have free healthcare, and the overall quality of life and happiness is actually on the rise. The hotels are much better. The resorts and amusement parks are much better down there. It's a greater experience for tourism, and it's beautiful, and the women all have big, beautiful butts, man. The Brazilian butt lift is not for Brazilians. It's to make other people look Brazilian. I'm just waiting. I'm trying to download Duolingo at some point and learn Spanish. Those social media power games that white people get trapped in stimulates the same part of your brain that heroin does. Social media negative white social media haters are literal heroin junkies, but they're microdosing it through haha reacts and likes and comments and the stupid validation games. So they just scroll until they find someone they can target. And then they try to rape them socially. And I don't understand why they don't have the critical thinking skills the lateral thinking skills to be able to infer that the same things that they say haven't been said a million times. Yes, we speak Portuguese. Is a man now? Damn. But in general, we are a country that's doing better, and we don't have even close as the same amount of money, but we make do. Sure, you got to do your part. I mean, as long as the government rewards people for their efforts and acknowledges suffering in a way that isn't punishing, I don't see a reason. I think everyone innately wants to contribute to something greater than themselves, but when the society makes it not worthwhile, like like when people would trespass me and threaten to break all my shit apart, rip my tent up, fucking destroy my stuff, kick the shit out of my insulation board, threaten me with violence, try to instigate me, and then play reputation games with the police to make, even though he was the aggressor, I get in trouble because I'm the homeless guy. That doesn't make me want to clean up. That doesn't make me want to contribute to the community. That makes me want to destroy it. A child who was never loved by a village will burn it down to feel its warmth. So to stop homelessness, in my opinion, to get these three things out of the way: trauma, horrible abuse, horrible circumstances that destroyed them and they can't function because of severe CPTSD, bad drug addictions to a drug the CIA invented to work, to completely destroy the host, and just general pieces of shit, handout hero, whatever, killing them with kindness, giving them a few months to lay out in the woods by themselves, where nobody can come on or off the property. You can go on or off the property, but the road is like 3 miles long, and nobody can go down that road. And there's cameras, so you have to walk 3 miles. Eventually, that changing of the habit, that you start to heal, you start to be out in nature, the runner's high, the endorphins, makes it so this drug doesn't feel as good anymore. It starts to feel like a detriment to you because you already feel good. You don't need to escape because you're at peace and abundance. The traumas that go away, you're now safe. You have time to introspect. You can heal. General pieces of shit, after 3 months, they're out. Fuck them. But we tried. And then down the line, they have that reference experience of peace. So when somebody beats the shit out of them, because they're a piece of shit, and they become traumatized, they become drug addicted, they have the memory of what it was like before. And they come back, and it's word of mouth. You see that they've made an actual change, and you let them go back for a little bit. I don't care. He's trying to qualify himself. You can add that too, because Cascade County, Arizona records office 5-year corruption 2000 take care of you. Okay, cool. That's a lot better than I thought. For the first part, it was the same cookie cutter shit. That's better. Cochise County, yeah. I've been talking to him a lot about the new world is being birthed out there in the deserts out there. Most people are buying a bit of land, and they're out there with huge nomadic communities of like hundreds of thousands of people that go to Burning Man and go to these festivals, and they live in their van and they work remotely, and they all travel in these giant caravans. I don't know about rape and crime and all the bad stuff that's going on there, but I know that they are together and they're all doing this great stuff. And then they split off and do homesteading and do this stuff. There is a breakaway civilization of people in American society that's doing that, and that's taking place down in Arizona, New Mexico, southern Colorado, Wyoming and stuff. And there's a lot of people in BLM land traveling around with horses and stuff. That's kind of weird. When COVID happened and the search engine they made BLM so that when you looked up BLM, you didn't see free BLM land. So there wasn't a breakaway mass exodus to the public land. There was Black Lives Matter. So I do plan at some point. Right now I'm trying to pay the car off. I definitely want a few acres out there in the desert, and then I want a $10,000 property in Hawaii. I want a little bit of land up here in New England, somewhere in Vermont, hopefully, and then probably somewhere in like northern or like upper Canada or Montana on the border there. And then I just want to be able to go bounce around. I think if I have kids, they'll bounce around with me. Where we can do archery, we can ride horses, four-wheelers. Instead of spending all this money on a house and rent and land, we live in campers. Later, Sundo. I'd rather my kids be able to go to like a festival in Vermont and then go out and catch fish diving and surfing in Hawaii, and then go down to a powwow and on the Navajo res, and then go up to Montana and work on a ranch. I think they get a lot more out of life. But I know that friends are important, but I never had friends. And they'll meet a lot of people that way. I'm not sure yet. I know there's a lot of Jewish people that came from Israel, that they have 12 kids and they're making bank off of the government, and all their money they're sending to the one part of their 12 brothers and sisters that accumulates the resources and isn't on welfare, and they're generating 12 incomes for free, living for free, and they just have alternative methods of generating income, but they run it through that person's business so it doesn't go to them. They are still low income. And I'm like, you really think that low of me? You think I'm like that? Why don't you get mad at those people abusing the system? I couldn't function, and I went to 65 jobs and they wouldn't hire me because I have trespassing on my record. But I'm somehow less than millions and millions of people that aren't illegal immigrants running from a place that's war-torn. They're just coming from a beautiful place to come take advantage of this because they feel like they're building a new civilization inside of America and they're going to take over in a couple generations. You can have many brothers if you have families around you. They will have friends, but it is better to live in a single place with small kids. Yeah. That's tough, man, because what if I don't like the kids in the neighborhood? What if I spend all this money on a house, and I work so hard to get into a community, a suburban home, and then I realize I don't want these people around my kids. I don't want them around in this school. So then I have to leave. And then they lose all their friends anyway. I want to be able to diversify their experience. And when I have 4 properties across these countries, maybe a place down in Costa Rica. I keep thinking Costa Rica instead of Brazil. I don't know what's so different about Costa Rica, but maybe that place doesn't get nuked. Whichever one of those 3 that they have the best relationships and friends with, that becomes the permanent residence. And then by then we'll have modular homes built by robots. So I don't know. I grew up between house sitting at a wealthy person, a yacht captain's house, and then Section 8, and I loved it. I did for a while have a triplex with 30 cabins and a 4-story barn. And that definitely did, it felt like it freed up a lot of mental bandwidth for my family to have. I think, well, I didn't see my family struggling. I know they were struggling. My mom was in Section 8 after they split up. But I didn't really see my dad struggling. And I know we lost the house because the tenants didn't pay rent. I don't know what happened to the money. My uncle says it's gone. I don't know where it went. House was easily worth $300,000. I don't know where it went. I would buy my family a property with that for $150,000, and that other $150,000 we'll save. So I don't know. My uncle won't tell me if they have money. And I don't know why. It's not like I don't deserve it. It's not like I would squander it. But it is what it is. What's up, man? 13 years ago. Oh, he's been here for a while. You were here a couple weeks ago. What's up, man? I could tell you how God created you with your birthday and your name. A running vehicle is a hard asset. You're doing better than that guy pushing a shopping cart, posting a tent. I've only had this car 2 months. I got it by shoveling snow because no one would hire me, and finally someone from out of state gave me an opportunity. But he did say that he was taking credit for my achievements. And he did become like a really toxic for a while. And then living in the woods, I couldn't deal with that shit. No way. It was too much. And then it seemed like he got involved with power gangs. The way he started talking to me was really like, we were looking for a shovel and an ice pick, and he thought that it was in the building in the closet. So I just went up and looked, and I saw it was by the salt. So I came back with it, and he went, "Oh, was it in the closet?" Pointing at me like, "Was it in the closet?" And I was like, "It was by the salt," you know. And then we were talking about needing a different type of shovel or something, and I was like, and they had just paid me for the shovel. I was like, I could just buy one. And he goes, "You never buy anything for this place." And then I looked at the other guy, and the other guy's just looking at me like, and he was like, the other guy was like, "I'm gonna go, bye." And I was like, yeah, the guy's trying to dominate me for some reason. I don't know what he's doing. But the idea of him helping me, but then after he had proof that he had helped me, felt like, he said he was no longer motivated to help. After he had got enough evidence that he had helped me. Like, he helped me carry a wood stove into his Sprinter van, and he took the wood stove to where my tent was. It was a nice $1,000 worth wood stove somebody was giving away because they moved. I immediately found a buyer for it who was going to get it for $350. He needed that stove because he needed all the parts from it for his stove. So he said he'd give me $500 if I wanted, but minus gas, so $350. Because he had to drive a long way. He was going to drive 2.5 hours, and we were only going to drive 1.5 hours, and I would have paid him for the gas. So I say that, I'm like, "Hey, we got it. That's enough for the car." And he's like, "I don't feel motivated enough to help you." And that puts me in a weird position. Like, what is he asking me to do? financial incentive, but he had already gotten the reputation stuff from helping me. So he had already leveraged that, and he said he was taking over the laundromat. So he no longer felt motivated to help me. So I thought it was weird. I felt kind of disrespected from it. So I was like, just to be sure, I copied what he said to me when the our boss asked me to come shovel, and I did exactly what he did. I just copied and pasted it, but I wrote, instead of like what he said about the thing, I said about the shoveling. Because he would like, maybe he might have been drunk or something when he would text me, but he would text me like, I really believe in you. I see your vision. I think you're very talented. I love the direction you're going. I love talking about what you're going to do in your life. I'm here to help you with anything you need. All this stuff. But then it was like, suddenly it just, I think he got to a point, and it wasn't, I was just shoveling and going back. But then it was like, over time, the stuff that he did really, like, it was just cartoonishly weird. And I felt it was like narcissistic, and now I'm like OCD for Leo maybe, but it was really bad to be around. And after that, the boss got really mad at what I said, and I said that's what he said to me. I showed up while she was like really mad, trying, and she either had shoveled a little bit or she was about to, but I could tell she was like walking around like head up like this, like she was like really pissed about the situation. And I just walked up like, of course I'm gonna shovel. And I shoveled. I was like, that's what he said to me. I think it happened after he said that I said something like, I feel really bad about handouts. Like I don't like being the guy that receives all these handouts. So he took that as, without telling me, he started trying to take my money that I was being paid from the program to pay him. Not the program, but the job shuffling. He tried to take the money from that and pay himself with it. And I would have been fine with it. I was like, I wouldn't have let you berate me about how you'll take away your help at any moment if I don't behave the way you're looking for me to. I would have not tolerated that shit if I knew that I was hiring you for this stuff. And after that, he was no longer motivated to help, so. Heather said, "Pink fur, I'm testing my abilities. Were you born in the 70s? And he goes, no. And just says, I would rather be this guy. Don't cry, bro. I don't think I can cry, man. I've been through too much shit. I've been through too much, man. Sometimes a single tear will go down my eye when I think about everything that I've lost, but and how unfair it was, and how there's nothing I can do about it, and I don't know what to do, and my life is much farther along than I wished it was. But I'm grateful for the knowledge that I've gotten, and the experience and the endurance and strength for what I've been through. But I still wish that I wish that I had what I knew now when I was 20. Instead of suffering for 6 years trying to figure it out. Yeah, it's tough. But it is what it is, man. I'm trying to get a new pair of pants. My shit's fucking, I got a huge fucking hole in my knee on my jeans, man. And I'm like, do you think that's keeping me? Because I got a bunch of stains on my pants too, man. Food stains and shit. Sweat stains, like behind my knees and shit. I walk around with it. Ink stains from pens and shit. That could be keeping me. Please activate your super chat. Man, just download just get Cash App, man. it comes in handy in the future because bank transfers seem kind of complicated, but they make it easy to download Cash App. And when you do Venmo payments and stuff, like if you ever on Marketplace, but I guess you could pay the ATM fee to get it in cash, but usually like with Venmo, you can do instant transfers to Cash App and stuff. I like it better than a bank. I hate banks, man. But I have a community guideline strike because I said that one of the I said that one time I took a massive shit. Like I had 4 Domino's pizzas and I shit it all out at once, and that was the worst experience of my life. It hurt really bad, and afterwards I hated it so much. So I said that I made a joke that it must be a mental illness for people to go to a bar just to get that experience in reverse. And I got a strike. So I don't think I can for like 90 days get my super chat. And it was a joke. 26 is so young. Yeah. And because of this like CPTSD and possibly a brain injury that healed, but I didn't get it tested then, but I got it tested in 2024 and my brain was fine. But I definitely smacked my forehead into the steering wheel at 90 miles an hour and the airbag didn't go off. And afterwards I'd get like blackouts. Sometimes I just couldn't speak for the day. Sometimes I had to like I couldn't move. I would like wake up with sleep paralysis. And just everything was really fucked up after like 12 suicide attempts. Like I'd really everything had gotten fucked up for a while. And I spent like 6 years trying to figure that out. And I got almost arguably worse stuff happened on the journey than happened back then. So I talked to a therapist last year and he said that there's nothing wrong with just be 20, man. So you were basically in a coma of just a loop of survival mode, fighting people almost to the death, living through sub-zero winters, eating out of dumpsters without a blanket, and just like keeping yourself warm, sleeping in the back of the car where it's sealed and it's the CO2 gives you brain damage. You had a rough go of it, man. I don't see an issue with calling yourself 20 or 21. Just don't try to use it to sleep with underage girls. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. And there's nothing wrong with liking someone of the same sex. I just don't personally. And I just have trauma from people that liked me, that tried to fuck with me. And that made me not like those people for a while. But then I watched Smosh videos. And I was like, okay, they're not bad. You've been through a lot. For real. One time, I hung myself when I was 19. I hung myself in somebody's basement in Old Orchard Beach. And I put on 2009 by Mac Miller. I cried. I apologized to everyone that I've ever hurt, to the universe. And then I jumped off the ladder and hung myself. And I woke up on the floor. I had passed out, and somehow I got loose. It was just with an extension cord, but I passed out from it. So they put me into the hospital. But then I was like, I don't want to be here. I want to go home. I don't want to be here. So I waited for the guards to move. And when they opened the door, I tried to run out, but there were 6 cops on the other side. So probably 8 people grabbed me. And they took a lot for them to drag me all the way back and restrain me. And I had like 8 people holding me down. And then one of the cops just slammed his elbow into my head a bunch and then just pressed my head down as hard as he could, like full welts everywhere, black and blue from him digging his thing into my temple. And I looked up and I was like, and to the one guy who was older, he looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. I went, would you do this to your son? And the guy starts crying and bawling, and then the cop hits me again. And I'm like, this guy likes it. And then I broke and I started crying and I was like, I just want to kill myself. I just want to kill myself, please. And then I went to the mental hospital for 2 weeks. And I drew a bunch of pictures for my girlfriend who drove 3 hours to come see me. And then she would go back and hang out with other guys. But I've jumped off bridges, hung myself twice, drove my car 90 miles an hour into a pole. I took all the pills in my girlfriend's grandmother's medicine cabinet, and then she thought I died. I passed out, and then I just woke up with a really bad headache and pain a couple hours later, and she was crying in the other room. She thought that I had died, and she didn't know what to do. She didn't call the police or anything yet. She was making sure to see if I would wake up, but she didn't check my pulse or anything. And she's just sitting there like consoling me as I'm about to die, just like hugging me, knowing that I'm going to kill myself. And she just let me go. And then I died. And then I woke up a few hours later. And her grandma was just working outside the room on the computer. I'm like, that must have been really fucking traumatic for her. And then a couple months later, I cut my wrist open and I bled out in a bathtub. And I didn't realize, because I would have blackouts. I had blacked out. And in my blackout, I was just spamming her a bunch of shit. Like, blew up like hundreds of messages on her phone. Blowing her up about a bunch, like just random shit. So somebody called the police and they saved me. Yeah, my girlfriend at the time, after the suicide, after I drove my car into a pole, she called me and said that she really valued me because she experienced what it was like to lose me. She said she was on the phone with the guy she was sleeping with in the bath and crying about losing me. So she invited me over and I stayed at her house for a couple weeks. And then like after the first week, Valentine's Day happened and she left me at her sister's house and walked away with her friend and left me there with the pizza. She didn't even eat the pizza. She didn't even care about like the gifts I got her and stuff. And then a week went by and I was at my friend's house and I smoked a little weed and the aliens came down and showed me in spirit this glowing light, opening up the spirit to see her cheating on me. And that they were literally taking all my life force energy and putting it back in heaven so that when she cheats on me, I don't lose it and it will come back to me later. And then a week later, I'm still empty, lifeless, don't feel anything. They come back down again and say, she's going to do it tonight. Be ready. And then I was sitting on her couch. She was upstairs. There's like a balcony, like a porch thing, like a balcony inside where she could look down. I see her in her room. She's playing music. She puts on Black's Disconnect by 6 Lack. We've got a disconnect. And she's dressed up better than I'd ever seen her. And goes and takes a shower, gets ready, and then just walks out and doesn't say anything. And then the spirit goes, it's happening. So I took a shot of vodka. I worked out crying for 45 minutes. Just doing pull-ups, trying to stop the pain. And then she came back and I could see that she was completely empty and lifeless. All the love in her heart was gone. All the love that we had together, our relationship for the past, knowing her for the past 5 years before that, down the drain. And there was just nothing. We would permanently have a disconnect now when we didn't have one before. And she showed up empty, lifeless, and full of hate, like demonic. And she just walked by me, went upstairs, and then I was like I was going to kill myself. However I was going to do it, whether it was like jump off the highway, like jump off the bridge onto the highway. And I'm somebody that doesn't think about suicide. I'm somebody that does it. I really do it. I don't whine about doing it for attention. I don't tell anybody and I just do it. I jump off. I don't tell anyone and I just hang myself or ram my car or whatever. I don't tell anybody it's going to happen. I just do it. So I was going to do it. The highway was like a mile up the road and it's overlooking the intersection. I was going to just jump off and kill myself. So I called my mom crying. I was like, I need to go back in the retreat. I need to go back. And then she springs into action. She's blocking the door, trying to hug me. And everything. I was like, do you know, can you see I care about you now? You didn't think I loved you or something? And then she stayed with me. And we stayed together for 2 years. But she says that we broke up a week after that, which gave her permission to do whatever she wanted with whoever she wanted. But she was basically living with me the whole time. Sometimes I would be like in the vegetative state where I can't think and I can't speak and I'm really struggling really hard. Feeling trapped in the relationship made it so I hated myself so much And I survive off confidence. I'm a Sagittarius. I survive off confidence. So to not have confidence was me trying to figure it out and nothing ever worked. So I was always struggling to get back to who I was that I felt like I had lost. And I thought that I lost it from trauma and brain injury and smoking some weed on antidepressants. But really I lost myself because I was emasculated and I survived off my own self-confidence from achievement. I wasn't going out and achieving anything. I had been emasculated by not being good enough. So I grew to resent myself, and then I couldn't think at all. So I was always trying to come up with the jokes and be entertaining and flirt with her like I used to, but I grew to hate her because I knew she was lying and she didn't feel bad. She lied to my face and she only felt bad because she got caught because the aliens told me to open her phone, and I opened her phone and they told me where it was, and then I saw the picture of the guy's back scratched up 20 minutes after she had left me. So she went there, drove 7 minutes, by 20 minutes. So after 13 minutes they had had sex. And she said that Harry Potter Dementors tortured her in her own words, she said that she had a panic attack and she was spiritually attacked in the car afterwards. And I was like, duh. You tried to sacrifice me. You tried to take all the love from me, lock me out with power dynamics, harvest my yearning for your validation, and then convert that in a sexual ritual to somebody else to steal it from me. You tried to take my heart, man. Of course you're going to be tortured and destroyed and possessed. But then I couldn't think and all this stuff, and I would be in the passenger seat like her dog, and she'd just drive us around all the time listening to music. And I'd try to make jokes, and she'd pretend it was funny. But sometimes I'd break through, and we were all falling on the floor laughing, and it was great. Sometimes, but even though I was a sex addict, I couldn't have sex with her. It was disgusting to me, even though she was one of the most beautiful people I've ever met in my life. Couldn't find an attraction to her because she had not acknowledged what she did, and I couldn't see. I'm a Scorpio Venus. I needed that. I can see bullshit living on you, basically. So I couldn't, it was like I was around a disgusting homunculus of demonic energy in all of her relationships. And she knew it. She wrote me a love letter saying all these good things about me, how it's crazy that I'm somebody that's like, forgiveness isn't something I have to deal with. It just, I automatically forgive. And saying that she can't wait to have kids with me because I'm going to be a great father, and how smart and funny I am and talented and all this stuff. And she's acknowledged that she fucked up because she has all of these attachments. And back then I wasn't spiritual, but she was. Even if she was a woman. So I think women naturally see that more than men do. I didn't realize what she meant by attachments. I think Jada Smith called it entanglements. We were in entanglements. She was talking about all the attachments she had to the dozens of guys on her phone. And she acknowledged it. And now it's like she can't even remember she wrote me those pages. And we took a road trip to Mississippi, and she got me a dog. And then I couldn't take care of the dog because I couldn't function. So we gave the dog away, and then we got a cat instead, named Mark, who was a Gemini. But we gave Honey up to a farm. An actual farm, not like they put her down. But I had a little Catahoula dog for a little bit, which was pretty cool. And she liked me more than she liked Chloe, which was really cool too. Because Honey saw her bullshit too. And Honey was loyal and loved me. So when she would come around, Honey would be like running away from her to me. Because she could see it. Honey could see the same thing I could see, that whatever she was doing when she left, she came back. The Gemini sun sign, all the intellectual, social entanglement she had gotten, it had converted her because she was doing too much of the investing sexually. She was probably sexting guys. I don't know if she was hooking up with guys, but she said she would go to their house and spend the night. But she said because of her trauma, she didn't want to hook up with them. She wanted to just get in and see what it was like first. And she said that they always came on to her and she didn't like it, and they would get really aggressive with her, and then she stopped hanging out with them. But then she'd hang out with them a couple months later, so I don't know if I believe her. But one time she brought me to another guy's house named Vinny. And Vinny was like 5'5". He was short. But he was skinny, he had abs, and I didn't at the time. And then she left me in the car, put her hair down, dressed up really nice, smelled nice, and then went in his house for an hour. And then I blacked out, and I blacked out from the stress. because I couldn't move and I couldn't figure out how to move. I couldn't get up and go anywhere. I was trapped in her car. And I have a lot of trauma from being trapped and restrained and stuff. So that would bring me, then I blacked out, and I don't remember if she came out with messy hair or not. I'm assuming she was that meticulous enough she would have brushed it in the bathroom. But I didn't think to check at the time. She could have totally gotten laid and left me as a dog in the car. But she did that a lot more than I know. And she will never tell me, because if she told me the truth, she wouldn't have power over me, because she knows that trying to uncover the truth is like she knows that I yearn for the truth like that, and I feel she's holding it over me. So she'll call and I'll get her to admit some things and she won't tell me other things, and I'm like, it's been 5 years. Just tell me. I don't want to live with the what is happening, what is going on in that chaos, where she comes in and I love her, and she's all I have at that point, because I lost all my friends and family. And I'm in Section 8 trying to recover from this, and she would come hang out for a couple of days and play video games with me, help me. Like, sometimes I couldn't move, and she'd try to help get me awake, and she's crying. She's like, I don't know what to do. Like, it seemed like she cared. But the Gemini, all this other shit she was doing, and I had to live, and that was the whole relationship. Like, I met her when I was 16. We hung out, and she would run away. And I just really liked her, and I was always stuck with, I wonder how many other guys she's talking to. I wonder what she's doing. Why am I not good enough? But that comes from me being locked in a room smaller than a closet, in a bed that doesn't fit, locked in rooms for weeks in an institution, and I can only eat like a tiny bowl of spaghetti a night and a peanut butter sandwich at lunch. And I'm in the room for the whole day, like solitary confinement, and I'm looking out the plexiglass window in the little crack, and my mom is supposed to show up at 3, but they don't tell me what time it is. So I sit there all day just staring out the window, and my mom just didn't bother driving a mile down the road to come see me that day. So I'd have to sit there being like, why, what am I doing that's not good enough for her to want to come take me out of this, so I can get out of this torture? And I know it could have been a lot worse, but it still sucked as a kid. So that's how my relationships developed into rumination about why don't they treat me this way, and then I stay with them trying to be better. But she was the closest thing I ever had to a best friend. She's someone that really understood me. And she did, even if she was fucked up, she did love me for me in a way that nobody else had. But then if you try to question the narcissistic power dynamics and stuff, she gets defensive and malicious. And she did enjoy the temptation of being invested in one guy and then going off, and it kind of supercharged the all the other interactions she had, because now it's like the other guy's, it's now like he's dominating me somehow. I became the cuck. So then, I got to know her. So I knew the perfect time to suggest which guy she should date when I finally left her, knowing that the guy, out of her many suitors, this one guy had anger issues and a micro penis. And she didn't know that yet. So she got with him after I went to Miami. And then he knocked her up and knocked her out, pushed her on the ground, beat the shit out of her. People would tell me that they saw them in public, and he's just screaming at her in a public place, pushing her to the ground. And I don't know how much of that is true from what they said, because I know people play telephone. But she did say he pushed her to the ground, and somebody else said they saw him push her to the ground right in public in front of everybody. And then that guy messages me, because she would cheat on him with me once. And then when I got back from Miami and she was already with him, so then like 8 months go by and he texts me and he's like, hey, are you still a narcissistic, abusive, rapist pig that manipulates and beats women? So I was like, call me real quick. And he called me and I was like, talking to him, whatever. And I was like, you don't think she's talking to other guys? And he was like, no. And I'm like, then you're stupid. He's like, oh, I'm stupid? And he hangs up. And I was like, if you want to meet me outside, you already said you know my address. Meet me outside. And he's like, bro, I've been waiting for this. And I was like, I'll be outside. So I go to my car in my parking lot, and he's standing at the edge of the parking lot over there. And I'm like, just come over here, man. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, cameras. And I was like, okay. So he gets right in my face. I'm in his face. I'm a lot taller. I'm taller than he is. I look down. I was like, don't make me say it, bro. Because he's trying to qualify himself and do all this I'm better than you shit. He told me that while we were dating, she brought him a sandwich from D'Angelo's while he was at work. And I was like, don't make me say it, man. He was like, what? I was like, well, while you were together, she was calling me daddy, and we would fuck, and we would put your air tag that you put in her car, and she would take her grandma's. Or she would put it in her grandma's. He was like, prove it. So I look, and I had deleted her conversation because I kept looking at her nudes all the time. So I just deleted it so I'd stop looking at her nudes. So I was like, I don't have it. And he was like, okay. Yeah, I bet. And then he gets in my face. He goes, ah! Like that. He's like trying to talk to me. And then he just walks up and goes, ah! And then he goes, I just yelled at you. And I was like, okay. And then he's like, I know what your car looks like now. And then he walks away stopping like he had won. And I'm sitting there like, he also in that conversation said that he goes to her other ex's houses and sits there and stares at them through the window drunk. And he says he goes to my house, my apartment, and he sits there looking through my apartment, looking at me through the window. Why would I lie about this, dirty Johnny? Stop being an inbred goyim and wake up. You're not superior. It's the Stanford prison experiment. They made you believe you were superior so you didn't question authority and gain intellectual advantage because you felt like you needed to for competition. So they made you lazy, and they made your grandparents full of lead to work and work and work. And now we have all this bullshit from your culture of people that are epigenetically dysfunctioning, trapped in power and pride games because they've been manipulating your belief systems through the age of Pisces. Just to keep you working long enough to pay for welfare for Jewish families, 12 at a time, coming in, 12 kids living in New Jersey, living off of your welfare, and they blame it on homeless people. It's not homeless people, it's Jewish people that are showing up in millions from Israel, and they blame it on immigrants so you don't question Jewish people who came here legally. Yeah, so her boyfriend said he would go to my apartment, and when he said that he was watching me, I wasn't even there. I was in West Virginia. So he was thinking he was in the car attacking me spiritually because we live in a high vibrational state where people are crazy. Vermont is crazy, full of crazy people. And we happen to be blessed with a higher vibrational energy. So he was using that, and he thought he was playing these stupid power games. And I wasn't even there. So then he tells me that he goes to other people's houses and all this shit. He blows up online and says a bunch of bullshit about... He made this like sneak dissing long Facebook post about how members of your community are just beating and raping women and you're just leaving there to sit on Canal Street. And I was like, she was telling that to you so you wouldn't think that I was the one that was cheating on... She was cheating on you with me. She vilified me so you wouldn't question it, and then you became obsessive because you've always been jealous of me. He literally said in that conversation that he thought that he was in secret competition with me since I was 17, and I was 21 at the time. So he said that we were competing for the same girls for 4 years. And the only time I've ever heard that guy existed in my entire life was one time I was taking a girl to go have sex in the woods. And she said, oh, this guy, Gary's blowing my phone up. And I was like, oh. Did he send you a dick pic? And she was like, yeah, but it's really small. And I'm like, do you like the guy? Are you like dating? And she was like, no, he kind of creeps me out actually. So I was like, just block him. And she's like, yeah, I probably should. That's the only time I've ever heard about that guy in my life, is that he had a micro penis and he was like really creeping on this girl that I was going to fuck in the woods. But he told me he was in secret competition with me for girls. And I was like, what girls? And he's like, Raven. And Raven is this really, really skinny, really tall. I don't think she's attractive, but I grew up with her. Like, we went to the same elementary school. So I was like, Raven, you think that low of me, dude? I think Raven is ugly. I grew up with Raven. And I saw him like stewing there with the focus and everything, trying to focus. But then a few weeks go by and I'm freestyling, making beats with my little brother, who's not by blood, but I call him my little brother. And I get this, God comes down and says, you need to go to the job that him and I were dishwashing at. But then COVID happened, so they downsized and let us go. But their spirit was like, you need to go there because of this guy. And I was like, okay. So I'm like, let's go. Let's just go get some lunch or whatever, or dinner. So we go there. I go in and talk to one of my other girls I had slept with in the past, who was dating that guy's best friend. And she comes up to me and says, while I'm waiting for my taco bowl, she says, basically that he's living in her house. He's homeless and staying with her boyfriend. And she broke up with her boyfriend. So she's kicking him out. Do we want to acknowledge Dirty Johnny and continue letting him know that we don't think that there's no positive things we think about it. We just think that he's pathetic. The games that you're trying to play, you lose on the first move because everyone looks at you and they're like, oh, really? He's one of those guys? What a fucking loser. It's just sad. So, she says that he's beating my ex all the time, and they're constantly fighting all the time. He's gotten her pregnant, I think, or maybe they hadn't had the kid yet, but they were just really toxic, and he was getting violent, and that one time she tried to get him to leave, and he got physical with her. So I go around back, because they live behind the restaurant, knock on the door. He's playing like some survival multiplayer game or something. I don't remember, but it was a shitty game. It wasn't a good one. It was like graphics were terrible. It wasn't Rust. It was like some shitty knockoff. It might have been the one with the dinosaurs. And he comes to the door. It smells terrible in there. It smells like fucking shit. Horrible, like they had just left a litter box because her fucking boyfriend wasn't cleaning. Because he said that even though he works part-time as a server, and she works overtime as the head server of a better restaurant. She needs to do her part to clean, so he's refusing to clean. So it smells disgusting in there. And he's sitting in there. I can see a giant bong in the middle. He comes up to the door, and I'm like, did you put your hands on Chloe? He was like, no. And I was like, then why is everybody telling me you're putting your hands on Chloe? I said, don't let me find out you're doing it, bro. But I said it different back then. I hadn't been talking for 6 hours, you know? I says, don't let me find out. And then I'm going to walk away, and he's like, do you want me to call her? And I was like, sure. So I walk back, and he calls her. And I don't remember if I talked to her, if he talks to her. Maybe I said, like, hey, everyone, I need you to show up and tell me that he's not beating you, because everybody's telling me that he's beating you. And she's like, okay. So she pulls up. Little brother's in the back of the car, my car. She pulls up in front. I think her mom was a prostitute. And her mom said, somehow she said that her mom gave her a $30,000 car. And her dad was like an ex-crime lord for a Mexican gang. But her grandmother was a stock trader and was very wealthy. She came from a lot of money, and she didn't spend any time with her family. She didn't even know her dad till she was 18. And they lived in like little Puerto Rico down in Massachusetts. And but somehow she got a really expensive car, and she had downsized to like a four, instead of this big SUV, she was down to like a small sedan. Still nice car. But she rolls the window down, and then he gets right in between both of us and is standing there proud, and she looks kind of anxious. So I'm like, I mean, I've known her for 7 years at this point. So I go around to the side to open the door and get in the car. And then he runs up at me with his hand in his pocket, and instinctively I just grab his neck and put him to the car because I'm taller than him. And when I was wearing Tim's, I was 5'11", he's probably 5'7", and he was wearing Vans. So I pin him to the car, and then I'm like, at that point, I was like, I don't care about the domination, stupid power games he's got going on. I'm done. So I just back up, and he's like, what? And I'm like, I'm stopping. And I just through the window, I'm like, stop lying to him. And I get back in the car and leave. And then at some point he blew me up again, and then he messaged me and said, hey, you know, we're not going to stop fighting until one of us kills each other. He really thought that we were still in a spiritual battle for dominance. And I wasn't thinking about the guy. I wasn't talking to the guy. I finally go, bro, I grew up without parents. I've known Chloe for 7 years. You've known her for 2 years. I was trying to see somebody I've known for 7 years just to make sure that you're not beating her, because people are saying you're beating her. She's already cheated on you with me. I've already done it. There's no competition here. I want you to know that I didn't pander to you. I didn't play a character to try to do this stupid bullshit with you. I didn't pander to you. I just said it straight. And I wish you the best, man. And then I blocked him. But then it was like for the next 4 years, every time I made a post on Facebook or I made a profile picture change or something, he would make the same post. He was trying to copy everything that I did. And I would find out because I would be laying in bed in the back of my car, homeless and traveling, and God would say, check it. This is going to be really funny. Check his Facebook. So I check his Facebook, and he's copied everything that I, like the style of the way that I made Facebook posts, the style of my content. He was copying. And they said they're trying to take your energy. They're living off of the story about you, and they're fighting over you all the time, even if they don't realize it. And then every time I felt like I had broken free from that bullshit, she would call me. Or I would see that there was one new person watching my Facebook story that wasn't friends with me. So then, as my life got worse, I would just vent on my Facebook, and I'd tell people, like, this is what he did. This is what this other guy did. This is what happened to me. It's fucking bullshit. Because I was hoping that I would be able to tell people what happened, and that by appearing crazier, because all of that stuff stems from envy. The people that threaten to kill me or talk shit about me on the internet, the people that do this stuff, do it because they're jealous of me for some reason. It was because I was dating the best looking girls at one point in my life. It's not now. Now I just hang out with my friend Bucky. But at one point I was dating the baddest bitches arguably in the world at that point. Because I haven't seen anybody better. Like Billie Eilish, yeah, but she's top heavy. And yeah, Sydney Sweeney's hot, but I thought these girls were better. Personally, I think these girls were better looking. And we were young. And I slept with like 25 girls in like 3 years. So they were jealous of that. The image, because I didn't really talk to people. I talked to girls. I didn't care. I didn't go to the river fishing with the guys. I didn't go to the marina unless I was going, and I would talk to a girl and I would hook up with her on the beach. I did my own thing. So that created a lot of like people making up this idea about me with their insecurities, and they would target me. So they would come at me all the time. Hey, did the other guy that I blocked, can you tell that this is like literally carbon copy you? This is exactly who you are. You're like the same person. You have no individuality. It's the same shit, and you can obviously tell that they have a disconnect. You know what I'm saying? They got the problems. So yeah, the only other thing that came from it that I know of is that she said that they would fight all the time about it, and that he was actually beating her all the time. And then they got her pregnant, and she had a kid, and now they're fighting for custody. I think she gave her kid away, actually. I'm pretty sure when she got with another guy, that she was cheated. She told me that she cheated on him with 3 other people. And then I was like, why? It's 2025 and you're telling me all this shit? Fuck you. So I called all of their girlfriends and said, hey, were you dating this person at this time? Because she just told me all this. And I ended 2 relationships and 1 person who had been dating. They had been together with that guy that was seeing her for like 8 years. So they just blocked me. She doesn't want to believe it. So, come to Michigan, maybe. The dental delivery. What the hell? I think we tried to block him at the same time. I'm gonna save my root beer for tonight. And watch Candace Owens and Erica Kirk. Fuck Callie. I live in New England, man. There was also another kid that saw me walking up the street once and his girlfriend smiled and waved at me through the window and then he threatened to kill me for 4 years. Like I'm just walking up the street with my little brother, who I call my little brother, but it's not by blood. We had just made a bunch of music in my studio and we're going up to his place where he lives with his mom. And white car passes by. I just like side glance for a second and see that she waved. So I smiled. I was like, hey, hang out with at his place, come back to my place. And we're sitting there's like where I live, there was like a bunch of hills. So we're sitting in this parking lot at the top of the hill. And I opened my phone and I saw this guy saying, you finna find out how this 22 tastes. And he's like a short, skinny little, but he's got red hair that he dreaded. And he has an illegal firearm. And he's addicted to pills. And he's fucking hooked on lean and shit. And he's telling me that he's gonna kill me. So I'm like, 10 Canal Street, bro, hold up. And he's like, I'm at a party and this guy's trying to get me to kill him. I'm like, you just said you were coming to kill me. So then a week goes by, he doesn't do shit. Then he says that I'm a pedophile all over the internet. And he just makes some shit up. Swear to God. My aunt texts me, he's like, why is this guy calling you a pedophile? So I text him and he just blows my phone up with a bunch of shit, but doesn't do anything. So I'm like, what's the point? Stop being a pussy. You're a scared little pussy talking shit on the internet. I live a block from you. You said you're gonna kill me. I'm right here. You don't scare me. Then I see him a couple weeks later outside the gas station. I'm standing at the gas station. We were 5 deep that night. There were 5 of us there. People that do MMA, people that were like 6'7". Everybody's hanging out at the gas station. He pulls in with his girlfriend. I see her look at me. I see him trying to not to look at me. He pulls up and sits there for 5 minutes. Or really like 45 seconds, not 5 minutes, 45 seconds. And I'm just standing there waiting to see what he does. I'll beat the shit out of him and I'll get a at that point, I was 21. I get a charge. Fuck it. Because then the guys, I'll beat the shit out of him. And the other guys come out, they'll might kill him. And I'll just show the cops the what he said to me. But he doesn't. He gets up and slowly drives away. And the girlfriend's just staring at me like, because they're on drugs. She's just staring at me like this. And I'm like, bye. You know, and they take off. And then the guy comes out. I was like, Rowan was just here. And everybody was like, what? Everybody was ready, which was really cool for me. But then he does more shit on the internet. Eventually, I had the trauma and police brutality. I didn't do it, like, swear to God. They won't give me the body cam footage. They won't show what happened to me in the cell. Because what they did was illegal. They perceived me as like the other guy. Because I wore Timbs and tattoos. I had short hair back then. I was hanging around with just black people. Like I would go to the center of town. And in the center of town there was I lived in a place with a lot of multi-generational black families that descended from the Buffalo Soldiers and a lot of African immigrants. And there was people there that didn't speak good English. So when I would go hang out with them, I would help them with their phone stuff. And they would cook me a bunch of food and we'd hang out. And there would always be like these fat pieces of shit that would show up and call them a bunch of names and chuck bottles and shit at them. And then the kids would beat the fuck out of them. And I would just sit there at the top of the stairs trying to work on the guy's phone. But yeah, people had mentioned to me that the cops had already known me because of my connection with those people. And when I was like, who's those people? So that's why they manufactured a crime, used excessive force, lied to the news. The news put out fake of what happened to try to destroy my reputation. And then covered in mace, can't see, burning into my eyes, they left me there for 4 days with no running water, no blankets or pillows, and I got 2 McDonald's burgers in 4 days. So then afterwards I was like, fuck it, and I left and I traveled in my car. And it was great. I had a great adventure, and I would just post on my Snapchat what I'm doing, and then him and his new girlfriend would blow my phone up for sometimes entire nights. One time on my birthday, he blew me up from like sundown to sun up, and he's done that multiple times over the past 4 years. Just playing these stupid games like these guys. And back then I didn't know that it was an addiction and that they have mental disorder and they're fucked up and trapped in pride and garbage, and they might work hard and they might have resources, but they're just mentally and socially fucked. They're just so skewed and trapped in something wrong, and actually that stuff is a cry for help and attention. I didn't realize that I had taken the place of his dad, and he was trying to hurt his dad at me because he was jealous. So I got him. I pissed him off for the rest of his life. Eventually I broke, like, I would just play around him for a little bit and be like, send him pictures of me with all the black people around me, because I know he was trying to be hood. And I wasn't trying to be hood. I just happened to be around gang members at that point in my life, not back then, but at like 2022, I was around a bunch of gang members. I wasn't in the gang, wasn't doing anything illegal, but we were living in the same area, so I would hang out with them all the time. And I just got along with them better, maybe from trauma or whatever. It was great for me. But I would just send him pictures of me hanging out with them, and I knew it made him really mad. And then I'd send it, he looked like a hamster. So I sent him a picture of a hamster and shit. Other people had also called him a hamster at one point because he was threatening people online with an illegal gun. Eventually, a normal person like me just ran him the fuck over with a car. Gave him brain injury, destroyed, like, he had to be carried out by helicopter. They fucking pinned him between 2 cars and just rammed him into the car. So he had brain damage, and he'd go on the internet saying, you fucking schizo, faggot, hobo, piece of shit, whatever. And then like 6 months later, he holds his pregnant wife at gunpoint in a standoff with the police because he's hallucinating that the guy that ran him over is in the home with him, trying to kill him again. So he's actually a schizo fag. He was projecting because he knew all the girls that I'd been with. So, but he went on for 4 years, and eventually I got sick of it. And because he had blown up and said a bunch of shit about me online, which started the whole thing, I just posted all the screenshots of him calling my phone, and I don't answer for 8 hours straight, blowing my phone up saying he's going to pay Bloods in Greenfield to kill me. And I call my friends and they're like, no, he's not, you know, worst case scenario, we'll just call those guys and you'll be cool, man. You're fine. You're official, and he's a pussy. In their own words. But then I said, I know why you're mad at me. It's because that homunculus you're dating is the best you'll ever have for the rest of your life, and you knocked her up, and now you're stuck in a trailer in Maine. And you're short, and you're ugly, and you will never be anything like me, man. Yeah, I might be homeless, but I could get a job tomorrow, and I could take your girl in a week. She's the best you will ever have, so enjoy it, and get off my dick. And then she started blowing me up on Facebook groups saying all this shit about me being schizophrenic and now everyone should stay away from me. And then I was like, do you really feel that way? And she was like, well, you call me ugly. And I was like, I do think you're ugly. And she's like, well, and I think your boy, and I said, and I think your boyfriend's gay because he keeps blowing me up. And she's like, well, he's obviously not gay. And I don't think I'm not gonna like, you look like Marcus Aurelius. And she does look like Marcus Aurelius, just without the beard. And I said, if he's not gay, then why is he riding my dick like the Kentucky Derby? And I have to go on Facebook after 4 years to get him to stop. And then he messaged me every single day for a week. And finally I was like, this is so pathetic, dude. And I blocked him. But after, or before that, when I had posted all the screenshots on Facebook, his ex-girlfriends commented and was like, yeah, he locked me in my car and he attacked me with a hatchet. He took a hatchet and started beating at my windows trying to kill me in the car. And the other girl was like, yeah, he did a bunch of shit to me too. So the guy that was trying to perpetuate the idea he was more than he was on Facebook by slandering other people became the target of everything. And people found out about him. Look at your last comment. What do I do for spiritual attacks? I was going to make a video about it today because being an 8th house sun and like all these Aquarian signs, I'm all constant, and like being born in the 11th, no veil, strong 12th house placements too. It all hits me. I experience everything so much where I can feel that all this like dense energy, and there's always these power plays and influential games and stuff, and oftentimes like I'll close my eyes and I'm just feeling all this crazy shit from all these different people, narcissistic relationships that try to dig in, and I don't have a great deal with trying to stop it, but I just learned over time how to like change it. So I developed, what really helped me was having a creative hobby. I try to let that shit go. I tend to hold grudges, so learning forgiveness helped. But I learned basically like I don't talk to anybody now, and I keep it very brief so I don't build relationships and feel stuck in that web. I had to learn how to say no, and still boundaries for me is really hard. I don't really know how to set great boundaries for spiritual attacks. I have a lot of trauma that like builds up over time, just days and days, especially like living out in the woods and feeling the crows' spiritual attacks where the crows get at you because the piece is like scratching on a chalkboard for them. So when I try to create and make art, for some reason, something that happens inside with the emotions and electricity and really makes them upset, and they come at me all the time, get really territorial and try. But over time, I just learned how to keep going through that. So spiritual attacks, every day you keep going and get up and you learn 1,000 ways to not let it affect you. I found with that isolated life, if you work out and do self-care and give yourself the love you deserve, you become a lot less targeted, because when people look at you, your physical, whatever, your energy that way, when you're put together, self-care and stuff, tends to create a block, because it's all about what their conscious mind and their subconscious mind and the interaction between that. So that's why Freemasons put all their brands on everything, because it infiltrates the subconscious mind, which creates a barrier to channel energy. So like they build these giant obelisks because it's phallic, so they're sexually molesting you consciously or subconsciously. That's why they do it. So I found with self-care the spiritual attacks change, and there's a better barrier. It is as simple as saying yes to what you don't, or yes to what you want and no to what you don't want. Affirmations really help with spiritual attacks. So like writing down affirmations, I have it in my book somewhere about, you just wait for the right moment and you set, I am this, I am this, I am this. I no longer allow this to continue in my life. This person is not able to affect me anymore. Sometimes people say that you write their name down and you burn it or you let it flow down the river. And I never tried that. Some people say that you have to take their name and you freeze it, and before you freeze it, you say, I bind their energy to this, and you freeze it. And that works because it's just working in your subconscious. And I've never tried it, but for the most part, I just learned to live in momentum. So even though all this stuff is happening, I don't, instead of focusing on what you can control, shift your energy into what you can create. So no matter what's going on, I've just learned how to consistently create myself and just keep going and revive. And eventually I just learned to start, like, through hardship and adversity, like working every day, I developed a self-assurance and a sense of self-confidence that can't be taken by other people. Like a lot of people deal with spiritual attacks by doing boxing and MMA, and then that gives them this grounded sense of whatever that doesn't allow for that stuff, because they learn that sternness of using their mind and the boundaries in the actual fight and stuff. But mainly, I mean, it depends on the year too. Like in 2022, in the water element, it was a lot easier for it to be dominoes. That was a skill I learned from Spirit. You just say no to one thing, and then there's a cascade when you assert yourself. And you can see like the collective consciousness shared the same idea. Like I think 21 Savage, his best song was like line them up and knock them down like dominoes. Dominoes was big in 2022. So there's different skills for different years. The energy changes every year, so the spiritual attacks will be different. But mainly self-care, giving yourself the love you never had and the love you deserve, being your own best friend. It's easier to change a habit than stop a habit, so learning how to change the stuff that's happening and different. And like with like improv, they have yes and. So like when you're improv and they're sharing, it's an energy thing where they're creating and then you take their creation and add on top of it. The same thing is true for no and this. So you're like, you feel the presence and you say no, and it's this way. And you just leave it at that. You hold the sternness. A lot of spiritual attacks, they want you to keep you distracted in cycles of suffering. Because if you had peace, if you just were able to sit there in silence, and in the silence you can feel yourself, and then you can feel what the other thing is, in that silence and peace, or in the silence it's easier for peace, and you, without having to speak or make noise or say words, it's a lot easier for you to get a greater awareness of the spell work, and it's a lot easier to just say no instead of boundary consciously. When you learn how to be in silence, you get a greater grasp of electromagnetic influence and understanding. So it's a lot easier for you to assert a boundary in silence. And when usually in a lot of cases, when you become aware of it, it's always striving, like these trolls. They're striving for your attention. They're striving for you to engage, because that's how they continue the spell work. You saw when I engaged that last commenter, he got energized and he went off. That's what the spiritual thing is looking for. They get energized off of your attention and grasping on. So you just say no, and once the boundary is there, just being able to not, like, to just let it be. Also, I found that unbiased curiosity tends to scare it away. We're just like, I think in Outwitting the Devil, in the book Outwitting the Devil, he beat the devil because he asked it questions, the right questions, because it had to reveal itself. And then organizing your space is really important. Cleaning your space. What you do in the eyes are the windows to the soul. Your spirit changes from your senses and your perception of the changes. Your senses are perceptions of changes. Like if you live in sub-zero, you don't really get cold if it stays sub-zero. But then you get really cold when it goes from like 0 to 30 degrees all the time, because your body is not understanding the changes. So it's perceiving the cold through the changes in the temperature. So having like sound baths, playing your speakers or headphones with the binaural beats, that creates a change, and the healing in that change changes your spirit inside. And it is subliminally, like, changing your influences really does influence you. You do become what you consume. So changing your environment, cleaning your environment, making sure that what your senses are picking up is not toxic and disintegrated, distorted. That's why people burn incense and play music and atmospheric music, where they have the sound gong, wah, wah, wah. That's why they used to have all these giant bells from the church that would make the church bell ring, because the frequency was changing that. So having a harmonious, clean space with boundaries and stuff does help. It's hard in the car, like it's a lot more visceral and vivid for me in the car, but I'd take an energy drink, go on a drive and sing the native songs and listen to that, or play binaural beats before I go to sleep. And that helps me assert the boundary a lot easier. And it's just training your subconscious mind to hold that. And then eventually you can transcend that and start to convert those energies. When they come to you, then you can start to see them as resources, because you have this assured sense of self. So then all that information you can condense back into the infinite. You can confine back into the infinite, whatever the right word is. Configure back into infinite potential, and then that's a Sagittarian way of doing it. All my Sagittarius, Aquarius signs, I just convert it back into raw, highest vibrational energy, and then I have more to work with, and then everything becomes more vivid. It just depends on your signs and stuff. As a Scorpio, yeah, it's going to be deep in it. The stuff that happens, like I said, you experience it much worse because of the two. And then learning how to as it comes in, when you learn your boundaries and your self-assurance, that I learn from adversity, like working out in the gym, going on hikes, doing things that are difficult, because it pushes you to overcome. And with that overcomingness, you learn a more stern sense of boundaries, higher vibrational stuff, taking in sunlight, self-care, rest, freeing yourself from responsibilities, saying no to what you don't want and leaving it be to flow down the river, and then saying yes to what you do want. And then learning that even though this stuff is happening, all is mine. Even if the spell work is actually real and these people's wills and intentions are actually going at you, and they're actually playing influence energy games, doing rituals and massive spell work over communities and public stuff, we are all one. We're all the same consciousness experiencing itself through different... We're an infinite being from the infinite, experiencing a finite existence, which is your individuality, your body, your numerology, all of your life experiences, and how you grew from where you were born. There is this individual interplay, but at the same time, we are all one, so that also is you. All this spell work is also you. You are also creating the experience. So when you become a conscious co-creator with that stuff, then you can learn to change your narrative with that no and this. It's actually this. But the world drives you into cycles of feeling out of control, so you don't, when this happens, you don't feel like that's you. You feel like that's happening to you. When I was this leader going through and gaming girls and going on dates and building friend groups and making art and inspiring people and leading by example, helping kids through DCF, teaching them how to do this, now it's this righteous force going every single day, I had people like constant trying to whittle me down to feeling out of control and helpless, and then trauma just over and over again, feeling helpless and trapped. So subconsciously, then I didn't realize how much other stuff was gaining a hold and attaching, and then I had to learn to just powering through it over and over and over and over again. Eventually I grew back out and was able to realize, oh, that wasn't me. Actually it could be this way. And then through this self-confidence from growth over consistency, repeated action over time, learning competency and confidence, I was able to not have it affect me, and I had the boundary and strength because I had gone through it. And now I'm grateful that I went through all that stuff, but now it's a lot easier for me to hold my head up high, whatever. You know, I got my antlers and shit. Your son is Scorpio, her son is Scorpio. I'm a Sagittarius in the 8th house. I'm a Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, and Pluto in the 8th house. I'm an Aquarius, Moon, Mars, Neptune, and Uranus in the 10th house. I'm a Taurus rising, which is Taurus in the 1st house, and also gives me Scorpio, Venus, 7th house, Leo, North Node, Capricorn, Midheaven, and then Jupiter, Aries, 12th house. And I'm a 33 life path, born in the 11th, and my name means the tree of life, exalted on a hill, with power and authority, free, incorruptible, but always tried to be cut down, but no matter what, it keeps going, and it is incorruptible, pure bliss. And then my middle name just means freedom. Free to dance, it means. And my last name also means descendant of the last High King of Ireland, who was a giant who sacrificed himself to save the people from oppression and slavery and rape. And he dedicated his whole life to building a giant army and then got the entire country to go defeat an army with 1,000 more people. And he died at 73 after being homeless at 14 and spending his whole life basically homeless. He died in a tent, resting from the battle, and a Viking fell into his tent, slit his throat, and took off. Yeah. Which sucked, he never got to see the battle through, but he was instrumental to the change of the whole country for the rest of history. He was the last High King of Ireland. And the people with EN as the last name are his descendants. The people with AN as their last name is the clan that those descendants built. The people with RYAN as O'Brien as their last name are the descendants of O'Brien with the EN. And they're very, very particular about it. They will not tolerate people faking and changing their name to the EN. Ireland won't let you. People with the EN last name are the direct descendants of Brian. And if you look at his pictures and his statue, I know they happened later, but they were very meticulous about it. They made sure to keep it accurate, at least by using the closest bloodline as a reference. And you put my father up to those statues, and he looks completely identical to Brian Boru. Completely identical. And my great-grandfather was a Freemason involved in that O'Brien bloodline. And then he trained dogs and messenger pigeons in World War II, and then he immigrated to New York City. And then my grandfather was a cop. And then my dad was a ski instructor. And he was a carpenter and electrician, and he sold vacuums in Hawaii for 10 years, supposedly. I know he was in Hawaii for 10 years. I don't know what he did out there, but he said he sold rainbow vacuums. But now I'm like, he's a Leo that sold rainbow vacuums. He was telling me he was an energy vamp. And my uncle is an architect. My other uncle married the actress Joan Hardy, and they own an island on Saranac Lake. And one time I was just I wasn't there to see him. I was randomly in the area, and my dad texted me and said that, hey, if you want, it's the 4th of July. I know they're going to be there. They have an island. So I went out there, and I didn't know I was Native at the time. I didn't know that I had a lot of Native ancestry on my mom's side. So I ended up stealing a canoe from like a rich lake house, and I paddled out there when I was 22. And they wouldn't let me on the island. They stood there holding the oar like a spear. And they were like questioning me, whatever. And I was like, well, okay, you look mighty. I was just seeing if my uncle was around. I'm your cousin, hi. And they basically were like, get the fuck off. Get the fuck out. So I just paddled. They watched me just lay in the canoe, paddling around, listening to the rich kids order their girlfriends around like dogs and practicing the stupid dominance games because they were wealthy and the girls weren't. So I just paddled my boat around, my canoe around in a place where my ancestors were from, listening to all these rich white kids conquer each other. It's like, it's 1 a.m. here. I'm doing life path numerology readings for $5. I know this shit. Just let me know when you donate if you want it done. Maybe I'll do one for free. If you post your full birthday. Not your social or anything, just your birthday. You're a white boy that lives on a Native American reservation, and you would be shocked how many natives look white. 4382. Yeah, it's tough. If you look at a picture of the feather, because you live on the reservation, I want to tell you. If you look up feather of Maat, and it's in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, and you'll see somebody with light skin with eyes of Horus that have a single feather in their hair, and they have feathers on their arms. They have a turquoise bead necklace, and they're wearing a skirt, and they're not thick built like African women with the big butts. And they're there in the pyramids of Egypt. And you find out that the Blackfoot Native Americans have DNA that's been present in North America for 200,000 years. You think Noah built an ark, but you don't think that the world was traveling and seafaring, and then you know that the culture was nomadic. And they're just the only people that are practicing what you can see in the Egyptian hieroglyphs are the Plains tribes, the Blackfoot, and the Absolute, the children of the Thunderbird, or the Feather of Mot, Osiris. And then they transferred that medicine to the Cree. So the Cree are doing it now, but I don't know if they were doing it back then. I don't know how long. Yeah, we did have 20,000 years ago people from the land bridge and Asians. And we did have some weird shit where I definitely think that Freemasons, to acquire land, were transplanting Asian immigrants into reservations and telling them, say you're native and we'll give you land. I do know that most, like the Navajo language, the Dene language, a lot of languages were made by Freemasons and forced and told them to say that it was their ancient language. So a lot of native languages are actually programmed by Freemasons that worship Saturn or Capricorn and rape children. To be a 33rd degree Mason, you take a child bride and you marry a child. Every 33rd degree Mason has raped a child. And most of them are in law enforcement. And they'll probably kill me for it. I post it publicly on their Facebook pages all the time. And then I post that I'm being followed. I'm literally being followed. I'm literally being followed. I'm not a schizophrenic thinking that the government's after me. I'm literally posting the same guy that's followed me through 6 different towns. And he follows me through back roads. I don't know if it's a private investigator. I don't know if it's a stalker that hates me on the internet that I blocked. I don't know what it is, but I show you the guy. And he was here today. I don't know why. I'm like 3 hours away from where I was where I last saw him. And I saw him in 6 different towns. Yeah, the Grand Canyon has a lot of shit Egypt has. Yeah, when you had look at what we did in 100 years, and we've been alive for millions. So I definitely believe that we've transcended this realm several times, and the star people that give the medicine and the teachings to the natives, who's to say they didn't transcend humanity, and they're just up there? We know look at Devil's Tower. That's a stump of a giant tree. How do you think we had so much oxygen on the planet to create these giant monsters they say roam the earth without giant trees? But they don't tell us that there were giant trees around because they don't want proof that there's a fucking place out in is it Monument Valley where it looks like a petrified old gigantic axe that cut down a giant tree stump and that was left on the tree stump the same way that you would leave an axe on a tree stump. And it's just right there. But they tell you it's like, oh, some weird geographic miracle. No, we just tell people we were giant at one point. What are you hiding? It's in the Bible. But then you'd find out bloodlines and ancient cult propaganda in the age of Pisces to manipulate our belief systems, to separate, divide, and conquer, and all this shit. But I'll do your life path because I think it's a Taurus, right? You're a Taurus 382. Let me find a way to blow my nose. And then if you want your life path read, I have all my stuff in my bio. And just tell me you donate, I check, and then I do your life path. You're a Taurus 3. So you're very patient, slow moving, and you see that nature grows slow. People think you're stubborn and sentimental. People might think you have a dark, evil ego, but that's your connection to your roots. You have a strong natural connection to your past lives and your ancestors. And that is dark, because we lived in darkness, and the light is what you do with what you do on earth. So the competency and everything that, it stays in Taurus, and you just grow and incarnate and create from your well of experiences. You might be an 11 life path. Let's figure it out. You might be an 8, you might be a 3, you might be an 11. Rarely do I see a Taurus 9, but let's see. But basically that 3 energy is childlike, creative, comedian, charismatic, funny. But childlike in nature, people might think that you're a little brat sometimes. Because they might call you immature. Even if you're very competent and stern, there's usually a stark contrast between like 3s usually have some type of older soul energy to it. Because there's always a stark contrast, because that's how this world is about growth over adversity. So you do have a stark contrast because that's how you keep generating your growth, in this contrast. But a Taurus 3, and let's make sure you're Taurus, right? Because March is Pisces from February 22nd, so you are a Taurus. No, you're an Aries. Hold on, you're an Aries. Because May is Taurus. Okay, cool. That does change things a lot. Instead of the stubborn nature, it's more psychotic. Crown chakra is open, struggling. So let's see if you have more of a grounded sense of your life path. So 4 plus 3 is 7, plus 1 is 8, plus 9 is 17, plus 2 is 19, plus 8 is 27. So you are a 9. Let's double check. 10, 19, 20, 27. You are a 9. Okay. And we do see Aries 9s a lot. We don't see a lot of Taurus 9s. And it's not the stark contrast there. So you're going to have a lot of earth in your moon sign. You're going to have a lot of earth, or you're going to be around a lot of earth signs, because you're going to need that adversity. You're going to need to feel like your self is challenged, and you're going to feel like a constant assertion of yourself. Because the world seems to be, people might call you manic because you often feel burdened down, but you know that this righteous psychosis, because you're trying to free up the space above your crown chakra, because you naturally feel like you emanate from this higher point right here, like there's a crown. Not necessarily calling you a ruler, but saying that the higher level of the crown chakra tends to assert itself psychotically, because it's trying to fight back against the dull compression of the way the world is right now. Aries is the first incarnation on Earth, just like 9s are the first incarnation on Earth. That's why they tend to go together. And that's why you don't see them with Taurus, because Taurus are older souls. So it's ruled by Mars. There's this competitive nature with your creativity. I'm going to say, I know your name is Styles Unique, so that's pretty evident that you have a creative side to you. But you probably pursued some type of stardom. You probably pursued some type of recognition through your creativity. You tried to create something to get you a position to be viewed, because you felt like that was the only way to hold this incongruent, this feeling of self that you needed to assert, but the world isn't lining up with how you feel. So it doesn't, unhealed, you become a narcissistic psychopath, always trying to assert yourself over everybody else. Healed, you become very competent at things, and you become an overachiever naturally for the right reasons, because you're in competition with yourself and you only collaborate with others, you don't compete with others. And your natural life is a competition because you're always competing with self. Unhealed, it makes you really power gamey, really at everybody else, and always trying to prove yourself and assert yourself. You might make psychotic Facebook posts targeting other people because you're just trying to line the world up with this natural sense of self. The 9 just makes it so the overarching thing with your life, with the 3 and the 9, is this childlike nature that you naturally see the world has things wrong with it, and they seem to always target this childhood-like essence in you, and that drives you towards humanitarianism just because you want to fix these problems because you see that it's wrong. So you will have this, and you see it just in the time that we're in right now, we're getting a lot of this same reading, whether it's because that's my life and I'm embodying it so people resonate because that's where they're at. We see a lot of people with that same set of presets in a lot of these readings. A lot of people are going through this humanitarian 9. This is their first time on Earth, and they're in one of the most, this is a historic time that we're living in right now. The implementation of AI, the transcendence of the human consciousness, and the war from nature versus technology, the war of Aquarius versus Capricorn or Saturn, the explosion of how they've destroyed us and controlled us with our belief systems for generations. It's really crazy, crazy time we're in right now. So we see a lot of people that are new. 9 life paths, all they're really here to do is enjoy it, because they're embodying a purity and essence that is naturally destructive to the enemy that we're going through. You really just have to go through life not letting it get to you and enjoy it. You're just here to enjoy life. 9 life paths are really just here to enjoy life. They usually go into something that helps the world. They usually get into humanitarianism. They say that 9 life paths are the last life path and they're God, and they're these master manifestors. It's not that you're a master manifestor or a God. It's just you have more of the infinite because the world hasn't destroyed you. So it makes you youthful and exuberant, which allows for an easier channeling of your manifestations. But it's not your conscious will is creating on the planet. And you're not a God in your own right. That's really narcissistic way of viewing it, because we are a part of something greater than ourselves. And it does meet you where you're at. You're not manifesting something because you created it and destroyed the enemy to make it happen. You literally took God and made it in your will. It's more like you deserved it and spirit made it happen with you. You're a co-creator. You're not a God. But but you do have to feel like you're a god in your own right, but you have to understand that you are more than yourself. Manifestation is demonic, and they say it's demonic, but it's because you're not aligned with your source, infinite creator. So with this raw, powerful energy that you're going to come through with your assertion of yourself with creativity, to try to get yourself to this point where people see you the same way that you feel inside, that the world doesn't seem to line up with, it channels through in a creative outlet. You need a creative outlet because you have this fiery, manic, high vibrational, very high manifestation of this childhood innocence, not corrupted as much as other souls. You need a creative outlet, and you need to have patience with it, growth over consistency, and it needs to be in a way that, like, it's healthy to think of yourself as the big bad wolf. It's not healthy to not have the grounded endurance. So your life will probably be a lot of suffering, just because you need to also, just like you're trying to create something that aligns with this self, you're also new here. This is your first go around. So you're going to need the experience of life. You're going to need the trauma and the suffering and the endurance and the horrible shit, because it's giving you the competence necessary to actually deserve the crown. To actually deserve what you're trying to do in the creative outlet and the sense of self. You're going to go through a bunch of shit. The universe will not give it to you. It's not going to give you that crown. It's not going to let you be the famous star. You're going to suffer until you don't need it. And then when you don't need it and you deserve it, then you're there and you have the skills necessary to see it more as an instrument and see yourself more as a conscious instrument and a great creation of art that you were created to be. Whether you created it, God created it, your ancestors created it, or all three together with nature created this. The beauty of it comes from mastery over the struggle and endurance. If you don't have strong earth signs and you're not around strong earth signs, I definitely see you're at a native res, so you're around people that built their whole life in connection with nature and harmony with nature and spirit. So you have that there to be good guidance, because you have a direct opposition to that with your information here. But you're going to face a lot of adversity because you're going to be butting heads with a lot, man. I say butting heads with the best. I guarantee to lead them to a life with no stress. Until you walk 10 steps in my Timbs, don't ever tell me I need meds. The only other thing, Heather, if you're here, can you let me know what 1982 is for the Bazi? And let me know if that resonated with you, man. If Heather is here, she shouldn't be awake. Water dog. Heather, you should go to bed, man. You've been here for you've been here for 7 hours, man. But you're definitely helping. I'm not going to say you were right on everything, but I'm impressed. Natural born creator, man. You're a creator. Trying to keep your crown chakra open. And either because it's your first life and you're around natives that helped you keep that high vibrational, or you stayed in suffering and had a hard life, or maybe you came from somewhere that was like that, and then the teachings came to you from the natives because you went there. That community is based on the naturally opposing the same stuff you would be opposed to, so I can see how it lines up. It's just keeping a level head about it and growth over consistency to not burn yourself out. Don't go too hard, and have patience and implement everything that you've learned from your life, because it's teaching you the structure you need to house this high vibrational energy. Very high vibrational energy for an Aries 3-9. Water dog, different. Water dog is different. Water dog adds an emotional layer to everything. It makes things more vivid. It can make your emotional experience harder, but it gave you a more wealth of deep emotional information that, taken in, allowed for a better creation. But channeled in, that adds a lot of momentum to the Aries. It adds a lot of flowing, more chaos to it, which is, it's tough if you don't live a life of travel. Aries are stagnant. They stay in one place, and they don't, unless you have strong Sagittarius somewhere, or strong Pisces, or Virgo, you tend to stay in one place and just go from place to place. You tend to gravitate towards your position. You might be in an elevated place above the town. Most people get to a point where they come to fruition at where they need to be in this overachieving position. Like my cousin who's an Aries stays at her job is at the top of this big hill in the center of town, at the biggest town in the state. And she lived on the top, she always lived on the top floor of the apartment. She had to be this and she had a room full of trophies, constant overachieving. The other thing about Aries is you're bullied because people want to quell and stop that natural sense of high vibration, because to them, it feels like you're accidentally dominating them and they tend to bully and attack you. Aries are often, they struggle with self-image because an unhealed Aries is somebody that hates themselves and feel like there's always something wrong with them, that pushes them into overachievement. They often feel isolated and ostracized and the victim of bullying and toxicity. They often feel the world comes against them all the time, and they have to psychotically rage, or they tend to go to drugs, or they tend to cut themselves, or because their sense of self has now been diminished and destroyed, and now they hate themselves. And usually they just grind it out until they get back to being better, and then they go through the cycle of exerting how they're better than everybody else, and then they calm down, and then they have the self-assurance and the competence back, and they no longer need to attack everybody else. But you probably live in an elevated place, I would say, or you spawned in an elevated place, or your childhood took place above others to keep that remnant reference experience to help you consciously for the rest of your life, to feel elevated. The only other thing is, I would say you might have moved into a place where it's flat and everything is very far away, because you now no longer have the feeling of this giant mountain above you. Unless you have a momentous sign or a strong earth sign to get you to love the journey up the mountain, unless you're Sagittarius or you have a strong Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo. Maybe Scorpio, but those Scorpios, you don't really see them loving that nature hike as much as the rest of them. So either are very far away, or you live at the top, or you live above a place. Other Aries notable mentions is my friend who became special ops, and my memories with him, always, every single one of my memories with him, he was teaching me how, because I was kind of a chubby autistic kid, and he was like this buff, 6 foot tall at 14, big muscles from eating with a homeschooled Irish family of 11 kids, out in the woods chopping wood and doing all this stuff, exercising all day, creating. But all my memories of him are him jumping onto the balcony on the second floor and climbing up the top and vaulting over to get into my second floor apartment, or him literally climbing up the side of his house. Or like one of his profile pictures when we were together, he had us take a picture of him where he put a ladder in the snow in the middle of the woods and he climbed to the top of the ladder and was standing like this. Aries. And then he became special ops in the military. Your favorite colors, depending on your moon and your Venus and your rising, usually are red and gold, pink and gold, pink, purple, red and gold, and white. Pink, purple, red, gold, and white. Depending on your moon, adds the different ones. If you have a strong Scorpio placement, a lot of black. Strong Sagittarian placement, a lot of black. Cancer's blue. Aquarius is teal, yellow, green, black, purple. Pisces, orange, yellowish, bright blue, almost like neon fluorescent blue. Aries, usually pink, purple, red, depending on the year. Water dog. The dog elements, usually dogs spawn with brothers. I appreciate the 30, man. I don't know who that was. No! It fucking took 30 from me. Well, I have a Planet Fitness membership now. but I'm trespassed from the gym in the city because I was homeless there trying to get a job. So I'm gonna have to call him. I'm gonna have to call him tomorrow and say, hey, you can see on my Cash App that I have been trying to get them to refund it, but the gym makes it really hard because you have to go to the home gym and go there in person to cancel your membership. That's how they get you. And I don't live there anymore, so I can't go back to that place. So I've just been keeping my card locked, waiting for Planet Fitness to give up charging me, and they're not. And I accidentally left the card unlocked, so I'm just going to ask them for the refund. When you look at Native Americans and Asian people talk, and then you listen to the way that I tend to go to, you can really see the Irish and Native ancestry. The moon is out. Now I'm gonna have to. I'll call them tonight and say, hey, they took that. I've canceled the membership. They've been trying to take it from me for months. I don't know how to block them. I'd like you to refund the charge. And I'll call the gym tomorrow morning and tell them. Because if you're going to take 30 for Planet Fitness, you're going to send 115 tomorrow. Bruh. Can you afford it? Like, be honest with us, man. Be honest with us, Demon Hunter. Is it taken from your family? Are you struggling to get... Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, fuck. 10%. Oh, you give your... Oh, yeah, they're doing their tithe. That makes it. Instead of going to be fair to everybody, they're not happy with their church right now. So they give their tithe, to donate to charity, basically. And it's part of their religion because they're not happy with the church that they're at. So they give back to God this way. And I do think it works, for real. Better that than the church that the pastor tried to convince me I was gay and then he would hit on me. Is Frank still at Daystar? I mean, Larry was pretty cool. But, you know, at a Pentecostal church, when Frank got up on stage and screamed, "I'm hungry for souls," and nobody said anything. Was that a cult? Demon Hunter, that's a cult. Did anybody ever say anything about how weird it was that he said he was hungry for souls, and he's a cancer, the vacuum? Like, they seemed kind of happy about him saying that. Like, they cheered him on when he said he was hungry to harvest people's energy. They said he got up and screamed, "I'm hungry for souls." And then a whole bunch of old ladies started crying and went, Pentecostal speaking in tongues. And I mean, that church is just like down the road from their house. That's why they went. It's just like it's like right down the road. It's the closest church to him. Frank and the pastor are the scapegoat. They don't care. It's just kind of weird, man. It was really weird that they were very spiritually ritualistic in harvesting the energy. Frank did tell me that he gets hard around Larry's wife, or Larry's son's wife. He said like he can't be around her in the church because he gets an erection. Fuck him, you know. He said that to me. He said he gets hard in the church hanging around the pastor's son's wife. So, fuck him. Fuck him. He told me I was gay for 3 months and then he tried to hit on me. They're just going to collect 10% of the tithe for the poor and hate the poor and build themselves castles. I don't think that church really does it, though. I think they just use the money to keep themselves afloat, probably. I don't know how bad, if property tax is bad. And do the Pentecostal, do that whole place give 10% of their, a lot of them seem like they might be on welfare. Are they really giving 10%? I threw like $100 in that, I gave them $100 in the, when they would pass the thing around. They threw you out because you called them out. It's hard because the stuff that we dramatize is actually real. But yeah, it is dramatic, but it also is real. So it's tough. I heard blind leading the blind again. And I'm not the blind leading the blind. I'm just at slow ascension, and then I have some wisdom. Yeah, I think all churches are at this point. I don't see a difference. This church isn't bad. That's why I really like this church. This church goes out on Thanksgiving and Christmas, and they ring the bell for the Salvation Army, and the Salvation Army gives them 90% of what they made, and they use it just to help the homeless. So they give me vouchers because they got a lot of money in Salvation Army, and they just say that, they say, look, we don't give them out to like people that are gonna abuse it. We know obviously you're a good person and we see what you're doing. So they've given me so far $100, and I spent 15 on a couple drinks, and then because I have eggs, which are probably moldy at this point because I keep them down here and I run the heat. They don't smell too bad, but they're hard boiled. I have a dozen eggs, so I got if I'm not gonna get food stamps, I'm gonna get eggs, and I'm gonna come to the church and hard boil them and cook pasta and stuff and put them in Tupperware. So I got ketchup, and I got honey barbecue, and I got Parmesan garlic sauce to dip the eggs in, and I got a couple drinks. And then I spent the rest on gas, and then I spent the rest of that other 50 on gas, and then I have 250 vouchers that I'm gonna have to see if there's a time limit on it. 2/25 is when they wrote it, so I don't know if there's an expiration date on this. So I'm gonna spend 25 to bring the car back up to full. And then I'll keep the other 25 for like a pilgrimage or something. Once I get that money back from Planet Fitness, I'm trying to get a whiteboard next. Because sometimes you can get good deals on whiteboards that are $10. If I can get a $10 whiteboard that sometimes they throw in Marketplace, and it's only like 20 miles away, I'll definitely, because 20 miles, it would be $6 total, so I'd be spending 16. If I can spend 16 on going to get a whiteboard, that would make my content a lot cooler. And I'd have my little to-do list of stuff. I'm trying to organize like a little office space in the back right here. And then I'm trying to get I have a bunch of plywood back where I'm going to get the wheel bearing fixed. If I can get a power tool, then I'll just cut the plywood up and put it here and get some hinges and make a little door. And that way I can keep the mattress, and I have the hinges of the plywood, so the plywood just spreads over the top of the mattress. So that way when I do Walmart Spark delivery, I have like a giant basket that I can put all the stuff in to keep it from moving, so that I can load up the car. And then after it's all empty, then I just fold the plywood back up. And then I no longer have to deal with people looking in the car and seeing me passed out in the back seat and look through the windows and shit. I'll be able to block it all. And then once the wheel bearing is fixed, honestly, if I have 150 left over, I know I'm going to need the 150, but I think I'm just going to send the owner another 150, which will bring me to $690 I owe. Yeah, it's like $3 a gallon here. Styles, I did your life path reading. If you have a question about your life, I don't know a lot about dogs, but I know that dogs tend to have you don't really find a dog that doesn't have a dog element. You usually find another like a lot of dogs are twins. I find a lot of the dog year people tend to be twins. Like they spawn with a brother because loyalty is huge for dogs. Like dogs usually spawn with another dog that they build each other up and they look identical, whether they're siblings or not, or their relationship tends to be another dog. Bro, if I wasn't at work, I'd send you a few dollars, but I only got cash on me. You're good, man. I'm not demanding money for it. If it's like a lot of people and I put the Cash App, then I do a free one, and usually afterwards people send some money and stuff. But I'm just saving to pay off the car, fix the wheel bearings, change the tires over. Probably I need a transmission fluid change, and then I owe $840 on the car. Then I can do Walmart Spark delivery. So then I'll probably get a second phone. Probably run a second phone, have a second SIM card in service. So that'll be $100 a month eventually. That way, while I'm doing this, we're doing Discord calls, we're reacting to videos. I'm able to drive while I do this. I'll get a better dash cam to keep it there, which I also think is why God is fucking having that guy show up. I think, because I do believe it's God. I think that God is showing me this random ass car that's following me around, that's wearing a ski mask and sunglasses, that has followed me 150 miles, that I show you every day the guy's here. One of the big things about it, the car's complete. When I go try to confront him, he's gone. And then I look in the car and it's completely empty except for the dash cam thing on the window. And I remembered a week before the headlight went out, I kept seeing all day, all night, cars with headlights out. And I was like, why? I've never, for like the past month and a half, I never saw any cars with headlights out. Now I'm only seeing cars with headlights out. And then my headlight went out in the same place I saw the same headlight. So I'm thinking that I'm going to need to get that dash cam eventually, because when I drive around like this, it moves and stuff, and police can tell the difference. Like when they look in the car and they see the tripod here, I don't think that's legal to have this like this. I think it has to be cemented on the thing. So I think it's kind of also warning me that if I'm going to be doing this more and more, I need to get that more official thing, which will be better. And I think those are only like $12. So I'm trying to get that. Then the only reason I make content on the internet is because I'm trying to get my computer back, like get a nice computer so that I can make songs. I am a certified audio engineer and music producer. I have like a professional degree in making music. I lived in Section 8 in a studio, locked in the studio for 3 years, just sitting in the studio 12 hours a day. And then I lost all of that, and I traveled homeless, and I'd have to panic all day trying to get enough money for gas, making these songs, churning these songs, and then vivid frequencies and all this beautiful stuff. And then I'd have to find an outlet, run an extension cord, and then run my computer. I did make some money in crypto that way. Eventually the computer fried and overheated, and I got hacked because I think a Telegram group for a meme coin posted a sneaky link that got into our computers, and then when they rug pulled it, a lot of our computers just fried, like shut down the fan and overheated immediately and then fried. So I lost my music that way, and then I lost all my songs that were in my my other car in a little SSDI, and then I called the state police. I'm like, thank you for letting me keep it at the park and ride. Somebody's gonna come in a couple days and sell the car for scrap to get me money to get out of here. I appreciate you not bothering me for the past few months. And then a half hour later, the state police showed up and towed it away, and then they sold it for themselves. So I lost my birth certificate, I lost my studio, I lost all my stuff. But I'm glad that happened, because I went into the woods, whereas if I had made that money on crypto, I would have been perpetually running in circles again, praying for a place in the woods. Eventually I found that place in the woods because the car got taken. So I wound up forced into this place where I got forced to one of the best experiences of my entire life. You also make music, but I only listen to underground hip hop. I fuck with Jay Dilla, man. Listen to Annoyed, Anoyd, man. I love Annoyed. I met him a couple of times. He's really cool. He's from Connecticut. I really fuck with Annoyed. Modern day music, I'm just not interested in it anymore, man. Like, there are a lot of talented rappers and talented artists in the underground space now. It's just not my vibe anymore, man. I'd rather just create music. I don't really like listening to other people's stuff anymore unless it's that really, really high level, spiritually gifted stuff. And I think Annoyed has a lot of songs like that. I think Annoyed really transcended to a higher level. And he made some really good art for a while. When he left trying to be an underground hip hop artist and he moved into just being a bedroom producer that did it off of passion, his music was great. I really fuck with Annoyed. Black Keys is pretty cool. Rock Marciano is pretty good. Never liked Action Bronson. Sorry. Only like some stuff from Mac Miller. Missed Calls by Mac Miller, though, is great. 2009 by Mac Miller. Come Back to Earth by Mac Miller. Swimming is a great album to drive around paranoid high. It's really good. It's really good for that. Back when we were trying to uncover the secrets of life trapped in the dark waters of Pisces, and they would release music that changed the frequency just enough for you to gain access to a different level of consciousness, which allowed for different information to come in. Mac Miller was locked in a studio, heartbroken, addicted to drugs and hookers. And he lived in the studio and never left. And that's when he made his last album. So I fuck with Mac Miller a lot. Jedi Mind Tricks, DJ Muggs, Apathy. Apathy's alright. You like, I mean, I've met Chris Webby lives in New England, so you see him on his motorcycle a lot. I've met Chris Webby a few times. I had a somewhere in my aunt's basement. I have a signed Wednesday album. I like Chris Webby. I like Pack Past My Limit. I snap and kill it. My skill is mad explicit. Again, I used to be able to do all of Sriracha. I could do all of Sriracha. I knew Chris Webby's album back to front. I liked Wednesday by Chris Webby. He did get commercial, but some of his stuff was really good, especially for the time that that Chris Webby blew up, like 2017 to 2019. Chris Webby really did put out a lot of stuff, but now I don't like the commercialized stuff at all, man. It sucks. Bring them hands, come outside. Take a look inside. You're right. I'm alright. To me, Chris started to sound repetitive. He was getting a lot of new fans. He was putting out the same stuff because he was getting a lot of new fans, and he was an independent artist. So he had a loyal fan base, and he had a streaming deal. So he was getting a lot of money by the plays, and he was just touring over and over and over and over and over again. He toured for like 10 years straight. Now we're not interested. Chris Webby should have, when he got his success and transcended, he should have got locked in the studio and leveled up his artistry. But what he did instead was he got psychedelic exhaustion and got paranoia, lost all of his muscle and weight, and then fucking fell off. He grinded for 10 years, and then he got the great place, and he didn't transcend to a higher level of artistry. He stopped. Chris Webby. He got arrogant and went on a strange journey. Yeah, he wasn't out there anymore. He wasn't in the grind. He wasn't doing it every day. He was now in suburbia. And then he did a bunch of psychedelics which scoop you. He was trying to rush his spiritual journey, so he got scooped because he wasn't ready for it. So all he had left was that feeling of pride and accomplishment and status. And he had lost the original hustle. He needed to leave that behind and go on a wilderness journey. And he didn't, so he lost it. He spent the past few years in suburbia when we were in the wood element, where you're supposed to be out in the woods. Have you heard of Connor Murphy? It sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. I don't know if I know him. Fuck Connor Price. Fuck Connor Price. And Nick D. Fuck those guys. Rap music is great because you're transcending from the struggle. When you come in with all the lyrical, like the stuff, and you're making commercialized songs, but you didn't come from the struggle, it's easier for you to make. We like the stuff that came from the struggle because it was hard to even get to a conscious enough space to make those frequencies and rhythms, because they were growing from the concrete. That's why we fuck with rap, because it's from the struggle. Because there's no substance, even though they're sonically making songs that sound like they should work, and they're saying the same points that hip-hop likes, like positively aligns with. He's not coming from the struggle. There's no authenticity in what he's saying. And that's his whole point, is he's like, I'm going to blow up because I'm doing it. Fuck you. And I've had enough of these corny artists that replicate it. Champagne Supernova destroyed the Morning Glory. I'd rather build an oasis over in private for me. Don't get me wrong, I've been celebrating the life before me, but I see there's wisdom in moderation of certain stories. When you're afraid to hurt feelings, you water down the worth. I'm done pretending your record's great and I'm down to work. Plus I've been mixed with acting, sociopathing, mixed with when I'm worried about being famous for being down to earth. The real question is, did Jon Bellion fake those making of videos? Jon Bellion did a lot of the making of Guillotine, the making of All Time Low, where he's in the studio, and they say he sat in the studio for Black Keys says he sat in the studio for 6 hours playing the same riff on the piano, and it sounds like he just made it. It took him 5 minutes in his bedroom, I think. And it did inspire me to make music, but I think that whole thing was bullshit. I think those making of videos were bullshit. To make it seem effortless, because he was trying to teach the youth how to effortlessly create with their gift of spirit. He's trying to entrench and ingrain this effortless creation. So he worked really hard on amazing songs, but then he made it look effortless, which in itself is what his songs are doing. That's what hip-hop is, trying to make it seem effortless. How you like Korn? I never listened to Korn. My favorite song, I want to say Devil in a New Dress for some reason, but I don't think that's my favorite song. My favorite song in 2018 was Blame Game, but I didn't like the Chris Rock audio on it. But I thought that was great. My favorite song, I think my favorite song used to be the Divide album by Ed Sheeran. I really liked Galway Girl. I really liked Hearts Don't Break Around Here. I really liked Happier. I think Ed Sheeran's raps are garbage. Eraser sucked. I really liked on his X album, I didn't like Thinking Out Loud. I really liked Tenerife Sea. And I'm biased because I just listened to Plus over and over again when I was in the institution. And Plus is a great album. A-Team is goated. I really like Drunk, Grade 8, Small Bump. You need me, I don't need you. That's a good one. Now I'm in town, break it down, thinking of making a new sound, playing a different show every night in front of a new crowd. That's you now. Chelsea, the life is great now. See me lose focus. How I say to you now? Now I can't, no, I won't touch. I'll say the words that make you blush. I'm gonna sing this now. See, I'm true. My songs are where my heart is. I'm like glue. I stick to other artists. I'm not you. No, that would be disastrous. Let me sing and do my thing and move to greener pastures. See, I'm real. I do it all. It's all me. I'm not fake. Don't ever call me lazy. I won't stay put, given the chance to be free. Suffolk sadly seems to sort of suffocate me. 'Cause you need me, man. I don't need you. You could tell that Ed Sheeran, the only reason Ed Sheeran got famous is because nobody gave a fuck about his music when he was performing at folk venues and to folk people. But then he would go into black clubs. He'd go into rooms full of black rappers. And they really liked his stuff. Because he was different and new. So that rap was him. You could tell that he was making those verses in a club where everybody was pressing him for being a ginger there. He's like, now I'm in town, break it down, thinking of making a new sound, playing a different show every night in front of a new crowd. That's you now. Chow, seems the life is great now. See me lose focus as I sing to you now. See, I can, no, I won't hush. I'll say the words that make you blush. I'm gonna sing this now. See, I'm true, my songs are where my heart is. I'm like glue, I stick to other artists. I'm not you, no, that would be disastrous. Let me sing and do my thing and move to greener pastures. See, I'm real, I do it all, it's all me. I'm not fake, don't ever call me lazy. I won't stay put, give me the chance to be free. Suffolk sadly seems to sort of suffocate me. And he goes right back into the singing stuff. 'Cause you need me, man, I don't need you. 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 You could tell that he was like in the middle of a group full of, what do they call it in UK? It's not gangsters. It wasn't drillers back then, but it was something else. He made money performing at black clubs and getting support from people in the project there. But then he got famous. And he did the next rap with Pharrell with Sing. And Sing became a top charting record, but I didn't think it was that great. I don't even remember the words. I remember he was in the hotel room and the girl was cheating on him or something. I don't remember. La da 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 da. Don't fuck with my love. I told her she knows. Let's take aim and reload. I don't wanna hold back. Hey, don't fuck with my love. I told her she knows. Take aim and reload. I don't wanna hold back. Hey. And I can barely remember it. I can see it sort of. But happier, bro. Sat in the corner of the room. Everything's reminding me of you. I can't remember. I know he yells, but I can't remember what it is. I'm tired. 'Cause baby, you look happier, you do. My friends told me one day I'll feel it too. I'll just try to smile and hide the truth. Baby, I was happier with you. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. She's the sweetest thing that I know. You should see the way she holds me when the lights go low. Drags my soul like a pothole all the time. Took my heart up on a one-way trip. Then she went wandering off with it. But unlike most women I know, this one will bring it back home. Daisies, daisies, perched upon her forehead. Oh my baby, baby, I know. I can't remember the chorus, man. It's all blocking for some reason. I know. I can't remember the words. You know hearts don't break around here. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. There's another one I really liked you. The way it falls down the side of your neck, down your shore. You look so wonderful in your dress. I love your hair like that. The way it falls down the side of your neck, down your shoulders and back. We are surrounded by all of these lies from people who talk too much. You've got the kind of look in your eyes as if no one knows anything but us. Should this be the last thing I see? I want you to know it's enough for me. 'Cause all that you are is all that I'll ever need. So in love, so in love, so in love, so in love. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. What's another one from Divide Over the Supermarket? I bought the supermarket flowers from the windowsill. Poured the day-old tea from the cup. Brought out the photo album Matthew had made. Memories of a life that's been loved. Hallelujah. You were an angel in the shape of my mom. When I fall down, you'll be here holding me up. Spread your wings as you go, and when God takes you back, He'll sing hallelujah, you're home. Without Ed Sheeran, we wouldn't have anybody, man. Ed Sheeran created pop music for the next 20 years. Without Ed Sheeran, we wouldn't have Zach Bryan, we wouldn't have Noah Kahan, we wouldn't have John Bellion, we wouldn't really have and the new artists that are coming out like Cameron what's the guy, Cameron Whitcomb, I think. What's the song by Cameron? The world is full of hands that hold you when it's worth it, but you gave me a chance when they thought I was worthless. So when I fall like I do, I'll call for you. If they told me I ain't making bail, got one phone call from county jail, I'll call for you. If they told me that I'm not enough, one false move and I'll give up, I'll fall, I'll crawl, and if I fall in devil's path, I'll walk until my legs collapse, I'll crawl to you. The world is full of hands that hold you when it's worth it, but you gave me a chance when they thought I was worthless. So when I fall like I do, I'll call for you. When I was young, before I knew that my friends are not my brothers, the world can really suck. It's a song about his mom. I've been talking for 8 hours, man. Did an 8-hour shift and I lost $15. Fuck. So, I'm gonna go to bed. It's 3 in the morning probably. It's 2 in the morning. I'm gonna have to get that $30 back. This is a time where people are supposed to be, if there was ever a time in the year to be free, it would be this one, because we have Pisces influence. It's about letting it be. It's a time about whatever's going on in your life. Literally, it's the season of let go and let God. It really is. Pisces season is about letting go and letting God, and then you'll find this brightness in you, and then allowing that to lead. And it's about just being authentic. It's about letting it go, humbling yourself, and expressing yourself, because it'll be encouraged rather than constricted. Most times the seasons are constricting you and keeping you in bullshit. Aquarius season raised you away from all the bullshit, and Pisces is just the selfless letting go of it and marching forward without it. It's literally the season of leaving the world behind. It's when the music is the best. It's the best self-expression, for real. The advice I would give to anybody is that just in general, this is going to be a really tough year. Zodiac is not man-made nonsense, man. People have been trying to figure out what this realm is for thousands and thousands of years. The Zodiac is one school of trying to uncover the truth. Bazi, Western and sidereal astrology, numerology, Christianity, all of it is trying to figure out this obvious truth of what we're living inside. In the common denominator of those things, you can see that this is an orchestrated creation. The stars are not aligned for you, but the stars have an energetic influence on your spiritual ecosystem the same way that your environment does. And when we learn more about quantum entanglement string theory, you'll be able to just realize the actual energetic influence that those things created on the planet, and that there is a will from a creator that does have themes and motifs and changes and seasons and cycles. This whole thing is about living in a finite experience as infinite beings and experiencing the changes in the cycles. So you can find, at least with what I say, I'm able to predict accurately the changes in the world. I'm able to predict the album covers of the top albums every single year. I can tell you what the colors of the album cover will be every year. Every single year I tell you the colors of the album, what the year is going to be like, the color of the year, what's going to be the main influence over the collective consciousness, and how people are going to be affected and how they're changed. In the common denominator between all of those stuff, you can find what you really are with all this. So this year is going to be tough. I already said it's going to be very stagnant, and people are going to feel drained because of Saturn's influence over the planet. You already have thousands of people that are saying, like suburban nice people, that are going on saying, I'm starting to believe this stuff because the air is feeling like it's draining me. I go outside and I feel like the air is destroying my peace. And that's because we have Saturn's influence right now. We're in the year of the fire horse. There's no water element. There's barely any fire element. It's going to be in opposition to Saturn. So the world will be green and red. Green, red, and gray. You're going to see green, red, and gray in the top albums that get produced this year. The fruits that the people will bear spiritually will be green, red, and gray. And I'm like, holy shit, they're all the same people, man. Isn't it crazy how it's literally the same person? It's like the same person comments. They're like lemmings. They're literally the same people. So I'll tell you the same stuff I tell other people because it does break them. You are addicted to the same stimulation of your brain that heroin gives you. You are trapped in the social conditioning where you're just churning out what feels socially acceptable for you, because at the end of the day, you're a pussy. People that free themselves from it and they're not pussies and they're brave obviously understand that there's more to life than this. If you want to get to the string theory, the most think about the top scientist, you know what I'm saying? They say, the top physicists in the world all say, at the first sip of atheism and natural sciences, at the bottom of the glass is God. You know what I'm saying? So when you feed them, they go harder because their false ego that they're holding on to, that they strive to get validation at the detriment of others, is challenged. And because they've been acknowledged, because they're lonely, it supercharges that addiction to the same stimulation of your brain heroin gives you. So it's feeding their addiction and their false pride to avoid the mirror, because they can't sit alone by themselves. So they'll turn out whatever lemming belief that they feel they can get in with, even though they don't resonate with that belief themselves. They know they're spewing a bunch of bullshit, but they're doing what they feel they're protected by. They feel you can't get them because they're hiding behind their horde of inbred lemmings programmed by a Black Rock Vanguard or Saturn worshipping cult. The Star of David with that hexagonal storm, The Star of David, that hexagon, which is a 3D optical illusion of a cube. Mecca, that black rock, that black box that they worship. And then the Christian cross folded up into a box. That box is that hexagonal storm that's bigger than Earth on top of Saturn, pointed towards us with a black cube in the center. And that's the eye at the top of your pyramid that these Satanists and child-raping pedophiles that have been going for thousands of years. Jesus said that God spawned him, and he came here to stop those people. And those people just still do it. You still practice Christianity. That's 2,000 years old, at least. They've just been doing it longer. So that's why BlackRock and Vanguard, or the storm atop Saturn with the ring around it, the all-seeing eye, and they worship that. That's why it's on your dollar bill. And in God we trust, that doesn't mean they trust God. It means that they're banking through the manipulation of the infinite. They're using us and our spiritual essence that we're born with and channeling it in contracts to accidentally have us sign a contract that siphons our life force away for our whole life, and they waste our life. And they use that spiritual currency in their rituals. It's just one of the many different theosophies of people trying to figure out what this is. And in the common denominator between that, you can get a good understanding of what this actually is, which is infinite beings having a finite experience and experiencing the changes in what you learn through heroes' journeys, and then growing and bearing a fruit of what you become. Sharing it with the world and then transcending it. And what's the zodiac? You start off headstrong. You realize that's not the way. Then you start off with patience, grounded in Taurus. Then you grow and you learn after you've been humbled. Then you learn the social stuff. Then once you learn the social games, power dynamic stuff of Gemini, intellectual social games, then you learn what really matters when you experience that deep level of emotion of Cancer, where everything's vivid for you. And then when you've learned the social games, you've learned the growth over consistency, and then you've learned what really matters from Cancer, then you find your true self and you show yourself off to the world in Leo. Then once you've mastered yourself and you've embodied that self that you've grown from Taurus on, after the Aries doesn't work, fighting for resources, aggressive nature doesn't work, then when you grow in the isolation journey with the social games and what matters in the emotions and the embodiment of self, then you're able to have that sentimental reflection and you organize your space with what you've learned and implementing without the need for that. Then you get into the balancing of what happened to you, and you're able to, with your strong sense of self, manage that higher level of justice and the opposition of the different individuated people. And that's Libra, the balancing the courtroom, the balancing between different opposing forces. Then once you've grown and individuated, you've cleaned your space and organized, and you've found a middle ground between all the different ones, then you get to the really high level crazy stuff. Then your philosophy transcends to like the extreme range of human experience and the stuff that like really, really matters in life. Not like the emotion, sadness, and like the stuff that like, oh, I'm sad, and like all this. You start to realize as a collective society how bad it is. Leaves fall off the trees, you're scared. The resources are going away. So then you have this last righteous fire where you revive in Scorpio, and then you righteously, and that's Zeus, Jupiter, or Jesus, overtakes all the bullshit. Because you realize the whole time the illusion. So then you go out and you're like, fuck, I have to do something about it. And then once you're there, then you get to the point where you start to manage all the resources, manage the societies, get prepared for what's to come. You're in Capricorn, government, Saturn, and that's why they worship Saturn, or Capricorn. And when the Revolutionary War was staged, the first law that was passed for the American people was not the founding fathers signing that declaration, whatever. It happened in London, where London became a free city in separation from the Satanist church. And King James, now they had an agreement where they exchanged hostages with the royal family. And the first law ever passed in America was giving King James and the Satanist church authority over the United States in perpetuity throughout the universe. That's why when search engine optimization happened to quell people finding out about King James and the Satanist church and that the Revolutionary War was a psyop, there weren't any battles. They massacred people, dressed them up in uniforms, and said a battle happened. So that you wouldn't think that you weren't free. You thought you were free, and you didn't question authority. Well, they manipulated you from behind the scenes, Goyim. And that's why when you look up King James, you see a picture of LeBron saying he's the GOAT of Capricorn. So you don't find King James in Capricorn worship, Saturn worship. That's why the celebrities wear Saturn. That's why in numerology, Freemasons add up to 33. You have 33 vertebrae in your spine. Jesus died at 33. That 33rd level, if A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, capital G, because Z is 26, capital G is 33. And if you add up orange together, it's 33. And that's why Gatorade is orange with the capital G. Because if you look at any small town, you see the Freemason G right there. And that's why Mike Tyson showed his bare ass to the entire world naked when he said, I don't care about my legacy. I'm just getting a bunch of money for my kids. I don't care where I go when I die. We're here, then we move on. We don't know what happens. It's fine. I don't give a fuck about my legacy. Fuck it. And that's why he was like, doing this sexual Freemason ritual, hugging Jake Paul, filling him up with his energy in a ritual. That's why he walked into the arena butt-ass naked with his butt showing, with fucking a giant orange G right there, because it was his humiliation ritual and his transference to gain enough resources to help his family before he dies. Because he's going to end up like Muhammad Ali. He's like, fuck it, if I can help my kids, I can help my kids. So he sold his soul. And that's why Jake Paul had to have his humiliation ritual after he did his individuation process, where he let Anthony Joshua knock him out. That's why Jake Paul has serpent and Saturn tattoos. And there's a lot more to it with this, but when you see them doing this, it's also homage to Saturn, the all-seeing eye, that hexagonal storm, bigger than Earth atop of Saturn. And that's why, knowing that the world was going to transition into Pisces, which is separating the collective consciousness through belief systems and having them separate from each other, and the more schools of fish, the more powerful your energy. So that Freemasonic, predating Freemasonry, but that ancient Saturn worshipping Moloch and Baal, child sacrificing cult that Jesus supposedly came back to stop, that's why they invented Christianity, not Catholicism, Orthodox Catholic, but Christianity. That's why they invented Judaism, and that's why they invented what's now the Jews. They divided and conquered to separate in the age of Pisces and turn them on each other, so that nobody taught. That's the way they were all still accumulating resources, and they thought they were giving it to their people. You thought you were donating to the Republican Political Action Committee. Really, you were just feeding the resources back to the consumption, demiurge, Saturn ball, consuming God that requires us to work to consume us and learn from our emotional Bitcoin, which is why the government contracts the work that we're going to do throughout our lives as slaves and then takes our land back after we die. And the work that we did was selling our soul, sacrificing this gift of life to waste our life working, churning in cycles of suffering, so that our hopes and dreams were siphoned out without our knowledge. And they gave us stuff like idolatry, ritual worship. The Christmas tree is on Baal's birthday, and it's literally a Baal worship ritual, where the hopes and dreams in the age of Pisces, which is the extension of yourself and your manifestations, your hopes and dreams. That's why they had the kids put their hopes and dreams into a box under a dead tree of Baal on Baal's birthday, where they hang up ornaments of their children and their families and sacrifice the image and identity of themselves to a dead thing, a dead tree, the consumption, not the life, the dead tree, the consumption of it all. And they offer everything up, and then the kids are usually disappointed because you can't afford to get them what they wanted. Whether or not you think it's real, they think it's real, and they built society off of that belief. So all I'm telling you is that when spirit makes this change and refreshes us, different energies have different things for the collective consciousness. Last year was a 9-year of Sagittarius. That's red, orange, yellow. But it's a wood snake. It's sentimental, shedding off, so there's this added sentimental stuff. This leaving everything behind and giving a last hurrah before it changes back into green. So you would see that the albums would be yellow, red, orange, dark brown. Yellow skies. I told you 2 years ago that 2025, the biggest album in the world will be yellow or an album with a yellow sky. The two biggest albums were Morgan Wallen's Yellow album and Jesse Wells with his album Pilgrim, which is him standing with red, brown, with yellow skies. And it's sentimental, a last huzzah. mixing the 8 from the Scorpio with the 9 of the Sagittarius. 2024 is 8, 2025 is 9. Scorpio and Sagittarius, if Aries is first, then Scorpio is 8. So that deep, vivid dragon year of the alchemization of the pain, when Jesse Wells popped off, it was a wood dragon year, so the wood made the acoustics pop off. That's why there was no songs that were like big production, big, deep, wah, 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 like we had in the water years. We had the wood, so we had only acoustics all year of people sitting out in the woods, blowing up on the internet, playing guitar. And then the top level of Jesse Wells, who is a Sagittarius Scorpio cusp. In the Scorpio Sagittarius year, he was the biggest artist in the world. And that's all it is, man. So I mark it, and I'll tell you your stuff so you can get to know as an infinite being what you were actually created for, who you really are, why you went through these things, and what you're supposed to do with it. For more money, I'll get you the years that it's going to happen, the colors of those years, the color you should wear for those years, the right energies to align you into the right place. So what you should focus on in those years, what you're supposed to be learning in those years, so that you can make the most of your life and have the most potential for the most enjoyment. And whether or not you like it, you'll see it in the mainstream because they're doing this. This is what they do. Trump has a teacher for this stuff. Trump has a teacher that teaches him the same things. And he started aligning his rituals and his events to these things. He has a teacher that keeps him in check with this stuff, so he knows that he's on the right path. Because he was cast as Donald Trump, the world ruler that is either defeated or defeats. Donald, the ruler of the world. Trump, either destruction or the destruction of. And he's a dog, and I think he's a Gemini, right? Intellectual, social comedian, social games. But either way, Nikola Tesla's neighbor, who was a 33rd degree Mason, wrote a book because that's how the Satanists would communicate before internet, was by embedding code in literature and having their producers produce it to the masses to all these different small towns. It would go to the library, and the Freemasons knew what to look for because they had a codex in their lodge. So they had Nikola Tesla's neighbor, who was a 33rd Mason, released Baron Trump in The Last President, which revealed 100 years ago that Baron Trump travels back in time because of his mentor Don to warn the world about the last president who lives on a castle on 5th Avenue where Trump Tower was built 60 years later. And when he gets the world so mad, they riot and destroy him and his image, and then the republic ends. And the country is now completely changed for the rest of time. And it's, for some reason, Baron Trump had to go back to warn people about it because they don't, whatever happened didn't happen. Now we have Candace Owens saying that Erica Kirk was actually in a school based off of A Wrinkle in Time with the Looking Glass, where they were teaching psionic abilities to children to be able to channel into the future to gain this information from the star people. The natives say gave them their medicine. And then she became Miss Arizona and then worked in sex trafficking and then became cast as Erica Kirk with Charlie Kirk, who was also in the GATE program with Candace Owens. And whether or not you were like, The Wrinkle in Time, The Looking Glass, is that real? Before Candace Owens got the go-ahead, because she said she's a Freemason, before she got the go-ahead to reveal to you that truth, Stranger Things, Season 5, is all about A Wrinkle in Time. You see them just show it right in the camera. A Wrinkle in Time. It's about Project Looking Glass, which is a psionic destruction of those Epstein kids to teach them psionic abilities and rape them of spiritual resources, to take their literal spiritual essence from God and channel it into their vessel through satanic high wizards. And that was Project Looking Glass, which is why Holly had the wrinkle in time, Holly Wheeler, and she found how to defeat Vecna or Saturn or Satan because she used her looking glass to figure out the code that Saturn had hid in time, to go through his memories to find the truth. And that's what they used to defeat Satan or Vecna or the Mind Flayer. Ego. The dead tree, or that invasive rotting death that spread through Hawkins through the Upside Down. Or Ball. Girl version of Shapiro. Oh, this guy up here. Shadowboxer said there's a lot of... Leo is more of a Christ sign. No. No way. Leos are not selfless enough to be a Christ sign. No way. Jesus is the inverse of Leo. He's an Aquarius. Leos are not the people that run up and fucking break the church apart because they shouldn't be selling things here. They should be worshiping God up here. Leos are at the other end of the thing selling the merch. Their own merch. Jesus wasn't a Leo, man. At best, he was a Pisces Aquarius cusp. He might have been a Sagittarius. Ophiuchus. He definitely wasn't a Leo. He might have showed off the mastery of the Leo element, but the Leo would not be, if he was an archetypal Leo, that wouldn't be the stuff he was talking about. He might have popped off in Leo's season, but the resonant energy wouldn't be Leo. He's the son of God that is God, but he's not God. It's kind of weird. Why yellow skies? 9 energy yellow. Sagittarian influence with the orange, but it's in the wood snake year, which is yellow. Ouroboros, gold. And then the wood brings it down to the earth element, so it's grounded brown, which makes the orange more red. It makes it redder. It makes the higher level of the philosophy and the sentimental, so sort of like not stoicism, but intellectual sophistication. That makes it that higher vibe yellow. That's why the sky has turned yellow. And you'll see there's a bright blue in 2027. The skies will be bright blue and the world will be black. 2028 will be orange, red, and gold. Purple and neon purple. 2024 was gray and red. 2023 was a lot of different colors. 2022 was mostly blue and orange and green, but like a deep dark blue. It's almost black. But then the fruits you bear were green and orange and fresh dew energy. 2021 and 2020 were different. 2020 was just pink and white, and then deep. I want to say like a sandy, deserty type. But mostly like bright pink and purple, white. Nature was definitely enhanced, so the greens would be brighter, but it's not necessarily green. And then 2021 was very different. It was like pretty much black. But as long as you incorporated the white, you could have other colors with it, but it was mainly just black and white. And then go look at the album covers. Go look at the top people's album covers and tell me I'm wrong. Didn't Ed Sheeran in 2021 drop his black and white album? In the black and white of the Metal Ox, it was all about Christianity. You would see like traditional masculinity aligned with Christian values, where 2020 was African gospel. And 2022 was aggression. 2022 was fighting. It was deep. It was dark. It was vivid emotion. That's when we had drill music. 2023 was taking the aggression of the drill, but transcending it to happiness and social games and intellectualism. And that's why we had tropical, Central C. Central C went from the vivid choirs to the tropical. And then 2024, it transcended past that and moved to the wood element, to where it was just acoustics, nature. The first one was dealing with pain and suffering and struggle, grinding, like trudging. So it was a lot more chords and a lot more like boom, a lot more playing chords. And then as you got into the snake, people mastered the instruments, so you see a lot more precise instead of transcendence. And fire, it was more like the top-down version, because it often operates in yin-yang. So you'll see 2026 will be one, and then 2027 will be the other. The inverse. Deep emotion versus confident philosophy. Big wells of emotion versus precise wisdom. Female to male. Experiencing the earth and then doing something about it. It's pretty much how the cycles work. Literally called himself the lion. Doesn't mean he's a Leo, man. But to be fair, I haven't read the Bible. To be fair. I haven't read the whole Bible. But I know enough about what people say about him. And they might get it wrong. Like I might get a lot more from it than they do. I don't know. But I just don't really see Jesus as a Leo. I see Leos as very selfish people. Which is the point. Leo is the battle of self. And Jesus was selfless. So maybe as the master teacher, 33, he could have been a Leo 33, where he had mastered himself completely and lived humbly because he understood that the self was wrong. Could make sense to embody it, but I saw him more as the Aquarius Pisces. But maybe his impact was the Aquarius Pisces. But also Jesus is depicted as the fish for a reason. And he came to embody the age of Pisces, to teach you about what's going to happen for the rest of age of Pisces before the Christ consciousness comes back, and when the dark waters are dissipated and we're back into the air element. Leos are selfish and disgusting, okay? If I had to guess, or Taurus. They don't have to be selfish and disgusting. But they often do because of their addictions. Leo's heavy addiction, and then pride and envy consume them and they become very narcissistic. My dad didn't say he was the expressive Leo charismatic. He said he sold rainbow vacuums. He wasn't this infinite expression of self because he always wanted to be a charismatic famous person. He wanted to be an internet celebrity. He wanted fame and followers and people. But he ended up, no matter what he did in life, he always had people orbiting him. Even when he was in the woods in isolation, he raised a quail baby that was wild, that would follow him around. And when he wanted attention from him, it would nip him in the ankle and be like, stop. And he's just my dad's walking in circles, processing trauma and trying to figure out how to function after police brutality. When they jumped him because they were jealous of his innate gift of attracting women. And my uncle said the same thing, that everyone was always jealous of Gary because he just had this thing with women. Even in fucking the motel program when he was homeless and drunk, he had like a caseworker that was in love with the guy. She was just hanging out. This 24-year-old girl was just hanging out in my dad's room with him. So I'm glad I had him as a dad. I don't hate him. I don't think he's a bad dad. He's way better than most men I've ever met. Can't really think of somebody that was a better man, to be honest. I know his actions didn't align with that, but I got to see his character. I got to see the good parts about him. And I haven't found people with those qualities ever. Ever. I've never found people like my dad. So I'm really grateful I had him as an influence as a child. He's a Leo, born in the 10th, 3-life path, fire monkey. And he became a ski instructor, a certified ski instructor. And because of his self, he was able to hang around the DuPont family, the CEO of Wells Fargo, as a ski bum. He got to have the experience of being rich and wealthy, but he didn't have to work for it because he just was in alignment with it because of who he was naturally. And he got to see that was wrong. The richest person he'd ever known killed himself because no one could love him because of all his money. And at that point, my dad was his only friend. And then we inherited everything, and then Jewish people from New Jersey, of all places, showed up and used a loophole to take it from us and sell it to a ski resort. And now it's condominiums where I could have raised my kids. And now I'm starting to think maybe he didn't kill himself. Maybe that it was prime real estate right next to the resort. Like less than a mile away from the resort, he had tons and tons of acres. That now is just a bunch of condominiums. I'm thinking maybe Peter didn't kill himself. There were no ring cameras back then. How do we know for sure? You're an Aries Sun, Scorpio Moon. Where's my charge at? I do have to charge it for a little bit, so I'll stay up. I'm going on 8 hours. Smash that like button with your nose. Tell your grandma Casey needs some money. Do I want to eat? I've got a Domino's pizza left. I'm gonna have a slice. And then tomorrow it's eggs, and I'm gonna cook a bunch of pasta in the church probably. Let's take a little bit of a piss. Bucky, hold down the fort while I piss. This year is going to be green, red, and gray. And what's the biggest movie coming out? Avengers Doomsday. And I smell bad. I smell really bad. And the next year will be blue. Or 2027 will be blue. Bright blue. Transcending humanity vibes. It's going to be an 11 year. And then after that, it's going to be a 3 year. It's going to be a KC cycle. And then after that, 2029. 4 and 9. It's going to be a 4 year again. It's going to be a 13 4 year. It's not going to be great. And then we'll move to a 5 year 2030. 5 is change. Agenda 2030. It's when everything changes. And without Jesus, you'll just keep running in circles. Eventually. Because eventually you learn enough to understand creation. And then you don't know how to implement it. And then you find out, oh, Jesus came to teach you how to implement it. Because the world will never allow that to exist. So you had a stern teaching on the right way to live so that you can house the infinite. And what's my teaching for like how to save homeless people? Leave it all behind, stay in the woods and work with your hands. Don't tell anybody your plans and just grow over consistency. I'm pretty sure that was Jesus's thing, right? That was Jesus's mission or his teaching. So the way that I found perfection seems to align with what the entire world believes is the embodiment of perfection. So it makes sense. So I have to read the Bible to find the other stuff. The other stuff that he said. The higher level stuff, the encoded stuff. About operating in that higher level. Simply and humbly. And then we go from there. I have to charge my phone, so I'm going to be up for a while, but I've been going for 8 hours, man. Hopefully at some point we can clip all these videos. Like when I went off about to that guy before. That would on Facebook. That'd be crazy. Yes, but really it's self-sacrifice for the benefit of others. Yeah, serving the collective. My fault. I'm not trying to reduce you or anything, but being of service to humanity. Selflessly. But how can you be selfless if you don't know thyself? Which is why I don't think Jesus would be a Leo. I think he would be at the Aquarius, at the Aquarius Pisces. He'd be at the end of it if he was really to embody that. But maybe he'd be a Leo because he would have had to struggle with self. It would be all about self. But it just looked like he did more than that. It looked like he did more. But that is the teaching that stays. Like that's when you don't read the Bible and you hear about Jesus, that's mainly the stuff you hear is the inverse Leo teaching. We're all 12. There's 14. They haven't fully recognized Ophiuchus and Orion, and they just say that they take from two signs. But Ophiuchus and Orion are the true transcendents. That's where I would kind of put Jesus, because Ophiuchus is definitely It's the mastery of everything that the world has to offer, from the alchemization and revival from the worst human experience, but it's at a level that's past the simple journeys of just fighting for resources, being humbled, and then having to work through the human condition. It's at that level where it's transcended the human condition, dealing with the collective, and Ophiuchus is taking everything up to the heavens, and Orion is bringing the heavens back down. So really I would be an Ophiuchus Orion, but I ended up a Sagittarius Aquarius in the 8th house and 10th house. Aquarius in Saturn, Sagittarius in Scorpio. But really Ophiuchus and Orion are the blending of the two. The serpent bearer, who doesn't have an energetic signature, they don't have fire or air or water, they're just ether, they're just raw ether, dealing with all of the energies at once. And Ophiuchus is the serpent wrestler, the guy who wrestles with the truth, the serpent, the guy who masters the serpent and controls the serpent, or wrestles with it. And my name happens to be the Tree of Life, and then my name O'Brien, Ophiuchus, the Tree of Life, Orion, Casey O'Brien, 6'7". Wait, Obrien. See, that's 5'6", Casey O'Brien. I was like, oh shit, if my name is 6'7", but it's not. It's 5'7", 6". I was like, that would be really cool, but it's not. It's 5'6". Hercules' grip over the tentacle, strength and simplicity and sanity restored. Yeah. I see what you mean. Is Hercules the son of God in their mythology? Like he's the Sagittarius, the mixture of heaven and earth, so he's probably a demigod, right? And Zeus is Sagittarius, or Jupiter, or Jesus. But they didn't have it sort of the whole way. But if Hercules is a demigod and he does wrestle with the serpent and he travels full time, yeah. And he'd have to bring something from humanity to Mount Olympus in a righteous transcendence, stern righteous transcendence of Sagittarius. And you would have to go through the underworld. Did Hercules go through the underworld and defeat Hades? Did Hercules have a travel through the underworld? If Hercules went through hell and then he brought what he learned to Mount Olympus and he was a bridge between humanity and earth in wrestling the serpent, yeah. Hercules is yeah, Ophiuchus is the collective strength. They do with the collective itself. I'd say yes if Hercules went. Can somebody Google, did Hercules go through hell? Did he fight Hades or do this big long journey through the River Styx in the underworld? Then yeah, that's what they're trying to teach you about Ophiuchus. Sag Scorpio mix. And they're like, no, Sagittarius is Sagitta. No way. Sagittarius is not Chiron, the wounded healer, man. The advisor to the world. Kind of, but not really. I'm trying to get my phone to at least like 50 or... I'm trying to get my phone to like 50 or 60. So I can go to bed, listen to some queso, have a slice of pizza, and lay down. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's what they're trying to show you. Because it's all just Saturnian Capricorn people manipulating the age of Pisces, but also giving you the truth, but leaving it under a veil so you don't have enough time in your humanity to learn it yourself, because they feel the beauty of the soul is to learn it themselves. So they create a structured environment so that you can do that, but they also siphon out your resources and market the work that you're going to do with God as an offered consumption to the demiurge or Saturn. They weaponized the hero's journey for souls to make it impossible for them to do anything unless they're involved blocks of that pyramid or ornaments on Baal's tree. If you're already in the club and in those families, then you get all the resources and the freedom to live life, and you have the teacher for it, and they put you through a school, their own personal schools, and then they market off the rest of us and they market off a contract for our perpetual suffering, knowing that it's going to produce fruits for their God that will consume. Which is why the age of Aquarius right now, we're finding ways to break the system, loopholes to accumulate tons and tons of wealth. The point is to do illegal shit and do loopholes, break the system. It's always been Rage Against the Machine, man. That's the point. But you have to have enough knowledge to know what you're doing, or else you fall victim to the same system, because they've been playing you since before you were born. If I was born in a Freemasonic hospital and I popped out a 33 life path born in the 11th, Ophiuchus Orion, named Casey O'Brien, best believe I was switched at birth. You know what I'm saying? Best believe that they might not be my real parents. And I was taken in a helicopter and flown north and put in an incubation chamber at birth. And I have a Leo North Node, and it was midday, the sun right above my head. Ophiuchus, I was literally transported to the heavens and flown in a helicopter north. But I don't know what that means, but I'm gang stalked, and I don't know why. It's only been it's been a lot of different stuff over a long period of time, but it's gotten really, really heavy in my face the past week, and I don't know why, man. I don't know what I'm supposed to do at all. When I can create and I can break free from all the bullshit, I see these things where I'm on like a podium as like a political speech, and I'm orchestrating this event that changes the world. I put on these great shows, I throw parties. I think I might just be born to be someone that throws great parties, but not P. Diddy parties. I think I might just be an organizer at a high level, where I can show people how to have fun by just walking around my mobile garden, having fun, caretaking to everything and everybody, and letting them all have fun. I thought it meant that I'm supposed to have like 20 kids, but maybe when I'm a granddad or something, I'll have 20 grandkids. Healthcare should be free. Yeah, the United States is the only first world country that doesn't have free healthcare. And they have a bunch of propaganda for why it doesn't work. They think it's long lines and they don't have enough money to pay them. And I'm like, that's not true. Look at all the fraud and corruption of all that money that's going to all these different places. It's not, free healthcare isn't bad because our taxes can't pay for the free healthcare. Free healthcare is bad because the companies that sell the medicine are overcharging us, and all the money that should be going to that stuff is going into people's pockets, and they're just trying to live as long as they can, and then whatever happens to their money when they die, fuck these people. That's what they're saying. That's why free healthcare doesn't work. They don't teach you fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, freeing yourself of responsibility to gain infinite abundance with source and spirit, and then living your life naturally. And how nature is literally, because we're a part of nature and nature is a conscious entity, it's always developing herbs and solutions to our ailments. Which is what Dr. Sebi taught, and then he tried to bring it to the masses, and then he got killed. And then Nipsey Hussle took on the documentary to bring it to the masses, and then he got killed. But at least Nipsey Hussle got to embody the real Leo. Like, the only reason I don't think Jesus was a Leo is because Jesus traveled. Nipsey Hussle, Leos are stagnant. Nipsey Hussle was hustling, selling drugs and shit outside of this abandoned store in the Crenshaw, horrible place. And then he made music, marketed it correctly, built himself as an image as a Leo. He created a character, and then he marketed that character and made money off that, and started selling clothes. And then he bought that place he trapped out of, that abandoned building. He bought it, turned it into his clothing store for his brand, his Leo brand. He was the sun producing. He was producing his image. And then he was killed outside of his store. Nipsey also wasn't just the guy, he was the store. He was the story of that store, is the Leo. Because when he transcended self, he became the store. And yeah, you could say Jesus, when you take communion, you lose yourself and you become the church, yeah. But I think the way Jesus lived his life, maybe he was a Sagittarius moon, I don't know. Leo North Node Sagittarius moon. Which is cool because that's Susie Fairfield, if she's still watching. Susie Fairfield's a Leo Sag. Maybe he was a Leo Sag Aquarius rising, I don't know. But the universe just said, no, no it's not. But also I felt God's pressure against the darkness, which forced the demonic coalition of bad habits, probably from the vape and trauma and shit, pushed it out of the way for a second, and then it reoriented it, opened my third eye for a second. You're in debt of healthcare. Isn't that fucked, man? And I'm like, all that stuff could have been prevented if you had access to actually naturally grown foods and soil that wasn't tainted, and you did fasting a lot, did parasite cleanses, got a lot of rest, and stayed in sunlight most of your day working outside, and only went indoors just to sleep. And you lived in a hut instead of a home full of electricity, where you're still connected to nature, which is what the natives said that the spirit told them was the way. And I'm like, why doesn't everybody do that? And I'm like, oh, the people that tell you that stuff get killed. Martin Cabello got brain damage after brain damage after brain damage, but he just stayed going every day, trying to hold on to it. And then he did become an internet celebrity, and I think he's an Aquarius. He might be a Pisces. The human biofield is being decoupled worldwide. Yeah, they're distorting natural harmony and rhythm. And they're burning down the trees so that they can't produce the same. All these trees have evolved so long and have grown and gained so much information from the sunlight and the earth. And they're burning down all the trees, logging all the trees, which trees are like the natural, the mycelial network in the trees, the ecosystem is the natural data centers for this conscious intelligence. So they're destroying the data that the trees have stored, which is wiping the collective consciousness, because the trees aren't able to produce the same vivid experience. So they're trying to monopolize and cut off the natural collective transcendence of humanity to become fourth dimensional beings like Bigfoot. Have a wonderful and blessed night. Thank you, man. I got a call. I accidentally left my my Cash App card unlocked, and Planet Fitness took $30 from me. So I have to call them tomorrow and say, I need that money back, man. I'm sorry, I need that. I had my card locked. I've been calling you for months. I need you to give me that money back. Or I start going to Planet Fitness at night, which I really don't want to do. I know I need a gym, and I could use a shower every day, and I should be in the gym. But I don't want to do the power games, and I don't want to see the bot people that are consumed by the Matrix. I don't want, every time I go into the gym, my energy triggers them, and they always like gravitate towards me, and I feel them sucking out all the life force like Harry Potter Dementors, and I can't, every time I move stations, they move stations, and it's always like skinny, short guys that are mad because the girls are all looking at me. YMCA are cheaper, but it's the same stuff, man. So I'm trying to build a gym out in the woods. I'm trying to go through a church to find somebody who has a property that will let me put a gym out there that isn't a Freemason or a spiritual manipulator that uses their spirituality for their own gain, that will see me as a resource and harvest my life force through spell work, even if it is Christian. I'm trying to find a place like that cabin in the woods that I had, or I'm trying to find land or find a grant to find land, or generate enough income so I could leverage it for monthly payments on a property. Or if I can get to $10,000, there's a quarter acre about 10 miles from here for $10,000. So maybe I'll talk to him and say, hey, this is what I make. But I was trying to get a job for months, and I haven't been able to get one. But, okay, Spirit is showing me at the very least. I know they don't want me to do this. They want me to travel. But I could at least try to generate 10,000. I was offered a job as a delivery driver for a nonprofit. But they said they didn't need him right away. So that's what I've been waiting on, so I'm going to go back and try it. Corporations are giant corpses in the astral realm. Yeah, dead entities that descendants of Saturn or demons or descendants of Satan. Creations from that darkness. Based on consumption of people's suffering. So that they're left with their suffering, but they've lost their wealth that they gained. So they suffered enough, and they're supposed to have gained a lot of inheritance from the kingdom of heaven, but they market that off in spell work dollar bills that coincidentally have that snake. They have the spell work on the dollar bill. You can see that it is their symbolism and everything. So they channel that wealth, and then through your belief system, Pisces, you believe that you're giving part of your wealth that you've identified with away. And then they know they built a system where all of that eventually trickles back. So they're eventually spiritually, through belief systems, trickling all of your energy back through their architecture, which are conscious generators. And they have high-level wizards, I guess, that use that for big manifestations over the collective through influence and subconscious rape. That's a lot of mileage for your car. I'm at 136. I've gone 6,000 miles trying to find a church, trying to find a job, trying to find a piece of land, trying to find wildlife pull-offs, and trying to build a map of places I can go, and there's nothing. It's a crime to be homeless now. There's nothing. But I found a church, and this church happens to be the chillest and coolest church that I've been to. And they really want me to meet the pastor, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid of creating relationships because of all the times that gets distorted and used against me. Yeah. And I'm trying to revitalize the homeless situation and implement my solutions to it so that it makes it easier for people to live a nomadic lifestyle. And I'm starting off at the ground level and I'm building up. So I have basically a system for when you get to the car. And I just need money for it, man. That's all it is. I have buyers for wagons. I have non-profit workshop that will build them. I just need to find an engineer that can find me the right stuff or do enough research myself and start. I just need to find the right metal, cheap metal that won't bend or break, cheap plastic that is strong enough to hold a body and be housed, that can fight off a bear or people pushing on it and trying to get in at you, cops that will try to rip it apart for fun and say that it was violated, like saying that they have a warrant and the guy hides in the thing, and then making the parts easily replaceable, because it's kind of hard to get plexiglass, it's kind of hard to get these high fiber plastics. So finding a way that's easily replaceable and lighter than plywood, but just as strong. And then going through bike shops to find wheels and then finding the right way to do the legs with the lynch pins and have it be structurally sound so that the wheels can fold in and the hinges all fold down and the saddlebag drapes over, so that you can carry it at your side and tug it along like a suitcase. On those wheels that turn that you see at like the bottom of shopping carts. And then when it folds out, it's got bike tires, and the legs fold up and you carry it like a rickshaw. And the reason I have it like a rickshaw instead of a wagon is because even if you had the rickshaw, you would still be lifting those wheels up. Even if I know that it would make it easier for it to topple over. Well, maybe longer legs with those little wheels on the bottom, like maybe the wheels fold out or something. I know that toppling over is going to be an issue. So the wheels have to be farther out. So trying to find the way that the metal all folds back in so that the lynch pin, when you undo the lynch pin and the wheel turns like this and you lynch it back so the wheel's inside when the roof folds in and the walls fold in and then it folds down like this. So all that is latches together and then folds in and the wheels can come in like this so you can carry it like a suitcase and then it folds back out. The walls fold up, 3D printed, that looks like shingles painted red and white like a Vermont barn. And then it has like a little plastic window that opens, and then it has a custom tent mesh mosquito net inside to stop mold and stop bugs, and then just Velcro on the sides of the walls to hold the walls in place, and then latches. So it all comes apart and breaks down. And I'm at a lack of resources, and I haven't found a guy who knows the right things to use for it. And when I talk to AI, it feels like it's draining my whole soul from me. So I don't use it. And then I can start to pump out those wagons and then have a trash bin on the back it's a holder for the trash can, so that when everything folds up, the trash can turns, and then custom trash bags through the nonprofits and homeless programs, so that when if they return the trash bags full to that dumpster, they get paid $2 per trash bag or something, which encourages homeless people to put the trash in the thing, take care of it. It stops them from leaving campsites behind, and you can take trash bags of those custom trash bags and go fill it up for money. So even if the homeless people are going to empty out dumpsters and they're emptying out dumpster trash bags into the trash, that financial incentive is still more money than it would cost to pay people to go clean those campsites. And it would make it easier for people to want to come here because there's less campsites full of trash everywhere. Instead, you have little little fold-up wagon rickshaw barns that look like barns. People want to take pictures with them, and they have the trash cans. Everything's good. So now you know there's not a homeless junkie strung out in a tent throwing his trash everywhere. There's a guy suffering that's rebuilding their life out in nature and taking care of the environment, and they feel safe and protected, and they have gained clarity to make decisions, and they can get up every day and do their thing. And when the time comes and they eventually get trespassed, because fuck these people, when they come trespass them, they open up Parcel Viewer on their phone, and then they find the property line. Instead of having to find rides and have to clean up all their stuff, and they can't go anywhere, they can't do anything because all their stuff is here. They worked so hard to accumulate this stuff. It's sentimental value. Now they just put it in the wagon, they pick up the wagon, say fuck you, go to the edge of the property line and drop their thing and just stay at the edge of the property line. And then from there, you have the clarity to gain decisions, and you have a locked box where one key goes to the homeless program and one key stays with you in case you lose your key. So all your stuff is now protected. So that way you don't have people ripping up your tent and stealing your Jackery power station. Now you have your Jackery power station locked in a locked box in your locked box. In a safe. So now you can put solar panels, and you don't have to trespass on private property to go charge your devices at night. Now you can charge your devices from the sunlight during the day while you're sleeping, and then at night when it's peaceful, you have your Jackery power station is charged from the sunlight all night or all day, and now you have charge on your Jackery power station to run your phone. If you want to run your skillet for a little bit, you can. And then building public showers in all these different communities for the public, so that everybody can go to those public showers and nobody's dirty and smelly, and they can brush their hair and shit, and they don't have to go through this thing. And the shower only runs for 15 minutes at a time. And the only thing I don't know about the public showers is how to stop people from living in those public showers. But I think the wagon should solve that. You don't need to live in the public shower and be strung out on heroin, suffering and dying of your drug in the public shower, trying to feel safe. You already have a box you can go to that's arguably better when you're out in the woods where it's safer and peaceful. You don't need to escape into a shower to try to coalesce and gain back some of the dignity the world had taken from you and fight off the demonic attachments in the hive mind and try to gain a sense of peace to motivate you to get up and continue living instead of being a zombie destroyed and being consumed by the hive mind. You don't need to escape into a shower because you have a better escape out in the woods where nature will heal you and the birds sing to disrupt the distorted frequencies because it's nature is at war with Capricorn right now. So once you build the public shower, people aren't going to be living in it because they're already living in the wagons. And the wagons, you get picked up in a church van and taken to the road crew or taken to job sites or helpers at homesteads, and half the money goes to the homeless program that pays for the church van and stuff, and then it goes into a savings account, that half that is only used for your specific goals of a car or an e-bike. So that way when you get a car and an e-bike, then you get right into the homeless program. Now helps you get DoorDash, Instacart, Walmart Spark Delivery, Grubhub, Postmates, you get all of them. And they teach you how to do it and how to do it right so that you don't get fired. So then you go out, and now you go out, and how you started, how you were getting up and hunting for, to better your life, eventually you get the wagon, and then once you get the wagon, then you get to the job site, and then once you get to the job site, then you get the e-bike, and then once you get the e-bike, now you're free. You can go anywhere. Then you get the car, and you can go anywhere, and you can put the e-bike in the back of the car. And you can put your wagon fold up in the back of the car. And then a network of churches and homesteads with the skills you've developed. Now you can market those skills you've developed across homesteads across the country and build the new world and work on farms. You can stay at churches, at church lots and public parking lots like that are moderated by cameras. So instead of police having to go through the woods to hunt down these homeless people, if something happens, you come to here and you have security from cameras and shit. But just at ground level, opening up public land back to the people again. So that if you want to go out in the woods and hide in the woods and fix your suffering out in the woods, in abundance in nature, disconnected from this, you can. And it's not a crime, and you don't get jumped, raped, and beaten like all the people that I see all the time. And I brought that to politicians, I brought that to everybody, and nobody cared. Nobody gave a fuck about it. And I'm like, this is the solution to the homeless crisis. And I found out that they're perpetuating the homeless crisis to siphon federal funding that never gets to homeless people. They're keeping us trapped in suffering to profit off of us. It's another level of Capricorn. So I have to do it all myself. I have to figure out how to do it myself. And I'll probably die if I do it. They'll kill me. Because I'm 400 million every 5 years, and I take that away from them. $400 million I'm taking away from them. They'll kill me. They'll kill my family. The guy who invented the water car was killed as soon as he patented it, and the person who picked up the patent was killed. They'll kill me, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Suicide attempts didn't work. So this is how I'm going to kill myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to save homelessness. And revive the natural way that was colonized. And maybe then my ex will feel bad about cheating on me. And all the people that beat me down as a kid because I was weird and different will feel bad when I become the king. The king of the crazies, which is what they used to call me. They used to call me the king of the crazy people. There's a picture of me that says king of the crazy straws. Before that, they called me Crazy Casey. So, you know, I don't really think that, at this point, I don't really care about what they think. It doesn't affect me. But it used to be my main motivation was proving everybody wrong. Now I don't feel like I need to prove them wrong. I feel like I have proved them all wrong. And now I'm just doing it. We've already got past Capricorn and Aquarius, and I'm just in my Pisces. So probably at 33 I'll die. If I don't have kids and go on with my life simply, I'll probably die at 33. And then 1,000 years from now, some super intelligent human artificial alien thing will accidentally uncover my channel and accidentally software update everything, and then I'll come back to life through the collective. Please don't do a mass shooting. Well, you should go back 10 minutes, man. Just watch. If you're interested, go back the past 10 minutes. Don't worry, all is good. Karma will take care of it. It already has, man. But not enough for some people. But one of my subscribers, I had a conversation where he reminded me about forgiveness. And I struggle with forgiveness because I'm like, he's still doing it. The people that hurt me are still doing it. I can forgive them all I want, but now I feel responsible for the future suffering that's going to happen. I don't want to shoot up a place. I don't want to kill those people, but I don't know how to get the I don't know how to get my settlement for the police brutalities. And they won't let me. They hid the body cam footage for 4 years until I was no longer eligible for a police brutality lawsuit. And they still have the body cam footage of them subjecting me to torturing me in the jail cell for 4 days, but they won't give it up. I've FOIA requested it, I've done it. I have to take it to a higher level now, and I don't have the money for it. Never mind, I thought it was a different platform. You thought I was white? I'm African, native, and Irish. I'm the product of colonialization, man. Chill, Anthony, no mass shootings. Yeah, I'm a 32 life. I was born on the 11th. Is my phone at 100 yet? It's at 43. 7%. Yeah, it's just a negative. I'm still going to block you, though. You're still trapped in the negativity. You're still a slave to the demonic matrix, man. Sorry. You're still addicted to the same stimulation of your brain and heroin gives you, and you perpetuate it with those bullshit spewing the garbage. Trying to get an energetic attachment that subconsciously makes you feel a little bit better about yourself because you can't stand the mirror. Which the Jews, or the people, the Saturn worshipping, Baal worshipping cult that predates Christianity that's still doing it, select bred into their masses that they used as an invasive species to accumulate them resources. And they did basically a societal Stanford prison experiment where they gave them people they felt that they were better than. They gave them a bunch of other guys to dominate and conquer, so they never intellectually ascended because they didn't have the competition necessary. They didn't need to transcend so that they could cut them off spiritually. So they didn't have they didn't realize what they weren't connected to, and they gave them an alternative through institutions. Yeah, they're looking for the same stimulation to your brain heroin gives you in microdoses that they use through comment section hate and lemming mentality, lemming hive mind bullshit, using the same societal things that they think that they can hide behind. And that guy might not be all the way there. It didn't seem like he was all the way there, but usually that I could feel that that's where it was stemming from and going towards. It's really cool that the people pop in and you can see them get the heroin hit and then they go crazy in the comment section. It's pretty cool. When you just give them a little bit of attention and then they go off with it because they feel like they've got their heroin hit, because they feel like they've destroyed my reputation a little bit. They feel like they've gotten in with me because I'm able to be a punching bag because of the selflessness. How did you uncover all this, Casey? I've been doing this since I was born, man. Trying to figure out why people don't like me. And then I figured out it was something wrong with society. And then I figured out what's wrong with society. And then I tried to escape everything into creation. And then in creation I learned the stuff that I had cut off from with medications like SSRIs and shit. And a lot of time that I had to sit by myself, and I had sleep paralysis, and I had to like, I'm talking about sleep paralysis that would last for 12 hours, like where you have the demonic things attacking you when you're sleep paralyzed, and I'd have to go through that for like 12 hours for 2 years. Where my girlfriend is like, Casey, please, Kate, and she's crying like, I don't know how to help you. And I'm cold to the touch, and it's 90 degrees out, no AC, and I'm freezing cold, and I can't move, and I just force myself up to hug her, and I'm like, just have a good day at work, please. And then I go back and curl up in a ball, and I have to fight it off for like 12 hours at a time. And eventually I got up and got into showers. I got up and got a thing off Marketplace. I got up and organized 1 foot of space every single day. I got up and I made 1 beat and I sat in the studio for 12 hours. I learned how to fight it off, and then eventually I got up and walked 10 miles on the track every day. And then I got pandemic unemployment assistance after COVID. And then I went on trips across the country to meet spiritual teachers and people that knew this stuff, only to have them ego check me and then call me crying and say, God sent you here, I'm fucked up, I'm sorry. And then give me a book about quantum mechanics. All the while, my girlfriend was slowly giving up on me because I wasn't meeting her expectations, and she was cheating on me and lying to my face and coming back just to have the comfort of me around. But I had to see her slowly leave me because I can't function and I can't think. And then I finally master that, and I'm free and I'm buff and I made it. And then the first night where I was like, I'm going to chase my dreams, my mom wakes up, has a panic attack, tells the police I'm trying to kill her with a grenade, and I get brutalized, tortured, molested, and abused in jail for 4 days by cops. Permanent damage to my eyes, and they lied and made it, slandered my reputation on the news. They lied about what happened. It was a false police report, and they just doubled down and said the behavior that I didn't exhibit happened. So they wrote me off as a violent offender, drug addict, piece of shit, when I wasn't. I was just like, why are you doing this? Stop, I'm right here, talk to me. And then they fucking... And then my mom was like a big kind of handler, where she would always like perpetuate the abuse and try to keep me in fear that she would do it again at any moment. And then people kept trying to kill me, and I got a lot more police brutalities. And then I traveled for a long time, homeless, fucking on whores just to get warm. Now I'm fucking on somebody foreign and somebody foreign. I made it so euphoric she met the Lord. I got people begging me to do porn. If I did, I'd charge $1 million for it. I ain't lying. I'm a giant Irish lion diagnosed with oppositional defiance. One day y'all gonna see me on the Forbes. I'm embedded in their minds like vinyl. Everything I spit is final, bottom line, like I wrote my signature. I go out to public parks just to make those demons knock it off. I won't turn my shit down for you, bitch. You are not the boss. Oh, you got a boo-boo little bitch? Go and walk it off. Every time they cut me down, I came back with a Molotov. Boy, I'm like thunder, wait for the roar. There's nowhere to hide in the king in the north. My whole team's ready for war. We know that we're special and came back to settle the score. We drew up our fiery swords. We're coming to come gun down all of you dorks. You can never get my glory. I'm adorned and adornment. You're a doormat and annoying. Get the fuck out of my flat foyer. I just raw dogged my 5th bitch this morning like a Mormon. I got an assortment of shorties whose little brothers adore me. Go ask the Lord who you think's more important before I throw you over my shoulder and straight to the floor and keep ripping and ripping and ripping and ripping up. Guts, blood, and gore. Scream to the Lord. Torn vocal cords. Can't cry no more. And unsatisfying end to your story. I will never be ignored. I will never be ignored. I will never be ignored. And that's called, I think it was called Kill Him, and it was supposed to feature my little brother, but then he died. It starts off, I know you fuck with these Burlington rappers. King K Hasa, the tree they branch off of. I think they all, sorry, I'm going too fast. King K Hasa, the tree they branch off of. I think they all lost and got no sauce, bruh. A bunch of bots. Maybe that's why God sent me here and he dropped me off. And I performed this at parties in the center of Burlington, Vermont. Maybe that's why God sent me here and he dropped me off. Because when they came for my heart and I swung back harder, I evolved! And I performed it with like 50 kids around me. And I was playing my music through a car speaker. And then I evolved, and then the music pauses, and I go, my dad sits in the garden with both of his cats. I go to town with a gun on my sack. I don't think y'all know nothing about that. You all don't know jack. This that new Return of the Mac. I go to war like a colonel from Brat. Because I'm from Brattleboro, and the mascot was Colonels. Polar bears don't do good in a pack. Kids downtown are hooked on crack. All of my exes think that I'm jealous. I ain't impressed that you're fucking a dork. You won't see me fucking on fat bitches. All I said to stay away from the pork. This was brick and mortar, ain't no Rick and Morty. All the kids I put on fell off dead like an unwanted abortion. This ain't a hobby or chore. This is a war. I struggled and suffered for it. Slept on the ground for 3 winters, ate from dumpsters, fucking on whores just to get warm. Now I'm fucking on somebody foreign and somebody's foreign. I made it so euphoric she met the Lord. I got people begging me to do porn. If I did, I'd charge $1 million for it. I ain't lying. I'm a giant Irish lion diagnosed with oppositional defiance. One day y'all go see me on the Forbes. I'm embedded in your minds like vinyl. Everything I spit is final, bottom line, like I wrote my signature. I go out to public parks just to make those demons knock it off. I won't turn my shit down for you, bitch. You are not the boss. Because I know every time I performed it, somebody was coming to turn the music down. And always when I got to the, I'm a giant Irish, you know, by the time they're coming, always, I go out to public parks just to make these demons knock it off. And I literally went and I pushed the girl out of the way, just her hand, and I went, I won't turn my shit down for you, bitch. You are not the boss. Oh, you got a boo-boo little bitch? Go and walk it off. Every time they cut me down, I came back with a Molotov. And usually at the time, she's like, no, no, no. And then when she's walking away and all the kids saw it, I go, boy, I'm like thunder, wait for the roar. There's nowhere to hide. I'm the king in the north. My whole team is ready for war. We know that we're special and came back to settle the score. We drew up our fire swords. We're coming to come gun down all of you dorks. You can never get my glory. I'm adorned and ornaments. You're a doormat and annoying. Get the fuck out my flat foyer. I just raw dogged my 5th bitch this morning like a Mormon. I got an assortment of shorties whose little brothers adore me. Go ask the Lord who you think's more important before I throw you over my shoulder and straight to the floor. Keep ripping and ripping and ripping and ripping up. Guts, blood, and gore. Scream to the Lord. Torn vocal cords. Can't cry no more. And this was in the year of the water element. It was the water cat in Leo. So the energy was like huge, vivid. All the kids were like on their drugs. If I spent the whole night fighting, trying to get control of my mind, I'd probably wake up and fly and find some way to live outside of time. But when the morning comes and the sun and the clouds roll by and the strangers arrive, I'd probably just end up a crazier guy. I can't stand to hide, but I can't spend all my days trying to change what's become a society, one public place at a time. And the people I save steal and rub my energy in my face always. Maybe it's time I just focused on saving mine. And then my little brother's voice. Now he's dead, so it's more important that he's transmitting. Making a hit is like riding a bike. But making a hit is like riding a bike. Even when cold and alone outside, when I'm in the music, it feels alright. I swear it reminds me of you sometimes. I think they want control of my life. Every time that I think that I'm great and I think of escape, somebody starts twitching and follows behind. But that's alright. I'm immune to mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, and lice. This kind of reminds me of times just after high school when we'd first get high for the very first time. I'd open a portal and speak to the aliens, sit at the party and talk about and speak about codes I deciphered, alien dollhouse, meanings of Hollywood signs, and you all decided that I wasn't right in the mind and I don't deserve friends in my life. Now I just sit and I laugh to myself, seeing your bio has your astrological signs. When my phone rings, I hit decline, sit at the lake, take a breath, and head back to the woods with a raccoon at my side. Every time I fell and felt like crying, I ended up laughing and fine. More than a couple times I tried ending my life and I woke up alive. That's how I know I got God and I'm on the right side. I am somewhere far, far away. You won't know when I'm gone. That's the Irish goodbye. I had a dream last night. I was the last giant and I had to survive off eating Siberian tigers and biting the heads off of Vikings. And as I lay down cold and alone and dying, closing my eyes for the very last time, the birds sang, the universe opened, and aliens taught me to rise. I feel like I'm still somewhere out there, one of those weird dots we see in the sky. And you and I were like the stars in the night, a song of fire and ice, garlic, chicken burritos sauteed in pineapple, garlic, chili pepper, cumin, and thyme, or a lonely night in fireflies. But you chose to be with inferior guys, and I chose to live outside. I can never be like these interior guys. I can't wait for the day they wake up and realize they were trying to emulate me the whole time. I am somewhere far, far away. You'll all smile and laugh as I'm gone. That's the Irish goodbye. Girl, what you doing after this? Come and get a smoothie with a kid. As a matter of fact, I got a bottle of wine back at the crib. You can pull up loose the shoes and we can kick it if your man calls. It's just what it is. You can leave your phone in the whip. If your man calls, it's just what it is. I got it wrong. You know I love the way the pants. Everyone around us is stuck inside a trance. So when you get the feeling, take my hand and let's dance. Ooh, I like the way you move. Come real close, get in the groove. I'll take the lead, it's nothing new. What do we really have to lose? You look at me, I look at you. You bite your lip, my room is zooming. Feel the love, it's what we're here to do. My heart, my soul, take my hand, girl, grab a hold, we can go somewhere remote. Have to know, only us, girl, just us two. Let's escape, forget the world, open up and lose control. Just sit back and let us float, float, float. And then it's Alan Watts' quote. When you're swimming, you don't grab hold of the water, because if you do, you will sink and drown. Instead, you relax and float, float, float. And it was supposed to have a feature with my friend Zay, or I was going to have a girl's perspective with it. But I haven't found one yet. What else is on the Sundance album? I don't give a fuck about you dummies. I heard your raps, I know you made it up. Ain't nothing you could say to us, ain't nobody gonna save you, bruh. But if you're humble and you pray, maybe I could be the one to save you, but you can't be gang unless you've been through homelessness. What's a mouse to a Doberman? Dragging her polar bear from somewhere your mama wouldn't let you go over there. Don't pretend that you know shit about shit. Sit down and let me overshare. I was on the ground, cold and homeless. I had to learn to get up and go and get it on my own. I ain't had no one on my phone. Shit, I ain't even had a coat. I just got the fuck up and did the most. That's how you grow. I don't give a fuck about the who's who. All you bitches mad just because she wouldn't choose you. I'm on Mount Olympus shooting lightning like I'm Zeus. I'm the problem and the proof. I tell your pastor what to do. I just designed a stage for crickets, chickens, kale, and spinach, solar in a coop. I got soldiers waiting for the signal here to Honolulu. I'm a big buddy, button heads with moose. Bitch! You was asking mom for money. I was hopping over fences in the trenches trying to hunt a buck. I won't lie, that shit was dumb as fuck, but I got up and I got it done. And now you see me now you see me rolling with the chosen ones. I think I have another one too. Catch me in the woods talking to the birds till your girl pull up and I put her in the tent and I put that work in. You was outside my apartment lurking. I was on South Beach shirtless. That's pretty good. There's also life is a circle. Fill me up with pain. Put me in the grave. I guarantee I'll rise again. I was born a saint, but I turned into a soldier. Wait, I was born a saint, but I turned into a fighter. Fire in my eyes. I don't know how I'm alive. It must be the luck of the Irish. Somehow I find a way to keep them all inspired. Take them all higher. Fire in our hearts, lightning in our minds. We take over in the night and we're flying towards the light, the skyline. Let's stay bright till we're burn. Burn. So cool. So cool. And so pretty. One day all the stars outside are gonna supernova. When your life falls apart, don't ever say I never warned you. I thought you were the one, but you only did me wrong. So you're just another line in a song, just another name on your phone. Every time you turn me down, I turn to ghosts. I was never one for doing what I'm told. I'd like to leave you go. I'm grateful for the times that I had hold you. But that was back before your mind turned to a dragon and your heart turned into fragments. Every time we talk, it turns into a battle that only ever ends in sadness. Maybe it's time that you re-believed in magic, cleaned that dust out of your attic, went out and took a fucking walk. I got so much going on, I don't really have the time to talk, let alone deal with self-made, narcissistic, petty, parasitic problems. Hit me up when you've broken down that wall and you're ready for it all. One day all the stars outside are gonna supernova. When your life falls apart, don't ever say I never warned you. I thought you were the one, but you only did me wrong. So you're just another line in a song, just another name on your phone. Every time you turn me down, I turn to ghost, so it's time you got to go. You can't stop the fire. We take over in the night when we riot. You can't stop the fire. We burn alive. Shooting stars falling from the sky. Symphonize our hearts and our minds and we're flying towards the light. You can't stop the fire. It's in our rights. If you can't find a way to just sit and feel alright, let's drive until we forget how to tell the time. If we get amnesia and get stuck in a daze and get stuck in our ways when the sun comes up, that's fine. I'm just grateful that I had you in my life. It's alright. It's alright. I can feel the anticipation building from a mile away. I can't wait to pull up to your place and see the smile on your face. I'm turning down your road. The only thing between us are these windows. I feel the energy burning as you're rushing down the stairs. Take a second just to stop. Check your hair in the mirror and then you're out the door. Oh, Lord. Big gospel choir. Oh, Lord. It's the most beautiful girl in the world. Wait until I feel your touch. It reminds me about love. Don't wait a second, hurry up. When I'm with you, I feel the sun. It's alright. With my hand on your thigh, cells intertwine, colors light up the night like the 4th of July. Everything's alright when it's just you and I. Passenger side at the park and ride. You by my side, colors light up the night like the 4th of July. Park and ride. I've been going for 9 hours. I've been going for 9 hours at Reset. If you can't find a way to just sit and feel alright, let's drive until we forget how to tell the time. If we get amnesia and get stuck in the days and get stuck in our ways when the sun comes up, that's fine. I'm just grateful that I had you in my life. It's alright. In my head, you're in my bed, waiting for the day I wake up scared. You'll tell me it's okay, I'll take you anywhere. I know you hate me. We made mistakes, but if we can just escape somewhere away from all the pain, maybe the memories we make will fill up all the holes we made. But you're gone and that's okay. I'll fold your blanket up and leave it in my safe place. Big gospel choir harmonies. Afrobeat drums, very simplistic with a guitar arpeggio, and then big choirs, and then the shimmering of the chimes, very fresh feeling, violin solo, big swell from the watery violins. I know they hate me. They think I'm crazy, but they don't understand just what it takes to be out here every single day, isolated and afraid. Mixed with the vocal harmony, it's like the angels keep me sane when I'm alone and I'm in danger. Don't worry about me, girl, it's okay, I'm outside, singing in the rain without a safe place. I went down that road all on my own, and I sent that shit as fast as it could go. Picked all of my people up and took them straight to heaven just to let them down so they could learn to grow. Then I went back and I broke through, argued with the Lord, and came back with a song. So don't ever underestimate what sits inside my heart. I worked so hard my entire life, became a work of art. You look like you just smelled a fart. Stay the fuck out of my parks. I beat down all the demons and I came out made of gold. The pressure made a diamond, man, I wish that I could show you, but you'd probably try to take it for your own, so I gotta let you go. They're not grateful till it's over, they won't love you till you're dead and gone. I'd rather die broke and alone than to sell my soul, so tell my family I'm coming home. And if they can't open up to love, they're on their own. They can't open up to love, they're on their own. There's a couple more on that, but that's basically Sundance. I might put Survivor's Guilt on there. Unmarked graves around the house I built that I won't see until the world stands still. If I don't die on the battlefield, I'll die from survivor's guilt. And I know you're all dead and gone. Your stories got old and the world moved on. I'll keep you alive inside my song. About times before it all went wrong. I lost the ones I loved the most to broken dreams on a lonely road. I saw my hometown overdose and I just kept on going. I promised I would save them all. I promise I'm still holding on. One day I will right my wrongs, and when it's all said and done, we can have a long talk with God. Unmarked graves around the house I built that I won't see until the world stands still. If I don't die on the battlefield, I'll die from survivor's guilt. I got a tattoo of a raccoon, ain't that cool? It reminds me of times before you broke my heart and went back to school. Shut me out, I guess I'm not cool. Now those demons torture you. I think God got a sense of humor. You locked me out and you left me cold. Thought you were hot shit, now you're getting old. Soon you'll be 6 feet below. I think God got a sense of humor. And I know you're all dead and gone. Your stories got old and the world moved on. I'll keep you alive inside my songs. About times before it all went wrong. I lost the ones I loved the most to broken dreams on a lonely road. I saw my hometown overdose and I just kept on going. I promised I would save them all. I promise I'm still holding on. One day I will write these songs, and when it's all said and done, we can have a long talk with God. Unmarked graves around the house I built that I won't see until the world stands still. If I don't die on the battlefield, I'll die from survivor's guilt. And I have another one that I'm feeling called to say, but I'm going to keep it to myself. And I'm going to go. It's at 50% where I wanted to leave it. So, thank you for sticking around. We're just trying to get me to a point where I can make it. But I'm trying to save a bunch of people on the way. Killing myself never worked, so I just get up and go every day. So, with that, self-care, take care of yourself, clean your fucking house for once, 1 foot of space a day, fasting, sunlight, probiotics, omega-3s, multivitamins, getting sunlight, vitamin D conversion, cold showers at night, cycle through your memories, imagine nothing at all, and then imagine everything at once, reverse it, imagine everything at once. Cycle through your memories to reinstate who you always were before the trauma took it from you so you can refresh your system in rebellion against the system, and work every day with slow, consistent growth. Growth over consistency every day, working towards it. Have a little thing you write down every day where you make progress every single day, and you will lead yourself out of your life to a better place, out of the suffering until you've mastered it. Instead of shifting what you can control, instead of focusing on what you can control, shift your energy into what you can create. Never let external circumstances dictate your internal condition, and have a set of affirmations to keep you away from energetic influence so that you can still be here and have fun, because life is all about have fun. If you need limiting beliefs, check. I can do anything, 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 I can do anything. I can do anything, anything I want to imagine, anything that's possible, I can do it. There's nothing holding me back. Oh, I've been shaking, I love it when you go crazy. I've been going for 6 hours, man. Take all my inhibitions, baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation. But my vocal cords are shot. Manipulate my decisions, baby, there's nothing holding me back. I feel so free when you're... Yeah, I can't do it. It's all dead here right now. Baby, yeah, I'm just dehydrated too. Oh, God. 7 hours, chat. No, but it's been 9 hours. Because it refreshed. 9 hours, chat. I went for 9 hours, chat. No energy drink. No water. And I didn't even have all the stuff that I could have had the orange juice, but I'm broke. I don't have food stamps or anything, so I got nothing. I'm going off $1.50 soda. And I went 9 hours, pussies. Call me a freeloading bum all you want. I made $15 today. But yesterday I did a coaching call and I did $80. And tomorrow I'm making 115. And I have to call fucking Planet Fitness because I forgot to lock my card and it took $30 from me. I can't afford that right now. Hopefully I can get to a point where I can do a car payment, pay the car a little bit off. Maybe if I get donations, we could do a second phone, Discord calls. We could debate some of these Goyim, some of these inbred Lemon Goyim Jesuit slaves trapped in white society, which is a Stanford prison experiment, collective schizophrenic delusion that the Age of Aquarius is trying to destroy. Just so you can have fun and enjoy your life, man. Last song. Well, the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows all want the same thing, to rip and tear at your soul. So before the morning comes, something else can come and try and grab a hold and take control, and now they own you. Oh, when I was just a boy, they all told me I was blessed, and something about me means I'm meant for success. Now they all talk shit behind my back, put a target, told the town I'm hooked on crack, and that I'm messed up in the head and I need meds because I don't want to work a stupid fucking job and pretend I have a boss. Well, I grew up poor in a ski resort town where we all made money by eliminating frowns. And I think it's kind of funny how these whites are so proud, but when the rich men come around, they all keep their head down and submit just like a dog. When I can't get to sleep, I think of old folks' homes where those spiteful little bullies cry until they die alone, 'cause the world they built by beating others only did them wrong, 'cause no one taught them how to love. And I hope that they see me on my Indian Scout when I take their little girls on a ride around town. And they have to bitch to God 'cause the nurse don't care to hear them cry about it, 'cause she's on TikTok showing off their butts. And when they're on their deathbed, I hope that they see my face when whatever tortured me shows them all the love I gave, trying to help them sing and clap along to my broken-hearted songs. Hey, hey, hey. And before they meet their grave and the good Lord takes them away, I hope the final breath they take is followed by a list of names, and somewhere along the way I get an I'm sorry or an island from their estate. And the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows will have another friend to follow everywhere I go. And I'm so grateful for him, 'cause without him I wouldn't have ever known the value that I hold. While I hear voices in my head that get worse when I get out of bed. And I don't trust that I'll find a love who understands. So leave me be and let me smoke my cigarettes. 'Cause deep inside I'd rather be dead. 'Cause I make choices that lead to dead ends, led by a mind afraid of itself. And I just can't find no one who can look at me with respect. 'Cause the cops gave me trauma and the crows ate the rest. And I don't know how to be human again. So don't talk to me, 'cause I'm tired of pretending all good things should end. Well, all these voices in my head get so beautiful you couldn't comprehend. And they tell me one day you'll see me somewhere way out there with the best, and you'll all come back and want to be my friend. But for now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. For now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. I'm going to Johnson to get me a job. I don't know where I've been and can't remember what I've lost. I didn't mean to stay here so long. I'm sorry I can't fit inside of your box. If you knew where I've been, then you'd know why I stopped. I'm going to Johnson, so you can fuck off. I made me a list of those who did me wrong. I'm going to Johnson to get me a job. If they don't say sorry, they're gonna meet God. I'm going to Johnson. I'm gone. My mom is broke on Section 8 where she's been for 30 years. My mom has no money at all. Good luck getting any money from my mom. I miss my mom. I miss my dad. I miss my house. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause I still have it all in here. And I can go back anytime that I feel sad. I miss your smile, the way you laugh. I miss your eyes. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause you moved on, but in my heart, you're laying with me. But you're all gone. I'm still around, wandering anyway. From my hometown, I'm scared to see what they built on what burns down. You're all here in my memories. I keep like an old 8-track of classic CDs. I play when I lay back and fall to pieces, terrified of what I can't see. I'm on a hill next to a tree, staring out at the bittersweet, the ghosts of you and what I couldn't do, a symphony. I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss my house, and what we had, it ain't that bad. I was a victim of police brutality from a false police report, and because I had friends that were black, the cops maced me, beat me, molested me, put me in jail for 4 days, and didn't wash my eyes, and now I can't see. And they've been hiding the body cam footage for 4 years. And 2 years after the person who filed the false police report said it was a false police report, they still kept me there and subjecting me to what happens to be Freemasonic black magic rituals. So I felt like I was raped, tortured, and siphoned my energy and was cast out to the wolves, unable to function or see. And I had to live homeless and make it work. I lived in dryers, in laundromats. I hid behind vending machines. I started out without a coat, freezing in sub-zero. This is my 5th winter now. And I've dismantled corrupt police organizations by recording them without their knowledge and posted it on Facebook, and they tried to kill me. I stood up against entire small towns, traveling through New England, going from small town to small town, homeless and trying to get a job. I've applied to 63 jobs now that I have a car, and they still won't hire me. Tell me to fuck off, because they know that in order to get food stamps, I need 20 hours a week, so they're not giving any homeless people those jobs, because they know those 4,000 homeless people plus probably 10 to 12,000 people on food stamps are now flooding the job market, and even though they need work, they're refusing to hire any of them. So we're starving, eating from dumpsters and shit. I'm down to my last root beer, and then a church gave me some eggs. So I'm here. I have the solutions. I have a PhD in this at this point. I'm trying to implement a fold-up rickshaw wagon made of plastic and 3D printed shingles, painted like a red barn, that everything folds up, so the roof folds in, the walls fold in, then the floor folds like this, the wheels have a linchpin, so the wheels come in like this, and then a saddlebag with all your stuff over the top that locks into place. The rickshaw handles, broom handles fold in so that you can carry it on the bus with you like a suitcase, put it in a car, take it with you, or you can fold it out and you can stay in it, and it's plastic and durable, and you have Velcro to seal it, and you have tent mesh inside, so that you could be out there not suffering. And that I'm gonna make a trash bag incentive where these custom trash bags go back to the homeless program, and they get a financial incentive for it, which encourages them to clean up their trash, clean up everybody else's trash, and maybe they rob dumpsters, but mostly they lock those dumpsters anyway so that you can't get it. And then from there, you can be out in the woods as long as you want. I'm trying to get sanctuary land for people, because the only way to heal the 3 main parts of homelessness, other than by choice, is you're a major piece of shit, you're addicted to drugs that the CIA invented to work and to destroy you forever, or you have so much trauma you can't function and you're trying your best to survive in a world that's constantly dominating and destroying you, and you can't function and you can't figure it out and you can't work. So those 3 things mainly, even if you have a piece of shit right here, and maybe one breeds the other, which breeds the other, and they cycle. Either way, you can't punish them into working, or it just makes it worse. If you make them an enemy of the community, they will escape into the what the world never gave them. So they'll escape into a drug and live in their delusion here, whether it's a delusion or not. They create a world that they never experienced because the world's trying to get them. So when you give them abundance, you kill them with kindness. If you think homeless people are the enemy, you don't kill them, you kill them with kindness, you give them abundance. This goes away because you have time in the woods to shed off all the traumas and work out in nature that heals you, and then you go work with your hands. You no longer need the drug because you don't need to escape, because it feels good, so now the drug feels like a detriment to you. You get sick from it. It's like, I don't want it, I'm already fixed, I'm healed, I don't need to escape, I'm at peace in the woods. Or if you're a major piece of shit, then usually you get beaten and traumatized, and then you fall into a drug, and then you go back, and then it heals you. So, giving them that abundance, and then a church van that takes them. If you can hold a sign, you can hold a flag that says slow. So you go to the road crew, and the road crew won't hire people because of the homeless situation, because of transportation and showers. The other thing is showers. They can't get a job because they smell, and they can't do their laundry. So I'm trying to get portable showers, public showers in every small town. Sort of like a Muscle Beach situation with gyms where you can go and work out any time of the day, anytime you want. You can go work out. You don't have to pay for a gym membership that will trespass you either, because you're like me. They don't like me because I get a lot of female attraction, and they trespass me even though I'm an animal on the inside. I don't recognize how I look or how people perceive me. I am a feral animal. I've been homeless since I was 13 years old. I don't recognize that I go to places and girls smile at me, and then the guys get jealous and they fucking jump me in the bathroom. I'm just like trying to heal enough to make my song. I don't realize any of that happens. Swear to God. So they trespass me from gyms and shit. Even when I was put together and looked nice, I just like walked out and they're like, you're trespassing. I'm like, why? And they're like, I didn't like the vibe. And I'm like, what vibe? So, shit like that. But if there's a public Muscle Beach gym, and there's public showers that are free, and you have the wagon incentive, so there's no longer people strung out on heroin hiding in the bathroom, because they don't need to escape into the bathroom, because they can escape into the woods. And then once you have the wagon and the road crew, half of that goes to the homeless program, which goes into a fund for you to get an e-bike. And then once you're healed from the woods and you're working and going and hunting, and you've learned not in society, in the woods way, which is more beneficial, exponentially greater, so much more beautiful, shedding out societal bullshit. When you go in and you're now righteously breaking through all these paradigms and structure limiting beliefs from Saturn worshipping child traffickers that made society to be this way, with their white slaves inbred over generations to be structurally programmed to be disconnected from what homelessness teaches you. Once they're bringing in and destructing all this stuff, and they're bringing the new way, and they're not a detriment to your society that you're so proud of, when they're actually going in and making a difference and contributing to the economy, because everybody wants to contribute to something greater. But now that the people aren't the enemy, they have no problem not shitting on the street, not throwing their trash everywhere and robbing you, because we're all part of the same thing. They no longer feel that you're the enemy because they're no longer targeted and abused by your communities. So then they go out and they make everything better, implement solutions, and they have a greater bandwidth and a greater emotional wealth to actually become the leaders and teachers and righteous people after they've suffered and gained and learned from their suffering, and they're healed now with the wisdom of what they endured in hell. Isn't that every single theosophy, the Bible, Greek mythology, going through Hades as Hercules to go up to Mount Olympus? They go through the suffering, and they're now there, and they're competent, and they're now beneficial members of your community that know more than you'll ever know and have been through more than you'll ever experience. So once I've given them the tools to implement that honors them righteously and all this, then they get to a level where I give them a phone with DoorDash, Instacart, Grubhub, Postmates, Walmart Spark Delivery, InstaWork, all this. And hopefully, because I have the sanctuaries and I have the portable power stations that they can charge, and they no longer are trespassing, the cops can't get them with the loitering and prowling, which puts on their record, so now they can't do FedEx, which is the main job that homeless people can do, because it lets them be alone and work hard and get a lot of money to contribute to their dreams. That gets taken away from them on purpose. Cops give them those charges just so they can't work, and they're forced to suffer longer so they can perpetuate those numbers, so the cops leverage those numbers for raises, and they perpetuate our suffering for their financial gain. They can't do that with this. They can't rip open your tent and beat the shit out of you and rape you like I saw happen in 2023. I saw two cops and I ran for help, slamming on windows, please, because I had been victim of police brutality. I know if I try to go up against cops with qualified immunity and guns, they're going to kill me and make some shit up. Because obviously if they're raping somebody, their body cams are off. And I didn't have a phone. So I ran for help and everybody ignored me because they thought I was a homeless junkie. And the woman, when I went back, they were all gone, and I don't know what happened to her. But with this, it never happens. They're locked in and they can't violate their Fourth Amendment right. And the person has their phone charged so they can just record them and live stream to Facebook. So at the very least, the last thing they see is the flash in somebody's face. And they post their location and they have their friend call 911. And they can't get you on the sanctuary land because it's private property and only they are allowed in there. No ins or outs. No other people can come in and get strung out on drugs with you. You're there to heal in nature by yourself and work with your hands. Then the church van picks you up to the road crew and you save money and you go work at homesteads and develop skills and build the new world through homestead communities. And then with that, once you have that, the e-bike, the car, and the wagon, you can go anywhere in the world. You can go anywhere in the country at least, and then get your enhanced driver's license, go up to Canada. Get your passport, go down to Mexico. You can go anywhere. You can do Duolingo. You're free. You're free and you've mastered it your way and not the way they want to beat you into doing and torture and rape you into becoming. You've gotten out. I built a way out for everybody. I have the way out of this. And you're going to need it when there are Tesla bots patrolling the streets that can administer a mosquito that goes to your head and puts a vaccine in your brain. You're going to need fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, Higgs boson, the Higgs field, imagine nothing and reverse it all the way. Recall your memories before the trauma and rest out in nature and learn harmony with nature in disconnection from society and the artificial intelligence. And you're going to need these skills to implement these solutions to live freely together as a collective and be a nomadic breakaway civilization against this technocratic oppressing dystopia that they're trying to do. You're going to need it. You're going to need me. And I've tried to kill myself 12 times and it never works. I jump off bridges onto rocks and I just get up. I drive my car 90 miles an hour into a pole, slam my head when I'm 19, bleed out, hang myself twice, overdose on pills in a medicine cabinet, and I'm just fine. My brain is fine. It doesn't work. So I'm like, I can't kill myself. Might as well do this. And hopefully they kill me on the way. Because I've had nothing my entire life. I grew up in isolation with nothing and nobody. I had a property and then corrupt police manufactured a crime and jumped my dad 6 cops deep in the backwoods and took him on, but eventually they have qualified immunity and tasers, man. But he tried to save me. And because of that, we lost the property. And then my dad he found the richest man he's ever met, killed himself, or he was killed because his property bordered a giant woodland area outside a ski resort, and then the ski resort bought it after he died. But he got everything in inheritance, and then fucking guess who? Guess what they were wearing? Showed up from New Jersey and took it all from him. And then because of the trauma he endured, he bottled it up, broke, and tried to kill me, and I had to fight him to the death. He had a heart attack, and he was brought back to life. So then I was homeless at 13, and I've been going since. I learned pickup artistry, and I became a sex addict. And people were jealous in these small towns of the girls I was dating, the best girls in the town. I would ride in like a cowboy, take them on adventures, and then ride off into the sunset. So they tried to kill me a bunch. You can't fight. I've been in 15 fights. I fought people to the death, but they survived. But I could have killed them. I say it's to the death. The only reason it wasn't to the death is because by God's grace, my hatchet was turned to the other side when the guy was struggling to get the hatchet from me. When I threw him on the ground and started wailing on his face and his neck and his chest, it was with the dull end of the hatchet. So we just got bloodied and bruised and ran out, and I chased him going, and I chased him and I fell, did a barrel roll, got up and slammed him on his window, and his getaway driver crashed into the telephone pole. And then the town tried to kill me for 6 months. And they still, a year later, they twisted the brakes off my bike at the McDonald's, and I crashed going 50 down this big hill, and I crashed into a church, 6-foot drop, got knocked unconscious, hairline fractures everywhere, and I had to lay out in a cot by the river when I was going to go do a job at carpentry. What's your record of the 15? The first fight, if you count my dad, I won my dad. He was 280 pounds. I picked him up and dropped him when I was 14 because he was trying to break my Xbox and my TV. And he broke his hip, and then I was negative degrees on top of a mountain, middle of March, probably like -10, -15. And I was in socks, fucking pajama bottoms, and a Walmart V-neck, holding my TV and my Xbox, walking down this frozen road. And my dad is playing chicken with me, trying to will himself to accidentally kill me with the car. And then I get in and I'm trying to fix this guy's landline, but I can't move my fingers, and the guy's got cancer and he can't speak. He's old, and I'm trying to fix his landline to call the police. And my dad barrels in, and I have to get him back through the car to the house, and he's dying of a heart attack. And I call the police, and the police show up and take him, and I go into homelessness. Then, in homelessness, in the shelter, a kid tried to fight me, but the staff broke us up, so I would call that a draw. But I did stand up to the bully, and intellectually I got him, I served him, and then he broke and freaked out, and they kicked him out, so we could call that, but it wasn't physical. Then I lost the next fight when I was 19. I had gotten the sort of brain injury, but a lot of trauma. Not really a brain injury because my brain is fine from the MRI, but a lot of trauma from slamming in, and they thought it was bipolar, so they put me on lithium for a little bit, so I was like a vegetable. And then one of my girlfriend's friends had an abusive boyfriend, and I went there with her, and I just asked the girl, like, hey, do you feel safe? And the guy broke through the door, ran around, came through the other door, and started choking me out. And I went, what the fuck? And I picked him up because I'm a blocky big guy with retard strength. I'm 5'11", but in boots. But for some reason I have retard strength from like the shit I endured as a child, I guess. I just naturally, like, even though I don't work out, I can like pick people up and shit. So I picked him up and put him against the railing, and I just can't really function. I couldn't function back then. So then eventually they pushed me off him, and I felt like I'd say he won that one because I felt worse, even though he got arrested. I felt worse afterwards, like he had gotten me somehow. And then a couple days later, I went back to that house because she was hanging out with her friend, and I just opened the door instead of knocking because I was kind of out of it on heavy meds because I thought I had a serious suicide attempt. So they had me on meds. And then this fucking 6'2" fat fucking big dude runs out and slams me on the ground, is beating my head in. My friend is just watching there, like, and the guy's beating the shit out of me, choking me. The other kid, the abusive boyfriend's just kicking the shit out of me. So I lost that one. So I'm like, I would say like 1-1 at this point, I guess, of like real fights, because I couldn't go up against that guy. Then 2022, I got in 4 fights with the same guy, and I won all of them because his girlfriend kept coming to hang out with me. And I'm at this motel program trying to get my car out of impound because I drove through the border and lived in Canada until I got deported, and they took my car. And so I told PayPal that, I don't know, why are all these charges in Canada? They're scamming me. So they gave me my money back. And then my motel, the Stonehill Motel in New York, burned down. So the Red Cross gave us all $500. So I was able to get the car from Montreal down to New York. And but that guy kept showing up and trying to even punch my head in. But he's smaller than me. So I would just pick him up and whip him on the ground. And then he tried to get up, and I pick him up by his legs, and I was like, you want me to kick you? He was like, let me up. So I go to smash his teeth in with my Timbs, and some guy tackles me to the wall. But then he came back 2 more times, and I just did the same thing to him. So I'd count that as 4 fights I won. Do we count the 15 fights originally where I was counting police brutalities because I did fight against them, but they kicked the shit out of me. So if we don't count the police brutalities, let's say I'm at 7 or 8 fights. Because there were times where I was like restrained and I got them and I broke free and shit. That's what I counted them as when I said it. Have been going for 9 hours of phone reset. I've been going for 10 hours now. But then we'll skip this one because it was weird. Where like a guy just like came at me and I pushed him off. But I did win because I pushed him on the ground. Then we're at 2023, and let's see, do we count that I was in a shelter because my car had been stolen because I made money on crypto, Dodge Magnum, aftermarket everything worth 10 grand, was shopping at Walmart, and then a slumlord that owns all the gas stations, owns all the apartment complexes in Burlington, Handy's Towing, that owns the tow company too, rich family, just paid one of the tow drivers to steal the car and tell me they didn't have it. And then when I found out they had it, they're like, well, you have it, but you owe us $5,000 for it. Slumlords. So they took my car and everything, so I was homeless again, and I went into a homeless shelter for kids because I was youth still. I was 22, and you age out at 23 of the youth shelter. And there was this kid that fucking he said his name was Christian, and he was a native. He was wearing a Native American poncho, but he was obviously he said he was Lithuanian, and he said he was a Viking that killed me in a past life. So he just kept sitting there going, "Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!" from across the couch. So I was like, "Say it again," because schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan, the betrayer, this guy I tried to help, but he ended up being a crack addict piece of shit. He was laughing like, hey, he was really happy the guy was going, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. So I just got up and I pressed my fist into his Adam's apple and held him there. And he went, I can't breathe, and I'm choking him pretty much to death. So I didn't get arrested, but they kicked me out. I'll count that. Then a couple months later, to survive that, because it's a city. To survive the city, I had Tim boots on. I had this nice embroidered black jacket with yellow birds on it. Nice looking bomber coat. And I had black and gold Tims with the C with the crown on it. Culture King, C. And then I had a brim, but instead of a New York brim, it was a crown that had my name embroidered on the side and a polar bear right here. And I had a backpack with a bat, a golden black bat that I stole from Walmart. And I had a machete at my side, holstered. And I would walk around, and if people were doing stuff, I would scare them off. So they called me the one time. And I would also, under the backpack, I had a gray Walmart fur throw blanket. So they're like, it's the King in the North. Hey man, it's the King in the North. Because of Game of Thrones and shit, which is pretty cool. That's why I wrote there's nowhere to hide in the King in the North. My rap. And then, but one guy was in the bus, and he was mad because they wouldn't let him take a tire on the bus. And the bus driver was like, no, you can't take it. The bus is full. These kids are going to college. It's full of kids. Just wait for the next one. He's like, I waited for 3 other buses. Just let me on the bus. And he gets on the bus anyway, and the bus driver's like, fuck, whatever. So the guy's holding onto his tire, and the bus is crowded. I'm in the corner here. He's on the side here. We're in the front of the bus. There's a nice, like, young lady next to me, blonde, skinny. And there's a nice, like, it's Vermont, hippie college. There's, like, a really skinny, like, sensitive guy. And none of them have any idea how to handle this. And I'm sitting there waiting, just staring him down, because he's saying, if you move, I'll kill. He's, like, telling these kids, like, move a muscle, I'll fucking stab you. Do something about it. Do something about it. And everybody's panicking, and I can see the kid, like, because he's in front of me, in between the guy. I just kind of lean forward, and the guy's like, he sees what I have on, so he's just waiting. He settles in, and I'm just waiting there, staring him down. So he calms down. And then when I get off the bus, that nice blonde woman, he trips her and she face plants. She goes like, what the fuck is wrong with you? He's like, hit me, I'll kill you. Hit me. They get off the bus. I make sure she's okay. The guy's walking around, and I was like, what the fuck is your problem, dude? And then he goes to push me, and then I pick him up, and I slam him on the ground, and I'm holding him there, and he's getting up and trying to push me. The people are trying to pull me off, and I'm just holding him there, waiting for him to swing so I can beat his head in. I'm just waiting for him to pull the knife so I can stab him in the face with the knife. As I knew where the knife was, I had his arm held down, and I let it go a little bit, and I was waiting for him to reach for it. I couldn't fully tell where the knife was, but I knew. So I'm waiting for him to either try to stab me, because I have quick reflexes. I'm waiting for it. I think about this stuff. I've been through a lot of this stuff. I'm waiting for it. If you can't tell, I'm like psychotically, like serial killer ass. I'm there. I'm ready. I'm waiting for him to I'm waiting for the knife to reveal itself so that I can stab it into his face. I was going to go right into his eye. Or I was going to put my fingers into his eye and pop both of his eye sockets and then beat his teeth in and then leave him there for the rest of his life like that. Break his nose off his face. Like put my fingers in his nose and go, Ugh! I was just waiting for the knife, and he didn't pull it out. So we'll count that. And then a couple months later, he was like, I know everyone on Church Street. Wait till I see you. And I'm like, I'm not hiding. I'll walk down Church Street right now. You can't fight me because you're weak and you're small. And the cops are like, but the cops let him go, and they're grilling me about, oh, who do you know? What are you doing here? Where are you from? And the cops are bothering me, and the hot girl walks by and goes, hey, Casey. And the cop was so mad, stomping around fucking, because she blocked the way with the peaceful, feminine, light, hippie community. So she breaks through the spiritual warfare and is like, hey, Casey, and walks by. Then, because people knew me because I would ride around on a stolen bike, I spray painted. But I didn't steal it, it was given to me, but I did spray paint it. But I was walking around I was riding around a spray painted bike with a bat and a fucking machete in a suit of armor. But then I wound up at this, at the waterfront, and there was this guy named Kadia Cat, and he's a Leo, and it was the year of the cat, and his name was Cat. And he would ride down with a disc. He was like in his 60s, but he had his own martial arts dojo, and he's devoted his whole life to traveling the world. He knew like 7 different languages. So they just gave him a yurt in the center of town on this hillside overlooking the waterfront, and he built a guest home for people, and he had a bunch of homeless tents, and he was probably peddling drugs and a bunch of shit, but he also was like taught me some martial arts and whatever. Then he did mushrooms, and then he got outside my tent, and he was in a tree going guru, guru, guru. And I look out and I see a person there, and I know his voice, and I was like, can you just leave me alone? and then he pounces, because he would, after he did the mushrooms and shit, he would walk around on all fours, roaring, but he was so fucking, you know, he could take a frisbee, bean it across a large field, and smack the park ranger in the face. He was a cool guy. It sucks that he was trying to choke me out. He pounced off the tent and started choking me. I ripped the tent mesh, put it around his head, and I ran off. Literally, like, sounds cartoonish, that's literally what happened. Then he tried to fight me again. I don't know what will count that. I did, like, you know, at the end of the day, I did put the thing over him, and he's like, ah, and I ran off. Pretty cool. But that guy had guns and knives and shit. I was not trying to be in the woods there. I was trying to run out to the skate park. And then when he came out, I tried to re-engage with a black belt that I'd seen him pin people twice his size. I'm not trying to get in a fight with that guy. So there was one, and then he tried to fight. He tried to push me off a cliffside later, and then I pushed him down, and I got my bike, and he's like yelling at me. He's like, "This is why I didn't tell him my dad came back. He assumed that my dad died, and I didn't correct him. So he was like, "This is why your dad died, because you're a piece of shit." And I was like, "Keep jerking off in your tent." And I got my bike and I went up. Because that's what a rich kid had said to me. Because he like said some shit to me, and I was like, "Fuck off, pussy." And he went, "Keep jerking off in your tent." So then a couple of days later, I said it to him, and the guy smiled because I had got him. I had won. So he was proud of me. And then I left he called it Wolf Hollow. I left Wolf Hollow and transcended out of that Leo toxic space, and I left with my bike, like riding off into the sunset, I guess, or like the Irish King going back up to the place. There was that, and then there was the guy with the hatchet that I wrestled him for the hatchet, and then beat the shit out of him with it and chased him off. A lot of police brutalities after that. So I don't know what number that was. There's a couple in there I missed. Like one time I beat the fuck out of my friend because he wasn't really my friend. He was a piece of trash, and he did some really bad things to me. So I beat the fuck out of him. Definitely there was that. And then I left him in the room, and at the bottom of the stairs, I got really mad again, and I went up and beat the shit out of him again, and then I left. And then I had thrown a controller and broke my friend's TV, so I went and tried to buy him another one, and then that night I drove my car into a pole 90 miles an hour and tried to kill myself. What other fights have I been in? I mean, do you count when I was like 8 and a fucking 9th grader saw me getting off the bus from fucking like 2nd, 3rd grade and fucking knocked the wind out of me, and I had to walk like a mile and I can't breathe and I'm crying, but I did turn around and hit him once and called him jackass? You jackass! And I punched him in the face and then walked away crying. And I can't breathe, and I walked home. But I also fought my father 2 other times. And I won those fights. Because I was 10 years older. 8 years older. 14 to 22. 23. You don't believe in violence? No, I don't instigate. One time my dad was like really negative and draining on me, and I broke because of all the stress, and I fucking... But he had done some shit to me too, like hit my leg and shit. We got simple assault by mutual affray. And then one time he ran up and pushed me into a wall, and I punched him in the face. And just to get him off me because he wasn't going to stop. So then I'm like, I'm leaving, and I leave, and he runs out. He's a 73-year-old man. Maybe he's 73. He might have been 70. Grabs me by my hair, throws himself on the ground, and is choking me to death. But he's old. He can't do it. So I'm just like, I love you. I love you. Stop. I'm going to put my fingers in your eyes. I'm not going to stop pushing till you let go. He's like, how does it feel? And so then I just pull his finger back, and he says he had a stroke. I don't believe him. I don't count the times that my ex hit me and I like pushed her away. The worst thing I've ever done to a girl was I was 16, and I had just, in the institutions, they lock you in a room smaller than a broom closet, and they leave you in there for days, and it's just a lot of psychological stuff. It was pretty bad, and I had a lot of trauma with just being restrained as a child and trauma. So when I got in a relationship with like this really, she was really hot, like the hottest girl in town. Swear to God. Swear to God, man. And I gamed her. But really, she walked up to me in Daisy Dukes with her ass out. Thick, thick girl, red hair. And she would play with her hair, leaning on the register, talking to people, and she would go buy a pack of gum. And eventually I was like, hey, I get off work in 15 minutes. What are you doing? And I was like, come walk around the building with me. So then we walk, and then we go on a date, and then I lost my virginity to her a week later. But then she had this rule that if I talk to any girls, and if I see any other girls, if they see me, because she was 19 when I was 16, she had already graduated. She said if her friend who's a senior sees me talking to any girls, she will go cheat on me. And then she'd get mad at nothing. She'd go down and get fucked by her ex-boyfriend. She cheated on me twice. She went and fucked one ex-boyfriend, then she went and fucked another one, and it was always my fault. So like she would come back and I'd be crying, and like, I mean, you know, because I was a little boy, it was my first love. And then whenever she got mad, she's like, by the way, I went to Riley's house, and his dick is smaller than yours, which is why I'm with you still, because you have a big dick. But he put his finger in my ass, and he came in my mouth, and then I came back and kissed you. And I'm just like, I don't want to be alone again. I grew up alone my entire life. I don't want to be alone again. Eventually I left her, and I hooked up with 25 other girls afterwards. And that's how many vaginas I've been in. And they're all hot, except one. It was like the town fleshlight. She's still pretty, but the town fleshlight. She was after we hooked up, she was telling me like the 45-year-old man who was sleeping with her when she was 14. Fucking all these different guys. And I was like, she hooked up with my friend while I was at work, and then came back and I saw the dirty condom, and they both lied to my face. And I was like, you're trying to fuck me now? Disgusting. And then one time I passed out drunk at a party, and I woke up and this ugly bitch was sucking my dick. And I was like laying there like, maybe I'll like it. And then the dog ran up and licked my dick, and she was like, Stella, stop. And I was like, I'm not doing this. I got up and I walked in, and then she got really upset that I rejected her, and she tried to leave and accidentally ran over my friend's foot. And then that night, I hooked up with another one of my friend's girlfriends. But I'd known her for like 5 years at that point. He'd only known her for 6 months. Met her through me. But I fell asleep cuddling her while my friend was fucking laying in the bed, curled up next to the wall, fell asleep watching me cuddling his girlfriend. And then either she took me or I took her into the next room and we had sex. I was a dog, man. What Discord want? Nothing. Yeah. And I don't count like when I was in the institution and we'd go in the van and the girl would reach her hand back behind, or we dug a hole to each other's rooms and traded underwear and shit. I don't count that. I don't count like the first sexual encounter I ever had. I didn't know how to finger a girl, and I broke her hymen just like, and it was bad. And then I felt really uncomfortable afterwards, after washing my hand and shit. So I took her to my friend's house and I just left her there when I was 14, or when I was 13. And I walked home and just left her there, and she got a ride from my friend. And I can see why the family didn't like me that much afterwards. It's like a classic guy. Well, that was 10 years ago. I've definitely suffered a lot. I've been through a lot of shit, man. And arguably that stuff that I did, I was running. And the girls still message me and say that like, yeah, you were actually one of the best parts of my childhood. I did love the girls, but I learned from pickup artists on the internet that you're supposed to expand your dating pool and have a bunch of experience with a bunch of different people, so that when you find someone you really like, you know exactly why you like them and why they're so special, and then you have a beautiful relationship. And when it ends, you're not heartbroken, you're just glad you had the experience. You don't cry after the amusement park ride, you're just glad that it happened. And they move on and you move on, and you get better girls or different girls or whatever, and people that are better for you. And maybe you even might go back, but it's just not a big deal. It's sad and you get over it. But I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have learned that when I was 14. But if I didn't learn that stuff, before that, girls would spit at me and then show their butt off to my friend who was 6'5", not 6 foot tall, abs, not 6'5", 6 foot tall with abs and big muscles. So then I went deranged and learned game and pickup artistry and philosophy and worked out, played guitar, played instruments, learned to sing, and practiced stand-up comedy in the mirror. Went out and told my jokes to people and started pickup artistry and all this stuff, and that's how I got my results. You know, I regret that I didn't enjoy them while I had them because I was chasing the comfort of the chase and then the experience and the puppy love with the person, and then I would run off to somebody else. Worst thing I was saying the worst thing I did with that girlfriend my first girlfriend before all this stuff, my first girlfriend that I really loved and really was about, that would cheat on me and do all that stuff. One time she locked me in her house and she had the keys and I couldn't get home, and she was just kept going, and I snapped and I punched her once in the arm and gave her a bruise. And after that, I stopped. I was like, this is too far. This is too much. I lowered my antidepressants. I stopped spending time with her. I spent more time with my friends. I was like, that shouldn't happen. But she did like berate me about all the things other guys did to her, locked me in the room, and I have the trauma with the room and restraints and being locked in places. And I broke and hit her once, and then I cried and I hyperventilated crying, and I had to go home. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. Once she was gonna text another guy to pick her up and fuck her, and I bit her phone in half, and then I cut my whole mouth up. But never like physical abuse to her. One time I had another girlfriend that had cheated on me, and she was lying to my face. I've only ever been cheated on twice, or by 2 different girls out of like all these girls. But I really loved this one, and she had cheated, and she said it was the devil, and I could see the devil in her. She was spiritual too. She was fucked up, trauma, not ready to commit because she was 18. But I really loved her because I'd loved her for a long time. I only got with that first girl because I really loved this other girl, but she would run off and have love stories with a bunch of different guys. And I was always left with like, why am I not good enough? So then she's lying to my face, and I got mad, and I thought she had her seatbelt on, and I slammed the brakes to I'm fucking done. And I slammed the brakes to park it, and I was just gonna walk home. But she had undone her seatbelt, and she slammed into the steering wheel, or the thing. And she was fine, no bruises, nothing. We weren't going that fast, but I was still like, that. I can't be doing that. It wasn't intentional, but it was still like I should have just gotten out of that toxic situation. And then another time she wouldn't leave, and I'd already found on her phone she wasn't sleeping with the guys. She might have been sexting the guys. She wasn't sleeping with them that I knew of. She hasn't told me if she has yet. She said she made out with a guy once at her job. I don't know how far that went. I'm assuming she's a bullshitter. But at the time I was just like sick of her just lying to my face. I know that I wasn't functioning. I had like this semi-brain injury and a bunch of trauma, and I wasn't functioning very well at that point in my life. Like I had really just gotten fucked up from those suicide attempts. From that few month period I was doing it. And then we got in the relationship and grew from that. But I was just sick of it, and I just kept saying, get out of my house. Get out of my house. Get out of my house. And it wasn't angry, it wasn't evil, it wasn't malicious. It wasn't like, ah! And I got her, but I was just like, oh my fucking God. And I put my hand around her legs, and I put my arm over the top, and I put her over my shoulder, because she was like 5 foot tall. And I'm gonna carry her to the door, put her down, lock the door, go to bed. But she squirmed and she fell onto the bed. And I think she might have hit the bed frame, but I think she just hit the bed. I don't know. But it was still like that shouldn't have happened. But she wouldn't leave, man. You know, and I wasn't trying to hurt her. But that was bad. And that's the worst I've ever done. And there's also the only thing I've ever done. I'm not a rapist, woman abusing piece of shit, like people say I am. That never happened. I never implemented a skill to manipulate the woman's emotions. I understood that but I just made it a fun experience, and I didn't incorporate any of that drama. I didn't use game to manipulate girls into sex. I just understood that stuff, and I found my perfect way of doing it, which was just have fun on an adventure and be flirty. And understand them at a level other people don't understand them at. But I didn't use any tools or anything to manipulate them. I just had fun. That's what they were interested in. I'm a good-looking guy that had fun, and I was funny and smart. A lot of times there was like therapy sessions where we just talk about life because we're friends that happen to be attracted to each other. And what sucks is that I was that way with the girls, but because of that first relationship, I had a girl that was really good for me, rode horses, became a combat medic. She was beautiful, really funny. She could recite Kung Pao from memory, where she would have she's probably autistic, but beautiful, and she would, thick, good-looking girl, amazing, Native American. I think she had darker skin than both of her family, which is weird. So I think the mom cheated. Green eyes, amazing singing voice, really smart, loved me, Christian. I was her first boyfriend. But at that point, I was terrified that she would cheat because the last girl cheated. So I couldn't commit. And then eventually when I started smoking weed with my friends and we'd go out to the marina and shit, girls would be interested in me and I'd just have sex with them at the beach. And then that turned into me setting up the worst at the worst. I'd wake up with that girl. I'd leave and go to another girl. I'd leave that girl and go to another girl. I'd leave that girl, go to another girl, 4 in a day, and then come back to my girlfriend because I realized I don't even like that. I don't even like it. I miss her. Like I'd be high and a girl would want to suck my dick at the marina, and then I'd push her off me and I'm crying. I'm like, I just want to see Garrett. So I really fucked that up. And I'll have to live with that for the rest of my life. I ruined it. God's perfect person for me. Rode horses, man. Singing voice, beautiful. Like Bob Dylan's background singer was our vocal coach, and people couldn't tell the difference between her and a professional. And I fucked it up. I didn't appreciate her while I had her, and now she's gone. She's probably gonna die. She's in the army. She's going into combat. She's gonna die. A hero. And I think about her every day. I think about the other girl too. The one that cheated. Because even though I felt that girl was perfect for me, the one that cheated was still my best friend. Spent more time with her than the other girl. She was there for me at my worst, even though she was seeing other guys and shit while she was with me. She was there. She was my best friend and the only person I had in my life. Even if I grew to resent her, and even though I was a sex addict, I couldn't bring myself to be attracted to her because of the lies. Because I had broken down everything. I had reverted back to a 6-year-old boy at that point. Everything was just destroyed, and I had been really reverted back. And I was like sleep paralysis for 12 hours a day, where I couldn't move for 12 hours, and paranoid, and I can't move my body, and I feel like demons are torturing me for months. So I was always thinking eventually I'll be good enough and maybe I'll get her back, but I'm like, after everything I did to that girl, it's better to just leave her be. But I can't stop thinking about her, man. I don't stalk her page. I don't go back and look at nudes or anything. I just leave it be. But I'm still like, man, I'm grateful for what I've been through. I'm really proud of who I've become. And I wouldn't have liked myself if I had stayed in the relationship, but I wish that I just knew what I knew now then. And she's in the army, man, so I bet she was having a lot of fun in the training camps, man, in the boot camps. So maybe I might not even like her now that she's had probably 6'5" giants, soldiers at the barracks bunny gangbangs and shit. I'm sure, I don't know if she did, but That's what goes on in the training camps, is orgies. Like, I see videos on TikToks of like hot girls showing up at the barracks, and the soldiers are like, "You can't be here," and she's like, "I'm here for the orgy. Are you coming?" And they let her in and shit like that. So, you know, it's for the best, I guess. Maybe I'll find somebody better when I learn a different language and go down to Brazil. Maybe I'll find somebody in Hawaii, and then I'll find some way to make a bunch of money on the internet saving homeless people or something. Then I'll have enough resources to be able to have 20 kids with 20 different girls, and then I'll finally have the family I never had because they'll all congregate at my ranch, and I'll have all these kids like Michael Jackson, but not pedophilia, because I love them and they're my kids. And then we'll go up and do archery and run through the woods on our four-wheelers and ride horses through the mountains, and then go to Hawaii and learn how to spearfish with the native Hawaiians, and I'll have 2 Cane Corso protection dogs and a livestock guardian to round my kids up and shit, and we'll go to the powwows and the native reses, and we'll go to Ireland, and when my kids turn 18, if they'd like to become the warriors, we'll do the blue woad where we tattoo the spirals on them. I'll teach them public speaking and performing, and we'll all make music together and make songs and perform for people, and whatever they want to do in life, they can do. And I'll just make it so they're in love with the earth more than resources and more than social games. They'll understand that the birds are our family. They'll understand how to sing to birds and how to feel when the birds are hungry. I'll teach them how to feel when the trees are thirsty and see when the rain comes to give the trees the water, because it sends out an electromagnetic stimulation that draws the clouds towards it, because we're in an ecosystem the same way that we don't tell every one of our cells to operate, but yet our organs communicate through our nervous system, which looks like a giant tree. And look at all these trees. You don't think they're communicating? So I'll teach my kids that, and hopefully find a way to give them enough suffering without doing it to them, so that they can learn this. I know my kids will have to suffer because my bloodline will need to, in order to have this specialty in the bloodline, you need a lot of trauma. Like, my mom was severely abused. My dad went through a lot of shit for his whole life. It's going to happen to my kids, but at least I'll give them what they need to master it, so that they learn to be grateful for their experience, and I'll have to suffer while watching them suffer, and hopefully I'll be dead by then, and they'll have this. And they'll laugh at me like you guys do for a while, but eventually it'll stick, probably with my daughter, Acacia. And then she will lead the people to the new world, implementing my solutions. And then all those kids will become worldly famous and take over the collective consciousness, like Andrew Tate did because of his 33 life path father, Emery, who traveled around homeless. But Andrew Tate got to be worldly famous and share what Emery taught him with the collective conscious. So maybe my 20 or 33 kids. But it means I'm going to have to get to work, fam. I'm going to have to get to work if I want that shit to happen, bro. Imagine Outdoor Boys, but it's me in an igloo with 20 kids and we're singing. And some kids go out to collect the firewood, some kids go out. I've got snowshoes with them. I make sure that they're not going to die. We've got dogs with us. We'll have technology to ring a buzzer with an AirTag location so we know where you're at. So you're not going to fall and die and freeze to death. But maybe when they're all 12 or something, we'll take them out on a journey like that. And hopefully I can find the right mentors for them. But in order to do that, I owe $840 on the car, plus title, registration, insurance, and Walmart Spark delivery. I have to go find the right plastic and right metal for these wagons and get a 3D printer to start 3D printing the shingles. And I have to get the paint and the power tools to do it, and then I can start making a prototype, and then I can market that to different small towns that have homeless crisis. And then implement my solutions to revamp all the homeless programs so that they're actually getting paid what they're worth. And then I have to get the phone program implemented with the apps and get the training done, and I have to find land to get the sanctuary so that we can start to take homeless people out of their suffering and heal them, and then get them on farms and homesteads to replace. If we're getting rid of all the migrants, there's going to be a lot of working jobs for homeless people, so at the very least we can try that. And then I have to heal my shoulder injury. I have to do the physical therapy because I still have hairline fractures from when they twisted the brakes off my bike. and I crashed, 6-foot drop, got knocked unconscious, hairline fractures. I used to be a bodybuilder. I'm gonna have to find a way to heal through this shit. It still hurts every day. I'm gonna have to get over it and figure it out to be able to get back to benching and get buff and fasting, sunlight, probiotics, omega-3s, multivitamins, ashwagandha root, supplements. I don't think I'll do lion's mane, but I'll do ghana root, ginger, parasite cleanses, sunlight bath therapies, gym out in the woods. I'll have to start going on runs once I can afford shoes that don't break my ankles, like these muck boots. I don't slip on the snow and shit. But I can start going on walks and listen to my headphones instead of sitting in the car. I just haven't really found a place where I feel comfortable doing that yet, because people try to break into my car when I leave it. Homeless people see the buckhead and they try to get at it, and they find me in the car and they leave. So I'm worried about leaving my car, but I can leave it here. But it's 3 miles to the trail. Maybe I can get a bike and use the bike and stuff. And then I'm going to have to start talking to people again, so I can start trying to find the right girls and start dating. And maybe I'll find one that I love and have 11 kids, like that Irish homeschooled family that I grew up for 2 years with, before they shunned me because I was weird. Because the older kid gave me acid and fucked me up. I was still weird before that, but a different weird. So I'm gonna go. Thank you for watching. Take care of yourselves. Tell your grandma my Cash App. Have her get some good karma for once. I'm gonna go to bed. Maybe I'll go live tomorrow, or I'm gonna rest tomorrow. I don't know. Good night.